Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. As usual, we have the best topics, the best, most interesting discussions on YouTube, bar none, and everything. So this is a place you're going to hear information, enlightenment, and something to pick your spirits up, and something to write home about, and something to tell a friend. Yeah, look. I need people coming into the chat room, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. Tell a friend, tell somebody, say, look, the College Genesis is on, the College Nation is here, the Black African Infrastructure is here, the chief host of the College Nation is here. And so the bottom line is this: we're going to rock and roll tonight. We're going to have another good explosive topic. As I guarantee you, this is going to be a great show tonight. You're just in for it. As you know, the shows have been on fire lately. So when a topic like this, delayed gratification, something I've been wanting to do for a long time, I've been waiting for a build up for the right moment to do all this stuff, and then I spring it. Usually when I do a show and I do a topic like this, is something that was said in one of my shows or something I go across, and I basically say, something, I think I want to dwell on that next show. So that would be my topic, and that's how it really, okay, what's up, wise man? This is how I usually pick my topics, right? Usually it's somebody said something, or somebody, I heard something on this show or somebody else's show that said, someone want to talk about that. I'll give my perspective on that. I don't stick my finger out the window and feel which way the wind is blowing and say, let's talk about this or whatnot, because everybody's talking about this today and whatnot. I don't do that. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I take what's relevant. I take what's necessary. What's up, Dave? Take what's relevant, what's necessary, and move along with it. What's unnecessary and everything. I think, yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about eliminating thug culture. Bottom line is, me, I don't like thug culture. I don't like any of that stuff. And the bottom line is this: right now, we don't have black communities, right? The thugs, the beta males, the single baby mamas, they're the ones that's running the so-called black community. But they want my brother like Wise and me and people like that to step in and go out there and raise a single mother's kid while she has no responsibility whatsoever. She didn't choose us and everything like that. And we have no authority in the community. We have no power, no nothing. Nobody respects us. But when they need us to be alpha males, when that, it's like, I would say, like, like a beast of burden. An ox can be strong, can plow a field and everything like that. But you don't look at the ox and say, something. I want to know what the ox's opinion is. I think I'm gonna let the ox and the several oxes. I'm gonna put them out there to plow the field. No, you stay over them and everything like that, and you give them a little bit of oats for your heart. They made you a whole harvest, but you just give them some little oats to eat. That's what they reduced the black man down to, America. And I saw this one little girl on TikTok today. She said the Democratic Party has emasculated the black man. There's no real black man. Look at these men: Ricky Smiley, Steve Harvey. These aren't even real freaking men anymore. They're completely emasculated men, weak, emasculated men that don't know how to stand up and don't know how to be a man and whatnot, and say, look, this is what I think and everything like that. They just, oh yes, and then these same people want to friggin' get tough with us or whatnot. You ain't falling over Kamala. No, I don't give a shit about Kamala. How about that? Well, look, and also don't keep pressing me, because if you come to my face and press me in public, I will split your head open. That's what you gotta get with these dudes. You gotta start busting them upside the head and bust them in the mouth for talking out of turn. Then they'll wake up and whatnot here. So do you understand what we're talking about? We don't give a damn about. It's a new day. No one tells us who to vote for. Whether it's Democrat, Republican, nobody tells us who to vote for. No one tells us. No one controls. And that's the first thing we have to do. Is get control over. Have some sort of agency about who we are. And once we have agency over who we are, then we can advance. And that takes delayed gratification. See, right now, I think Kamala's doing you a favor. She's not promising you anything. Now, you could basically say, What? Black people make it. We need to vote for Kamala because what? She didn't promise you nothing. So could it be that this major election cycle we just sit home when maybe there is nothing collectively that we could vote around? I heard that the Asian community got $26 billion thanks to Kamala. And something, when you see all these Asian and Korean banks got billions of dollars invested in community, you think that's come because of hard work? That's another myth they keep spreading around about the hardworking immigrant. No, these are people nothing but parasites. There's special loans and stuff like that that's way above our pay grade and thing that immigrants get and everything like that, courtesy of U.S. taxpayers and everything. It's a free for all right now with this government. And if Comrade Kamala gets elected, she's going to give Medicare and Social Security to 20 million illegals. That's what's coming down the pike. I told my brother, who's a anti-Trump type of guy, when I say, no, they can't possibly do that. Why would they do that? They didn't pay into the system. I said, you don't get it, do you? It doesn't matter if they didn't pay into the system or not. They need a new voting block. Same way they stole election. The way they went after Donald Trump in his first term, and basically with the Mueller report, the Russia collusion on that. You think these people aren't above basically trying to do something like that just so they can keep power? These people want power. That's all it is. And the bottom line, they want power at our expense. Now, this is the first time in our history we're saying, we don't give a damn about you no more. It's not even about getting anything. It's the fact that you guys are this big plan y'all have for retaking over America and stuff like this is nothing if you don't have the black support. And right now you don't have the black support. So what are you going to do? So what they're doing is this. They're coming around town. They're coming on social media sites. They're browbeating you. They're trying to bully you. And, oh, yeah. It's like, your vote, your opinion. If you don't like Kamala, you don't have to. Don't let anybody browbeat you and bully you into a submission. Don't do that. Don't be a man. Stand up. Say, look, I'm not feeling it. I either want to vote Trump or I'm going to stay home, or whatever, or she convince me otherwise by showing me her policy. She hasn't said one policy yet. I'm not impressed by Megan Thee Stallion shaking her booty, clapping for her and whatnot on her stage and everything. I want to know topolicy. When we become that sort of people, when we delay our gratification, if we get out of that instant gratification, like today, see, the reason why they do this to black people, because they know we don't have any long-term thinking or strategy. There's no long-term plan for Black America. There's no Gentry. There's no people that's institutions that's guiding us for the next couple of 100 years and what we should do. We used to have them, We used to have people that used to plan for us and stuff like that, and they said, look, this is what we need to do, boom, boom, boom. And we made a lot of advancement in this country because we did have leadership at one time. But now we simply don't have those type of people in our community anymore. Now it's like me, I. What can I get? Yeah. So Denzel said, "I'm sick of these light-skinned supremacists." Yeah, that's what you could say. That light-skinned supremacists dissing Africans. Yeah, that's what it is. Like you got Mike Hard Lemonade TV when he's a light-skinned mulatto supremacist. Now he's trying to browbeat people because they don't accept Kamala. When he's not even black himself. Anybody just comes along. You got Afrostin Tag, same thing, whatnot. Ultra light-skinned brother, just basically, oh, blah 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 blah. You ain't shit. The way they talk down to black, you can tell they say they're pro-black, but they really have a disdain for black people. You only cool them when you agree with their philosophy and their ideology. Me, I can sit down and have a normal conversation, and I even go out to drink and have a beer with people I politically don't agree with. I do that all the time. I don't care about your color, race, whatever like that. But these people can rationalize that if you don't agree with me, I hate you. And you're black. Wow, where'd this come from? And stuff like this. Am I on mute? No, I'm not on mute. Can you hold on? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, great. I had the volume turned down, from the other night. I had the volume turned down from the other night. Sorry, I hope nobody missed it. You know, it must be your phone, Frenchie. You gotta get that Obama phone. What kind of phones y'all have over there? You have a Westminster, a Chelsea phone, cheap stuff, or Westminster phone or not, or Thames, River Thames phone, cellular incorporated. So you gotta get your phone right, sister. But so this is what we're talking about tonight. Delayed gratification, right? And I'm gonna talk about tonight is the fact that we as a race of people don't know delayed gratification because we have not reached a level of civilization, right? Advanced civilization have delayed gratification, right? They plan for one thing, right? Knowing that they're not gonna, the next generation are gonna inherit the decisions they make, that's called delayed gratification. I mean, in other words, let's have a 20-year plan. After 20 years, this is where we'll be. We won't have satisfaction or gratification now. We're going to suffer. You go through every nation of people that become a people, a great people, go through a period of trial and tribulation. It's like, like a caterpillar just don't pop into a butterfly, right? A caterpillar goes through a metamorphosis, right? It turns into a chrysalis, right? Inside that chrysalis, terrible things are happening. They're changing everything. Then after like a month or so, out of the chrysalis comes a beautiful butterfly. They went through a metamorphosis. The black race has never had that. Where we have went from a caterpillar. We're still caterpillars. And we've never went through that metamorphosis where we basically change into something new. Why? Because we don't want to delay gratification. We don't want to make ourselves vulnerable. We don't want to basically discipline ourselves. A caterpillar has to change into a butterfly, it has to eat a lot, build up its strength, right? And so when it goes into the metamorphosis, it has enough fat reserves and stuff like that, staying up through metamorphosis, and it turns into a butterfly. Now, the caterpillar wants to stay a caterpillar forever, right? And delay, eat now and whatnot, and never turn to a butterfly, he'll die, And that's what happened to us. We don't freaking know when, it's time for us to elevate from this level to this level. It's going to take trial and tribulation. Tell me anything in history, any great civilization that didn't go through either a war or a famine, anything. Yeah. Somebody said, if anything, we would devolve back into larvae. Yeah, that's what it is. We're back in the larvae. We never became a butterfly. We're still in the larval state. That's what you have right now in Black America. Why? Because we don't want to take 10 years. All it takes is 10 years of discipline. 10 years of discipline, 10 years of cleaning up our communities, 10 years of clean culture and clean living, 10 years of hard work, 10 years of building institutions, 10 years of that, and you'll see a difference in whatever your philosophy is, where you're a Black nationalist, where you're integration, everything. All you need is that 10 years of saying, look, we're going to basically think, and it has to do, like I said, the culture. The culture, and my last show I talked about culture, the culture war. If the culture is about booty clapping and just illicit sex right now and all this stuff like this, we're never going to get any place. That's the culture in Black America. Why do you think they brought in Megan Thee Stallion? Because they know Black people ain't thinking about policy. They ain't thinking about the future. All you have to do is just give them some entertainment and everything. Why do you think they're pulling out all the stops? They're not bringing you scientists and everything saying, Black America, this is the direction we're going with this political party. This is how you can be a part of it. What are they doing? They're paying off celebrities. Get Steve Harvey out there. Get Charles, where the white women at Barkley out there. Get all these people out there. D.L. Hughley. Why are we listening to comedians as far as politics? What gives them the right to discuss our politics in Black America? That shows you they have no respect for us. They have no respect for we're never going to have a space program until we have a nation state of our. Now, if you want Denzel, if you want a space program and all stuff like that, what you call it? Oh, here comes Jonathan Miller trolling me tonight. Let's see what he got to troll about oh yeah, they got rich from slavery. John, I'm not dealing with your ass tonight. I'm telling you, man, I will block you. You come over here just to troll me and just to friggin' say stupid shit. You don't know anything about the topic. And when I just all start, oh yeah, just being all contrary. I'm tired of hearing you. You know, I really am. You know, you're on my last friggin' nerve. So bottom line is this. You know, if you want a space program and stuff like that and everything like that, the people that say, yeah, well, why don't we have a space program? Well, you'll never have an all-black space program until we basically build a relationship with a black nation state. Either have our own or build a strong relationship with a black nation state. And that takes delayed gratification, you know? Delayed gratification. You got delayed gratification, for like that, if you're going to do things the right way. Do things the right way. Nobody basically, even when you talk about slavery, slavery didn't happen overnight. You have delayed gratification. Initially, slavery was a loss. Slavery was a loss. It took many years for slavery to become profitable. You had to have a market. It was a mercantile system. It was a European mercantile system that made slavery profitable. So it wasn't like, oh yeah, they got rich off slavery. They had to have a system. They had to put that in place. Slavery wasn't profitable in the first 100 years in America. The land has to be cleared and everything. You have to have settlers to come over here. You have to have consumers, settlers, builders, and all this stuff like this. And then you could justify a slave population to do the hard labor it takes and everything. It wasn't like, oh yeah, somebody along the line had to discipline themselves and say, this is what we plan on doing, right? And slavery was like an afterthought. It wasn't like, okay, let's just get rich off of slavery. No, it don't work like that. They had to build a society, right? And that's why slavery was systematic. It was systemic. It was systematic. It wasn't like, we're just going to get rich off slavery. It had to be written into law and sanctioned by law, for it to be profitable. You just couldn't have slavery and on your own say, I'm going to get rich with slavery. The laws, everything, the customs of the country had to back you up. It was not simple, they had rich when I know. And the bottom line is, whether slavery, whether it's industrial revolution, there was policy put in place, right? You ask yourself, okay, how did America do manufacturing automobiles and everything? Why? Because it took many years. Industrials had to convince America, the U.S. government and policymakers and institutions that, yeah, we need to build our industrial base. It wasn't easy. Probably took like 15 years. Then finally, like people like Ford Motor Company, and then the biggest one, General Motors, was created, and all these other people to give us cars. And they said they found a way how to make cars affordable for everybody and everything like that. So that took years. That didn't just happen overnight. But if they wanted to do it overnight, then the car would have never gotten to where it is. They would just been selling cars out of garages and stuff like that. But to do mass production, it took many years of legislation, laws, and everything, Baruti, how could Afrostin Tag be genuine, right? When you basically, one, he's not African American. He's from Trinidad, whatever like that. And he does not believe we should be defined by race. And the bottom line, that is a blasphemy. Black people are defined definitely by race, He believes, oh yeah, why you call Kamala? Because she's light skinned or that. She's not light. She's she's an Indian white woman and everything with no African ancestry and everything like that, So these people coming here, they want to redefine what is black when it's convenient for them, That sounds like a so-called Pan-Africanist. What does that got to do with black? Pan-Africanism is a unity of black people, real black people. So I don't know what you mean by what you call Afrostin Tag. I know because he panders to Africans. He sounds like a freaking fool. At this point in time, black people who pander to these goofy ass Pan-African themes are just fools. I always said I'm a black nationalist, right? I said I'll do Pan-Africanism when it's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, Oh yeah, I had a friggin' good time, man. I went down to Nag's Head. Oh my god, man! I thought I was gonna go. Nag's Head was gonna be some old dusty resort town on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. It was so friggin' developed down there. Shopping centers, movie theaters. I mean, steakhouses. We had such a friggin' blast, man. I had cigar shops. We had everything down there. Everything down there. There's so many beachfront properties. We was on the beachfront property. I did. What one incident did happen was I really feel bad. We had the pit bulls down there, all four of the dogs, right? And there was a raccoon underneath the porch, right? And Caesar's a pit bull, man. I seen the power of these things, man. He locked onto this raccoon. It was like shaking him like a rag doll, man. He was tearing this thing, and the raccoon ended up bitten his eyes. We had to take him to the vet. And then my brother's nephew, he got bit by the raccoon and everything like that. He had to go to the doctor and get stitches. But I'm thinking, but I feel bad because then the police had to come and put the raccoon down. Just shoot him because he was so badly he was gonna die anyway. So he just heard a big pop. The police put the shotgun in the thing, the box trap we had him in. He just shot him. Boom. And so anyway, but I felt bad because every time I think of raccoons, I think of that rocket on the Avengers. The rocket, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy. The rocket. That raccoon and whatnot. And raccoons are so cute whatnot. And I felt just really bad. And not only that, when I saw it, the raccoon was just defending himself. He was just like sitting back, and Caesar just locked onto him. It's terrible. That's the only thing bad that happened down there. But like I told my brother, it could have been a shark attack. Could have been when everybody was going kayaking. It could have been a shark. That would have been worse if it was a shark attack. Somebody got attacked by a shark. Because Outer Banks and Nag's Head do have shark attacks out there. That's shark infested waters. Anyway, everything catches heat on the panel. He's advocating panel. So, but how's it? What is? Tell me, Baruti. I wish you would come up here and talk, man. What is Pan-Africanism, and how is he advocating? No one can give me a definition of what Pan-Africanism is. Yeah, so it was like terrible, man. It was just like no. I just think when I think of raccoons, the thing was so cute, and he got just really bad, man. I'm the type I have a soft spot for animals. I have a real soft spot for animals, man. I could never hurt in nature. I could never go hunting. I could never do that. I could never harm an animal, but this is part of life. It's like it is what it is. It's part of life, and geez. But the power of a pit bull is no friggin' joke, man. When they're trying to protect the family and stuff like that, man. Caesar, my God, man. I was like, damn, man. It was like something out of a friggin' my worst movie. I used to have a dog, but he passed away last year. Those are my brother's dogs and his in-laws' dogs. I was going to my brother's house every day, so basically like my dogs. But I want to get a pit bull, I want to get I don't know if I'll get a pit bull after looking at that, man. I'm just like, nah. Because I got squirrels in my backyard and I couldn't watch a pit bull tear apart a squirrel. I got a lot of squirrels in my backyard and they're cool. I always throw them like chips and stuff like that, And what the squirrel is, they're so arrogant, right? I throw a squirrel a chip or a cheese doodle or something like that, right? They won't eat it while I'm sitting there. I'll go inside, right? For like a half hour. I come back. Everything I threw them was eaten. They collect them and eat. They won't do it in front of me. They're so arrogant. They won't do it in front of you. You do it in front of them, they're almost like saying thank you. So they'll sit there and wait until I get up and leave. They're so smart. They'll get up and wait till I leave, and then if it's an apple or whatever like that, you come back and it's gone. They'll stash it away. The squirrels in my backyard. They're so cute. They're pain in the neck, but they're so cute. Someone come up to my porch. They won't let me pet them. Some people can get squirrels to come up to them and pet them, man. I can't for some reason. I'm like, Mr. Squirrel, I'm not going to do nothing to you. Come over here. Let me just pet you, whatever like that, Squirrel's like, no, I'm sorry, buddy. Buddy, you keep your distance. He's out there on the backyard every 2 seconds to look it up and see if I'm going to charge. What do you think? I'm going to charge all the way down there towards you? So I'm like, I can't do that, Mr. Squirrel. You're all right. I'm over here, way over here. You're over there. Stop looking over your shoulder every second. Now I don't have any animals right now. You know, like I work all the time. I couldn't take care of it. Animal needs to be taken care of and something like that. This is one more headache I can't deal with right now. I like to get me a cat. A cat would be great for me because cats take care of themselves. You know, cats take care of themselves. So you can have a cat and whatnot. You know, so they take care of themselves. You know. So, but I don't know about thing. You know. Okay, Humble says sound like Quarrel have a lot. Squirrels have a lot in common with Negroes. Yeah, squirrels. Yeah, yeah. Like squirrels. Like look, yeah, out in my backyard when I, I'm like throwing stuff out there. I said, the whole thing is I'm throwing stuff out there. I want to see you all running, pick the stuff up there. Like, man, I ain't running after you. What you throw out here when I, but I sure do coming back. The best thing I had was when I was in rehab. Dynasty Samir sent me a box of granola bars, right? These really good granola bars. I still got a box of them, right? But they're the best things to throw out the squirrels or whatnot. So I still got a bunch of them, and I'll sit there on my back porch and throw it out there with it in the patch, a shrubbery in my backyard, and the squirrels, they'll sit there and watch me throw it out there, right? But they won't eat them while I'm watching them. You know, I'll go inside, right? I'll go inside and do something. I'll come back out. All those granola bars are gone. You know. Oh, the food was great. We had oysters. We had prime rib. Oh man, we had fish. We were frying fish. Man, we had so much food out there. It was we had so many drinks. We had a bar. My brother, he's like a bartender, but we had so many drinks. I had tequila. All that. We was like getting just fucked up, smoking cigars, and I smoked my first pipe yesterday. My brother's son-in-law had a pipe. He said, "Try this out." I said, well, I want one of these for Christmas. I might change the pipe, smoking pipe. So, but the thing is about pipes is, before I always thought you a pipe, you sit in your house and you study. I'll probably make my shed in my backyard a study, and I can sit there in my book, with my pipe in my hand and whatnot, like a sophisticated older man, whatever like that. But now nobody smokes inside. So where would I smoke a pipe at? Anybody say that? Where would you smoke a pipe at? Back in the days, people used to smoke a pipe in the house. Now nobody smokes inside. They step outside and smoke. We don't enjoy anything anymore. I can see cigarettes, right? Pipe smoke is pretty nice because my grandfather and my uncle Sidney used to smoke pipes. They used to smoke pipes and whatnot, and he used to smoke it inside and whatnot. It wasn't bad or anything like that. So I don't know. I might smoke it inside the house, and just like sit down with a pipe and whatnot, pipe in my hand, sitting back reading the newspaper, like it's sophisticated. I mean, there's nostalgic pictures of Black people back in the days in Harlem, sitting with the pipe, reading the Amsterdam news and whatnot. I seen pictures like that, and I was always, everybody was wondering, wow, man, he looks so refined just because he had a pipe in his hand, and he's sitting there reading a book with his pipe in his hand and everything like that. That's inside, now I only smoke down in my garage, So, but pipe is the whole thing about a pipe is you're supposed to smoke it where people can see you. You will have a pipe in your hand and you smoke. If no one's watching you smoke a pipe? What's the point of doing it? The smoke gets everywhere if you do it in the house. Really? But we was smoking outside yesterday. Really, it gets all in the house. Oh, okay. I know I can't smoke cigars in the house, because that gets every place. Cigarettes gets in the place. If Afro think tank's a Trinidadian, he was like, yeah, he's a Trinidadian. He's not. Stop calling himself an African American. That's another thing I'm sick and tired of. Right? If you're a Trinidadian, say, look, I'm a Trinidadian. We believe in this. We believe in that. But don't put yourself like you're going to talk about my people. I know my people here in America, right? I know how we think. He lives in Nigeria, promote emoji. That's all fake shit. I'm so sick and tired of that fake shit. He don't live in Nigeria. He lives in the United States. He has some property in Nigeria, some dusty ass property he has in Nigeria, and he has some things he invested in a fish farm. I don't know what the hell. Everybody, that's a new game. You go over to Africa, get some land, and start acting like you're doing a project. Now you're just what you call And now you're some big time Pan Africans. Baruti, Afro Think Tag is not African American, bro. He's from Trinidad. He's from Trinidad. He goes out in Trinidad. He's not African American. He's not one of us. He's not one of us. His history is not in the United States. So, but I have nothing against people from other places, but there comes a time where I realize, and I don't like ADOS FBA shit, none of that like that. But I do realize, Black America, we have to start looking out for ourselves, and too many immigrants basically see themselves as immigrants. They don't see themselves as part of the Black struggle and but Black America, man, we just think a certain way, we think a certain way. And a lot of immigrants are just trying to go along to get along here. That's why I hate when they try to tell us how to think and whatnot. Oh man, y'all got it good here, man. Y'all master in America been good to y'all. We had, how long it take me to get my visa to come to the United States? Yeah, and what? Well, there's plenty of opportunity here. Well, take your plenty of opportunity and stick it up your ass. We still got beef with this country. Even though Black America loves America or whatever like that, we like this. At a certain point in time, African Americans will tell you, nigga, please stop your cooning. There's a thin line between being grateful and being a coon, and most Black immigrants don't understand where that line is. We do. You can do everything you want and we give you a pass. You go to join the military, join the police, whatever like that. We don't care about none of that, right? But when you start making statements about what Black America need to be doing, there's a problem. We'll check you in a minute. Oh no, here comes Zango. I always have visions of Zango like talking in the third person when me Zango, me from Ghana. Zango loves white women. Zango has jungle fever. I always think of Zango talking in the third person. That's another thing, man. When they do, every time they do Africans, they always have them talking in the third person, like the African is an idiot, something like that. Like they always play Idi Amin. Amin will not be pushed around. He talks in the third person. And that's why I hate when they do when Black people do Black African characters and whatnot. They're so stereotypical. I was like, that's cringy. When you see African Americans doing African characters, man, it's so cringy, man. It's like, dude, man, have some more respect. Africans don't talk like say the same African words. It was all Africans speak English and talk with that stupid accent. No. So what the hell are you doing? Why you? But everybody like I like Chadwick Boseman, man. I was just watching Infinity War just a minute ago, and the bottom line when they had that, it's going to be an end of Wakanda. I'm like, sure. I just can't stand that. That's the only thing I like about Black Panther. I love Killmonger's character, right? Because he talked just like regular and everything. T'Challa had that voice that was just so annoying, the so-called African voice, And Baku had a regular voice too, I like that, man. But why they had T'Challa, Kala, you may be a closet bigot I'm not trying to elevate African Americans. We're not better than Africans. We're different. We're not better. We're just different. You won't seem to understand that. We have a different life experience. We have a different culture, and we have a different way of thinking. Buana Man knows what I'm talking about. It was a South African accent. Yeah, they all sound like Nelson Mandela. You ever notice that? I'm not a bigot. I love all people, races, colors, creeds. I have no prejudice whatsoever. But I will say that, but you cannot just basically just erase my identity here, and especially when I know after doing this for 30 something years that most of Africans aren't serious about building Africa. Because why? They don't have one thing: delayed gratification. There's no look. We're gonna get down tonight, folks. I'm gonna really light this board up today. This is probably gonna be my best show. Okay, in 1955 in Jakarta, Indonesia, uh, uh, Prime Minister Sukarno and Lee Kuan Yew convened this thing called the Bandung Conference, right? The Bandung Conference. It was a conference of all oppressed nations around the world, third world countries. The meeting of third world developing countries, right? 1955. Think about this: 10 years after World War II ended, right? There was people around the world felt they were still victimized by Russia and then the West, right? Colonized and everything like that. They said they put in practice that, okay, we're backwards. We don't know shit. They just came. They were just honest with themselves. The West controls everything here. They control the shipping. They control everything coming in and out. They control manufacturing, everything. We're living in poverty. All the wealth is taken out of Asia and put in the West. We want to change that. So they had a plan for decades to meet benchmarks and everything. And all these countries worked together. At the same time, Africa was getting their independence, right? But the thing about Africa is the Europeans left Africa with some sort of infrastructure in place. All Africans had to do was maintain it and improve on it. The Asians really was starting from scratch because they had a war there that decimated the Philippines. It decimated Thailand, Myanmar. What's the other place starts with a B? Burma. Korea, and all these people were devastated during World War II. Singapore, Malaysia, all these people with battlefronts was torn down. Indonesia was wrecked, so they had to come up with a strategy to feed the people and get them on a path. Now, who would guess, like 40 years later, 50, no, it's like 50 years later now, 50 years later, something like 50 years later, Singapore has the highest per capita direct investment in the world, right? Malaysia, Thailand, all these countries are Vietnam are industrial superpowers, right? That wasn't just happen overnight. They didn't happen. Anybody tells you that they're lying to you. That was because of the Bandung Conference policies put in place, right? They delayed gratification because they told the people, we're going to have to suffer for a couple of decades. We're going to go without. We're going to have to, just like China had the one child policy. You said we have to tough it out. Meals, everything like that have to be rationed. Everything said, look, we're gonna have to tough it out to grow. We're gonna have to make sacrifices, and so we have to delay gratification so we can achieve that one. That's why China is what it is right now, because they suffered, and then now they're benefiting from their harvest that they suffered. They labored, and sacrificed. We as a black race don't want to do that. We want it right here, right now. You go to Africa. What's the plan? What's the big plan? Well, we got to know. Okay, where'd you start this plan? 20 years ago. Okay, show me the benchmarks. How can you justify where you're at right now from 20 years ago? And how can we say you're going to go to this direction 20 from now? So why would I get involved with that? If you're wasting your time, don't waste my time. I tell people, like, well, that's my new thing about Pan-Africanism. I do not want Black America wasting their time with people that don't want to do anything. That's what I say. It ain't enough just to go over there, do some dances, talk about Ubuntu. You look, if you're not serious about building and you don't have a plan, whatever like that, don't waste our time. We'll just stay here in America and just deal with the white man. That's my take on civilization. Now if you have a plan, let's hear about it. Let's hear about it. And let's hear about it. Let's see what I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. You want to call in. There's a link you want to call in, So the bottom line is this: delayed gratification just simply means that you sacrifice one generation, right? All right. I don't trust people that basically every time you look like me, I delay gratification all the time, right? I don't just automatically just do things on impulse, whatever like that. I'm like, hey, look, let me sit back and think about stuff, whatever it is, whether it's, that's why I never get in trouble with women or anything like that, because I think about the consequences of what I'm about to do at all times. At all times, I'm constantly thinking, yeah, I can have this right now, but what happens if it goes wrong? What happens if this happens and everything? I'm constantly thinking like that. Why? Because I'd rather basically in the long run, I'd rather suffer now. In the long run, I got a peace of mind. I got a direction. That's the way I am. Some people just basically, oh yeah, man, caller, it's all good. We need to, no. You don't have any discipline. Discipline is the bridge between a thought or an idea and the end goal and accomplishment, right? If you don't have discipline, right? Discipline is that bridge, that links the two together, a thought and idea and an accomplishment, Discipline carries you over, you know. Yeah, you don't think no, Africans do not do. Black Americans don't have delayed African. The Africans are even worse. They're even worse. They have no long term. Why do you think most Africans are globalists? Most Africans are globalists because they're not thinking about long term things of a brain drain on the continent, right? They only think about right and there, right now. I'm in America. I'm in Europe. Hell with the future of the continent. Hell with my homeland. Hell with my country. That's what I mean by delayed gratification. People want their jobs now. They want to get a degree. Once they get a degree, they go fishing around the world for a job and never look back. They ain't thinking about coming any plan to build Africa. Only thing they want to do for Africa is either run for office so they can loot and pillage and look like they're important and everything like that and have kickbacks and everything like that. But there's no long-term plan for the continent. I really feel sorry for the African youth because there really is no future. That's just the truth. There's no future. Nobody basically cares. And that's becomes the culture because we Black people in America have never freaking called this out. We never called it out in our own community. And we certainly don't call it out in Africa. We don't care. We don't care. As long as we could go to Africa and have a good time, sip some wine and sip some, what do they call it? Some fruity drinks and eat some jollof rice. Oh, we've been to Africa. I had some jollof rice and whatnot, I seen a slave castle. I seen a slave dungeon and whatnot. Oh, I can't tell you nothing. You're a Pan-Africanist now, You ate some jollof rice. Oh, yeah, you bought some dusty-ass land, in the middle of nowhere. Damn, man, who am I to say? You are now the king of Pan-Africanism, huh? That's how the bar has been set so freaking low. There's no delayed gratification. There's no, well, geez, like the Bag family. The Bag family is the biggest disappointment. I was watching Kiki Loves Nigeria. And she just basically went off on the Bag family yesterday. I was like, God damn, I mean, I like palm wine, all that too, man. But the bottom line is, it ain't enough for me to be like, I gotta pack my bags and move to Liberia. I'm not gonna, I can't do that. I can't do that. I gotta think about a business, long term, everything like that. So the Bag family going to poor ass Gambia, right? And they got their kids, right? The kids are like in their 20s now. Ricky Denise, I heard she had a baby, by a Lebanese kid, And Ricky's like saying, oh, the kids want to go back to America because they're paying them $1 a day for doing basically slaves on that compound. And they're not going to ever inherit that land, And see, the thing is, Ricky, people who use delayed gratification to basically fool you, like, okay, one day, 20 years after this 20-year lease up, you're gonna own this land. See, that's when you get stupid, It doesn't matter 20 years or 1 year, right? If you don't have the deed to land, you're never gonna get it. So you're just wasting your time, Yeah, the Bag family, they were basically involved with a lot of criminal stuff in America and stuff like that. I mean, put their business out there. Well, yeah, I am. Involved with some criminal stuff, and Ricky had an arrest record and everything, and they brought their children over there. It's just a sad situation, Now they want to go back, and they're basically telling the kids, "You stupid," blah blah. Ricky's mad, And they're like, "Man, we're not doing nothing." Those kids should have been in college and stuff like this. You bring them some dusty ass land. Talk about I'm building an empire, Bottom line is this, like I said, things got to change. We got to stop listening to fools. What's up, brother? Brother Wyatt.
Hey, brother. I've been just hearing you talking about this this good gospel, man. You're right about delaying of gratification. We have a problem with that. We have a discipline problem, man. It's like we
Very.
just don't know how to sit down.
Yeah.
We just don't know how to sit down and be like, let's make a plan, stick to it, but be realistic.
Yeah.
Like you said about them brothers
Manage your
and
expectations, you know.
yeah.
And the next part I was going to talk about was every group of people have what we call a gentry. That means a gentleman's society. Women have their own societies and stuff like that. They take care of women's stuff, you know. But men usually have a gentry. A gentry are made up of well-to-do men, educated men, and men that basically care about the society that they live in. And they're saying, you know something, we need to do this. We need to, they sit around, they have their own social clubs and everything. And they basically form policy and ideas that translate to the rest of society. That's what's called a gentleman, you know, gentleman society, you know, gentlemen, you know, just not the, you can't have the roughnecks and the idiots running society. You got to have that gentry, you know. We don't have that gentry in Black America. That means the gentleman's side. Look, the people that could be leading us and everything, look what they're doing. Their allegiance is not to us to build a Black society, but it's to make the Democratic Party happy. You see what's going on?
Oh, I see it.
You
They're
know?
they're clowns, man. They're fools to the Democratic Party. And
Yeah,
Democratic Party is not promising you nothing, man. You're voting for what? They
because
literally
they
said
get
they're not going to
mad.
do
They
anything
get
for you.
mad like they got the authority over us to tell us what to do.
I have some other black people. I don't share my political views anymore, brother, with other people because, like they said, don't discuss religion, politics, and other things. I told some black people, hey, I'm not interested in voting for Camilla. Man, it was about to be World War III. They went crazy on me. I wanted
Yeah,
to throw hands.
yeah, that's how it is. You know, people what it is, they don't respect your agency. You know that
No.
you're a person that you must have a reason for not doing that, and if your reason is yours, so respect that. They don't do that. No other group of people that happens to, because Black America, after all these years, have never got the respect as a human being in this society. You know, and we can't sustain this.
No,
You're
you
gonna tell
can't.
me, just for a little bit of gratification now, we're gonna send this future generations to think about it, the children now. What did they do to deserve to be treated like animals and fools for the next 100 years? They're gonna die in the same fools just that we come to accept, you know.
Hmm.
And they're gonna end up being resentful of their own community. That's what happens. They end up hating their own community. The community don't do anything for them. There's no leadership. There's no people stepping up and saying, "This is what we need to do." That's why I said the Pan African movement or the Black nationalist movement has to step up right about now. You know, and this
Hmm.
is the perfect time for a Black nationalist arrival right now in America. You know, because people need direction. People are yearning, are begging for leadership. They're begging for direction. You know, they know what's right, but there's
Well,
nobody out there saying it. You know.
well, there's a sense of urgency. You had a good point. You said right now is a good time for Black nationalism because, one thing a lot of Black people are waking up. They're like, hey, we're not getting anything out of this. You do see this, right? You do see it online. People are waking up like, I'm not
Yeah,
voting for
they are. They
Camilla.
are. They're furious. Black people are furious, man. I said, "What the hell is going on?" You know, this Biden, and not only that, right? They're like, maybe I want to stay home election. I don't want to vote for nobody. They even attack you for even saying that.
Hmm.
What is this obligation I have with a Democrat? Is it a religion I didn't know about? You know, and they're treating it like it's a religion, like it's like a cult. You know, and I said, "Dang, man, it's like so voting." Every 4 years. We only see you every 4 years when it comes down to vote. That's all they need you for. You know, it's like people like, man, that's all you want from us is our vote. You know, and then when they basically get a vote, they don't come to us with policies and this is how it's going to benefit you. They bring out celebrities. You know, they know we just like having fun, entertainment. Remember, Jim Clyburn brought out some fish. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember they brought out some fish. You know, I had a fish fry one night. Yeah, man, look at these black people.
There,
You know,
there, it's an assault on our intelligence, brother. They think we're stupid. They think we're like children.
yeah,
Man, that's
we act
that's
like
really
children.
sad.
You know, we act like children. We don't know how we acting like a child is how we survived in America because we don't want to feel like it's like during slavery time. You didn't want to tell the slave master that you were smart because he would sell you or beat you. You know what I'm saying? You could lose your life. So we had to play like we were stupid. I think we're doing that to this day
Yeah,
too.
man, but that bit is back bad, man. That bit is in the butt really bad, man, because now look what's happening, man. We're not taking it seriously, man.
Yeah, we're not taking it
It,
seriously.
it's like every other people, and other groups of people are not gonna say nothing. They're already considering them. They're already making laws and policies for them. Like these immigrants. They're getting, I mean, all these policies and regulations passed for. I mean, it's too much, man.
And they don't
It's
even
like,
vote. And the bottom line, why? Because they respect their humanity. The thing about the African American is because we never retaliated against slavery. We never really fought against it, whatever. We sort of just acquiesced. Okay, we're free now. Let's be happy. We didn't basically say, something, it's time for us to. So we did try my book, Journey to the Promised Land. You look at, and I did this well research, right?
mhm.
Black people were like saying back then, saying it's time for us to part ways with America. They knew nothing was going to come out of this country. We need to build our own nations in Africa.
I need to buy that book, man.
It's on
So
Amazon. You go on
you
Amazon.
you think there should have, so your in your opinion, after slavery, as a response to that, do
We
you
should
think there
have
should have been a
somebody.
mass exodus?
Yeah, we should have had a mass exodus society, but the government,
Exodus.
most black people were talking like that, but the government wouldn't fund it. They would not
Mm-hmm.
fund it. The government, and that was supposed to be our reparations. They were supposed to give us passage out of here and set us up with someplace else. So when I give us military support and everything like that to do that, but the government reneged on all that. Then there was another plan to rebuild the South and have black people work and white people work side by side. But the black people down South, you know what they said to General Sherman? They said, look, right now it seems good because they weren't stupid. Our ancestors weren't stupid. They weren't fools. They said, you're here now, but if you guys pull out of the South or not, these white people who hate us for hundreds of years are going to come back to power, and our situation is going to be worse because they're going to want vengeance. And what happened? The Union pulled out, and exactly what happened. What they wanted was a strip of territory that was like sovereign or autonomous on the coast. The territory was supposed to run from Wilmington, North Carolina, all the way to like Jacksonville, Florida. That's supposed to be a strip of land, you know, where instead of black people migrating to the north or migrating out west, all the black people will go there and was given 40 acres and a mule. It's going to be black territory, black land. And black people would be encouraged to either migrate to Haiti and trade with Liberia or migrate to Liberia. That was supposed to be the plan. Us basically being part of America was short-sighted Negroes, basically, oh yeah, everything's good when as soon as they get comfortable. The most dangerous Negro is a comfortable Negro. He's comfortable, and the bottom line is he's comfortable until something blows over like a lynching. And until basically he sees a well-respected black man being dragged through the streets in his new suit and strung up and burned, and then he wakes him up. That's what they call a Negro wake-up call, And it has to come for them to wake up,
Yeah, that's how it is today. It takes something really bad for us to finally be like, oh, we gotta do something. Like these immigrants, like you're saying about the Venezuelans kicking those folks out of the apartments.
Yeah.
Man, that's where I mean, like, yo, get some guns, arm yourself, and fight back, man. Why you let them do that?
Yeah, because we're just sitting back like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So you had I saw gang members talking about, man, I blame Biden, man, because they're coming up here. And I said, look, you guys were terrorizing your own community for
Yeah,
generations, old block and everything, but you scared them Venezuelans, That's why I tell anybody like Jonathan Miller talking about, oh, yeah, we got the GDs. And like, get the fuck out of here. These
fuck it.
Venezuelan
They're
gangs,
weak, man. Bloods and Crips are weak, man.
they're all weak. All black gangs are weak, man. All they do is prey on other black people. That's all they could do. They'll never go up against biker gangs, mafia, or Hispanic gangs, like that. No, they don't do that. All they know how to do is prey on other black people.
I
And
seen them
prefer.
with my own eyes in LA, man. That's why I don't respect
Yeah,
them.
I see them myself too.
When I,
All
when,
they do is want to bully other black people and rob from other black people. Yeah, they're weak, Frenchie. Black gangs are the weakest people in Black America. They're weak.
super weak. We gotta annihilate them guys, man. I wouldn't mind taking care of them dudes.
Yeah, the bottom line, yeah, people are like, no, they're our brothers, brothers. No, you're not my brother.
Hell no.
You're out here gang bang. That's what I say. I get the green light on them, man. Like you're out
Those
here
are
gang
niggas, man.
banging and your stuff like you want the gang bang life. You helping people who are enemies of Black America to destroy the quality of life. We can't do nothing else. You should feel safe in your area around other Black people. If nothing else. And people don't ask for much, right? So you tell me Just because you're a working class, you gotta live in terror and fear of guns every night and stuff like that. I don't accept that. And so, since those cities and all these other people can't get a hold of get a grip on this, it's time for Black people to say, "Look, I want this is our land, our homeland, this is our community here. We're going to take it back, by any means necessary, So if we'll let the chips fall where they may, say, well, somebody's going to get hurt. Yeah, better them than us, you know.
Yeah.
Frederick said that's true. You should at least feel safe. We don't. So what's the sense of working hard and busting your behind if you don't feel safe? I have never seen anything like that. But at least back in the days, right? In every civilization, right? No matter how bad the situation was, right? Famine and everything like that, the powers that be always made sure that the average person felt safe. When the average person feels safe and everything like that, right? Then you have a tranquil civilization. When the people don't feel safe and everything, or the government don't think it's their responsibility by any means to make it safe and everything, and they're still taxing you and they're still policing you and everything like that, then what you living is under tyranny. Right? You ain't living on your own system. You're living under tyranny. That means the state is taking over power and they want to weaken you. You'd be surprised how the state uses crime and everything to weaken the people. You defend yourself up against thugs and everything like that, you get arrested. That's basically telling people, only the state could make arrests, and we got all these rules and regulations. While in the meantime, the criminals know how to circumvent the law. They know how to get around that. They know. They see the thing is the criminals in the Black community know that you're going to be law abiding. You're going to be law abiding. You're going to obey the law. They have no respect for the law. They have no respect for you, no respect for the law and everything. So they know get away with doing what they want to. There's no contest. They said a working man can't organize. He got to go out there and work every day to feed his family. So he can't put together a gang. Back in the days, at least, in Irish neighborhoods, Italian neighborhoods, they would have block associations where dudes would have bats and pipes and everything like that, and they handle business. We don't have that. Because basically the people we're just too poor, we're too destitute, everything like that. So the criminals know that. So they know, gee, all we have to do is tell people, don't snitch, don't snitch, don't snitch and everything. And so basically what we create is like a safe haven for criminality in our culture. And then they got the records on the radio. All the music is talking about kill this nigga, kill that nigga, shoot that nigga. So it's like Black community is like a freaking hell on earth. Really, it's like
It's
hell
a
on
war
earth.
zone, man.
It's a war zone. It's
It's
like
just almost as bad as Somalia, man.
the bottom line. So, like I said, I don't want to hear these ADOS FBA people. You live in most of the Black community, even the nice Black communities, are turning into war zones. Our crime is out of control. Prince George's PG County in Maryland is now crime and everything like that because we don't know how to stand up. Men are saying, look, I'm like this. You guys got these expensive homes. You're going to let your property values go down because you guys want to get your own militia group up and whatnot and start patrolling your neighborhood. That's what you need to do.
For real.
And it has to get to the point where if the police try to stop you, shoot it out with them, That'll wake them up. You shoot it out with the police, So this is our neighborhood. We own this neighborhood and everything like that. You guys can't do it, so we're gonna take control of this neighborhood. Simple as that. I need 10,000 Black men patrolling PG County. We got curfews, we have checkpoints, we have all that. You're taking people. No, you don't. When you reach a certain level, you lose your liberty and freedom. You lose your. So that's what I believe.
Hey, that's how I know you real, Carl. That's raw right there. I never heard anyone like pay it down like that. Like you
Because
gotta shoot it up.
why? Because other people are looking at their subscribers, they're looking at their donations. So like, I don't give a damn about none of that. I'm gonna say what needs to be said, and I don't give a damn. Brandon gets that from me. I don't give a damn about anybody's support or their what they got to say. I tell it like it is. And about the Afrostin, if people basically want to do this, hey, the idea is there. Before you can build an Afrostin, you have to build it in the mind. We have to have a revitalization of Black nationalism, right? Right now, you cannot basically call yourself a Black nationalist and you're so embellished in American politics. I want Kamala to win. I want Trump to win. No, I don't give a damn about either one of these people. I'm a black nationalist. I believe in the black nation. Black America. And the end game of anybody who's a nationalist should be a homeland for his people. That's the end game. I mean, we can have that in immediate, but I delay gratification. I know it may not happen in my lifetime, but I'm laying the seeds down for that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna jump out there. Where's the Afrostin, Colin? Where's the Afrostin? I know it's called delayed gratification.
But,
Let's
like,
make sure this shit is right, because now you got all these people going to the continent and they're fucking up. Excuse my language.
no, you're right.
In Afrostin Tag, they buy
You,
the dusty ass land over there and they think they're doing something. Come on.
you got people going to the continent with $2,000 talking about I'm gonna build something, nigga. We talking about? You got $2,000. You don't know what the fuck you doing, man. See the
That's
language.
what I'm saying. Yeah. So the bottom line, that's what I'm talking about. So everybody basically says, so nobody wants to discipline themselves, because, like I said, when you look at the BAO social network, they say, yeah, this could actually work, man, but it's going to take discipline. A long-term plan. Everything in the BAO is set for nation building. If that's what we want. But nobody wants to discipline themselves and say, look, I want to get involved here. This is what I could do right here, and you put it all together. You ever see people who do analytics, right? And I didn't really understand what analytics was, right, until it was revealed to me. When people do analytics, they have benchmarks and stuff like that. They'll look at your operation, right? Like my business, right? I want to have an analytics person come in. I'm going to pay a couple $1,000 to analytics, come in my office one day and say, tell me how I can really run business. They're going to look at everything I do. Boom, boom, boom. They're going to make recommendations. Do this right here. Make this many calls right here. Follow this call right here. Don't do this right here. And you're thinking, why am I doing all this stuff like this? You ever see you work at a job where they'll tell you to do something right? They'll say, well, when a person comes, they'll say, hi, welcome to such and such, like that. And you're like, why do I gotta say that? Well, studies have shown that when you greet people, they're more likely to come back. So that's analytics. And you don't see it immediately, but the long-term effect is okay. Or when you basically get a call. I'm telling you right now, if when I go to a store or something like that, and I give my email address one night, and I get a freaking email saying, "How was your experience there?" and whatnot, I say, "Oh, you thought enough to email me?" It's all psychological, And you say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go there. Hey, you guys email me. You took time to email me." I thought I was just another insignificant customer. You took time to email. That's what analytics do. They basically do things because they know that's the response. Based on that study, that's the response you're gonna get when you get ready to make a decision to go and get something else, right? Let's say I'm doing Best Buy. Well, I'm gonna go get a new laptop. Where am I gonna get it from? You're gonna get it from the person that sent you that email, that nice email, remember? And so they know that. So that takes time, analytics, it takes time, and they say, okay, and they'll say, next thing you know, when they give you benchmarks, they say, well, gee, 3 months, we did all the stuff you suggested, right? We implemented all the stuff you suggested. Man, our sales went up by this. That's called benchmarks, analytics, and stuff like that. So that's what's called delay. How do you delay gratification? You basically say, okay, you're not going to see it now, but over like 6 months period of time, you're going to see this return on this. That's why good people at analytics can turn any business around. They can turn any business around by saying, this is what you need to do. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. On Tuesday, you used to go out there and pass out flyers in this neighborhood right here. Boom, 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 boom. We see that you don't have a lot of business zip code. Go do door hanging in this zip code right here. Boom, 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 boom. Then this week you're gonna hit this neighborhood right here. Boom, boom. Next thing you know, your business is booming. Because you just did all the things that the analytics told you to do. So that's what we're talking about tonight. And delayed gratification. Do you hear what I said about the Asia? Why Asia is right now? It didn't happen overnight.
It didn't. It was a struggle.
It was a struggle. It was trials and tribulation.
You made a video about that. You made a video about that. Listen to that. They had to go through a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah, which we call the Bang Dung conference.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically say, Singapore was like nothing. It had no natural resource, nothing. And now it's like one of the richest places on the planet. Why? Because they had plans. Lee Kuan Yew said, "Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have put a national savings plan. We're not going to tap into this money. We're not. We're going to keep putting money. If we have to spend it, we're going to put money back into the national savings plan. And then after a while, there was so much money in there they could do more things or not, but they had to go without. You know." He said,
Mm-hmm.
"Look, now Singapore could write its own ticket. They could do whatever they want. It's a rich country." But now, imagine if they would just went out there and just started saying, "I want infrastructure now," and they basically had no plan for it.
I, I,
Bankrupt.
I gotta look more into the Bang Down conference. Wasn't I'm trying to get my history.
Kwame
Right.
Nkrumah was there.
What's his name? I cannot forget his name. The Chinese Communist leader Mao.
I don't know if Mao Zedong was there, but he probably had representation there. Lee Kuan Yew was like the keynote speaker of that.
Okay, okay,
Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore was a keynote speaker. Kwame Nkrumah was there. Adam Clayton Powell was there.
okay.
So that was like the biggest thing in the 1950s. That basically turned the geopolitical world. These countries in Asia said, "No, no, no. We're going to free ourselves from white supremacy, colonialism." Same time African countries were getting independence, and they haven't made. They're still talking about neo-colonialism, racism, white supremacy. But
Yeah,
you didn't implement. You didn't do what the Asians did. You didn't sacrifice. You guys wanted to buy big cars and have these budgets and whatnot. The governments are blown and stuff like that. You guys want to live good now, and yeah, Lee Kuan Yew, he did right. Third world and first world. They went from a third world country to a first world country in one generation. It's amazing. And so, like I said, why? Because they delayed gratification. People said, "Look, we got to suffer. We got to suffer. We got to sacrifice. We got to do all this." And that comes the spirit of the country. Like when Japan was going through its post-World War II era, right? Culture has a lot to do with it, right? Movies, everything like that. Japan in the post-World War II made Godzilla monster movies, right? And what was the monster movies, right? It really was. It was Godzilla was really symbolized by America coming to burn down Tokyo and everything like that. Japan had to fight these big giant monsters in the sea. Japan always sees a tiny country fighting against giant monsters and whatnot. So therefore, if that's their frame of mind, it's us against the world. The movie industry in Japan reflected that. That's us, little Japan, against these mighty titans around the world trying to take us over and whatnot. And that's why Japan has the giant monster movies.
mm.
They did that deliberately, to give that people in a sense of togetherness. But Japan went through a lot during thing like that. They basically said we're going to spend the next 20 years. It's going to be tough because all Japan focused on was steel production and heavy industry. People, they were doing hard work like factories and stuff like that. It was a really tough place post World War II. But by the time the 70s rolled around, they start seeing the fruits of that. Japan began selling cars to the United States. So they had to go through their
And then
trial.
they got their reparations as well.
Yeah, they got reparations. It was strong. It wasn't even reparations; it was compensation.
Compensation there.
It was a compensation. It wasn't reparations. It was compensation because if they got reparations for what they lost, they would own half the state of California. They got a compensation check. That was basically the Japanese who went back to Japan, and the government said, "Look, if you want to continue keeping your bases here in America and Japan, right? Because it was the Cold War, you got to take care of these people who were pestering us about the property they lost." And they said they had a class action lawsuit. Class action means if you're Japanese, you lost property, you just get a one lump sum settlement. So that's what it is. It's delayed gratification. The
So
Japanese.
how, so how can we replicate that? I would say here in America we could do that, but let's just say Africa, right? Like Liberia or some other land that we buy. How can we replicate that there?
Well, like I said, we could, but the thing is, though, what could happen? We could start it right, but you and I won't see it in our lifetime. All the stuff you talk about should have been done decades ago. You know, like I don't think black people think Even if you're fighting for reparations, they think they're going to get it overnight. They really thought they're going to walk into California and come out with a check. They really thought that. They're out there fighting Tariq and some other lesbian chick fighting. We're on reparations and whatnot. I'm the king of reparations. And the bottom line, Gavin Newsom said, we never said we were giving anybody money. And now it's funny because Christy Holcomb, New York, talking about we're gonna have a reparations study, right? And they always do it around election time. We're gonna have a reparations study, because simply they want to keep black people engaged in the political process because they know black people lose an interest in the political process in America. That's something they fear too. Once you lose interest in the political process in America, man, and you can go any place. Black people could just fall in love with Vladimir Putin. We could basically say, something, Putin. We're ready to get the hell out of here. Can you help us out?
It's happened because that brother from what's that? Not Benny. He's the one that Bikini Faso.
Yeah,
this African American came down there with some money. He
even
actually invited African Americans.
Yeah, of course. Bottom line, unfortunately, the connections that should have been made. You got too many of these Uncle Tom black people going to Africa, right? Ruining it for us. They go in there as Americans and all this kind of stuff like that, And so there's not a clear policy about what Black America wants and everything like that. First thing they want to know is, when you deal with Black America, right? We should have a league of Black businesses, league of Black scholars, everything like that, ready to hit the ground and said African country that could help Africa form policy and stuff like that. We have experts like that, but we don't have them coordinated on one thing because we're not organized. We have no institutions, that's coordinated, think tanks and stuff like that, And then basically you form policy, say, look, okay, this is what you need from the U.S. government. We need hire a lobbying firm to get us this, boom, 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 boom. And then what you do is you put it out to Black people, right? Black people have never, only one time in our history have we ever used Pan-Africanism or Black politics as a political weapon in America. That was in apartheid South Africa. A politician had to basically come out and say, I'm against the apartheid regime. So then you got our vote. But they said after we did that, they said that's never going to happen again. Our politics is basically I don't even know what the Black politics anymore is. I don't know. We used to be back in the days. The U.S. watched Black people's activities in places like Nigeria, the Congo, Kenya, stuff like that. Black people spied on that went to the continent and stuff like that because you had a lot of radical element. Tanzania. You had the Black Panthers going to Tanzania and stuff like that. So they watched that stuff, Well, over the next couple of generations, the people now, no one gets into politics really. When you go over there, everybody just wants to eat jollof rice and fufu, So that's all they want to do, eat jollof rice and fufu. They're not making any inroads into African politics as far as the U.S. and everything, and how we could be a beneficial, because I don't really feel a lot of these countries in Africa are serious about that. Now, African Black people in America help push AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunities Act, right? But what they didn't follow up with is businesses that are committed to opening businesses in Africa through using AGOA and showcasing how they could make a lot of money by saving on import tariffs, right? Rather than going to Mexico and everything for their factories and everything. Had we done our job as Black people, as Black nationalists in America and everything like that, we could be in a position to come to African countries and say, so this is what we're doing in this country right here. We're basically AGOA. We got the ear of the U.S. Congress as far as AGOA. We had the ear of the business community in America as far as AGOA and stuff like that. You got the Overseas Private Investment Corporation gives out money to people who invest in third world countries like Africa and everything like that. If we were organized like that, we had grant writers and everything like that doing this stuff. You know where we'd be right now? But no, everybody right now all they want to do is get a YouTube channel and and talk and act a fool online and everything. That's all.
Yeah.
So that's just a shame and a disgrace. We haven't done our thing. Yeah, Jonathan. Yeah, whatever should have been done. If you really said about reparations, that should have been done decades ago. The fact that you don't have anything going on right now, dude, it's not going to happen. Not in your lifetime. You're never going to see no money. You could basically say, we're going to start a reparations movement. And let's say I agree with you. You should get reparations, right? But you ain't going to see it in our lifetime. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see one dime. Now, if you're ready to do that, then you could have a possibility. But if you think, yeah, we're going to have a movement and they're going to cut us a check, that ain't going to happen. You got bills. I would suggest you go ahead and pay your bills, because reparations check ain't coming, That's just the truth, Black people don't like hearing the truth, They want to hear, oh, we're going to get some reparations. So we telling them, I'm going to show y'all how to get some reparations. Okay. Now, you said, something, we should start a reparations movement, a think tank, whatever like that. We're not going to see it, but maybe 100 years from now, children and grandchildren see it, right? Then you're believable. You know what I'm saying? But Black people don't want to do that, right? Because they don't want to delay gratification. They want that gratification now. They want you to cut the check now. They went to California and they was like, yeah, we're going to study this reparations thing, How long? For the next 100 years, If it takes us 300 years to study reparations, we're going to study for 300 years. Then after 300 years, they might say, something, I think these people deserve something, and the most you'll get is like about $5,000 a piece, That's the hand you got to play, so that's just the way I see it. I could be wrong, but that's just the way I see it.
No, you're right. That's a great analysis.
So I always thought Jonathan Miller was a great brain and mind and whatnot, but I was wrong. I thought he was smart. But the bottom line is, we think they're gonna hand you gonna get anything from this government and whatnot, like just like that. You're sadly mistaken, And people telling people they're gonna do that. It's one thing to believe it, man. Some people still believe in Santa Claus, There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to believe in Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus right down Citizens Lane. If you want to believe in the Easter Bunny, hey, you could do that too. But when it comes down to real life and everything like that, you gotta bet your life on shit. It ain't happening. It ain't happening, right? Because and nobody gives you anything worth having.
You gotta take it.
It's got anything to happen in the world. You have to take it by force. You got to be in a position to take the shit by force.
And I was watching a movie called The Departed. I know you've seen that movie called The Departed.
I gotta go back and see that again.
It's a good scene. I forgot his name is Jack Nicholson. Yeah, Jack Nicholson at the beginning. They were talking about, Boston has a racist history,
Mm-hmm.
and they're busing in black kids, and the residents were angry about it. So, Jackson was talking about the history of it, and he said, in schizophrenic language, he said, one thing I got against the niggas is that, no one gives it to you, you gotta take it. And
Yeah.
I was thinking, that was so real.
Yeah, you gotta take it. Nothing's given. This is taken. Real power is taken, not given. Anybody gives you power. You know who said that? You remember there was a TV show probably before your time called Dallas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like with the Ewing oil family, right?
Mm-hmm.
One point, his son Bobby said to Jock Ewing, the father, the patriarch of the Ewing oil empire, he said, "You gave me power, but you just," he said, "let me tell you something, son. That's the problem. I gave you power." He goes, "Real power is never given; it's taken." And Bobby looked at him like, oh, "Okay," because he put him in charge of the corporation because he was under investigation, whatever. And then what happened was he went and had a way to go in there and just take $10 million out for himself and do something else. Why didn't you convert with me? Who? Yeah, I founded this corporation. But you gave me power. That's the whole thing. Nobody can give you power. Real power is taken. I was like, damn. I saw that as a kid. I was like, wow, man, that always stuck with my head as a kid. Real power is taken. It's not given. Anybody somebody going to give you power is lying. Nobody gives you power. Chukwu says Pan Africa depends on all of us homogenizing ourselves into a single black culture. How about black nationalism? I like the term black nationalism. I don't like the term Pan Africanism, because it's too broad. It doesn't mean anything anymore. You got people like Afrostin Tag running around talking about, I'm a Pan African. The hell does that mean to you?
Pan Africanism is not realistic because Africans don't think that way. They're never
They
gonna
don't. They
come.
don't. They
They're
don't.
not gonna be.
We
It's not.
don't look
It's
like
not.
that
They're not.
people.
They're not homogenous.
Yeah, they don't think in terms of a collective, right? And I'm
No,
just
they
telling them
don't.
the party is over. Us going to Africa, wasting a lot of money and time in Africa, and some hope of Pat is gone. Them days are gone. You know.
I'm starting to wonder if it was all in vain. Like, man, Marcus Garvey was trying to do that. Do you think it was a waste? Or it's just it was.
Here's a problem. The problem was uh, when it comes down to power, right? Garvey had a good plan, but he never was able to put boots on the ground and power. These countries that had thing basically trained their own agents to act in the man. Just like same thing you got right now in Africa. All the political leadership are loyal to the British crown, the French crown, everything like that. Pan Africa does not exist on the African continent. When the OAU was formed by Garveyites in Liberia, they basically wanted to have a preemptive organization for the continent. That was an organization African unity. I was there. I was there in Liberia in Santa Quele, and I was at the OAU when the OAU was formed right there in Santa Quele, Liberia. What was I gonna say? The I thought I lost my train of thought. Okay, the whole idea was to unite the continent based on race, and the whole thing is what they wanted to do was make the OAU a governing body like the UN, the Soviet Union, something like that, a big governing body, at which we have a one African currency, one African military, and stuff like that, right? What you had is a fight against that. Why? Because if you don't need the friend right now, if anything happens in West Africa, right, traditionally, like Ivory Coast had that war like 10, 15 years ago, what happened? The French sent troops there, the French sends troops to Cameroon, Liberia, all its French colonies, Gabon. French are there, protecting their interests and everything. The OAU was supposed to be like this. If anything goes on the continent, we got it. We're going to send our peacekeepers and troops and everything like that. But the bottom line is, black people never got control over the continent. So although Garvey had good ideas, it never translated because what you have is a lot of unconscious race traders in Africa. And so, like I said, talking about Pan Africanism, you're wasting your freaking time.
Kyla, how you doing, Kyla?
Hey,
Can
what's
you
up,
hear me?
Dave? What's going on, brother?
I'm all right. Delayed gratification. I don't think we're willing as a group to do delayed gratification, man.
Yeah,
Like
we want everything right
we want
here and right
everything
now.
now. We always think microwave. We always think quick. We don't think long term. Like you said, where's the long term plan? Where's the even 5 year plan? There's not even a 5 year plan. There's not.
There's no
It's
plan.
just now. I want it now. I want it quick. It's just everything microwave. So and to do Pan Africanism, you're not lying. To do it on the continent, it'll be hard. Like
Yeah,
nobody has.
there's no
There's no, there's
realistic
no,
Pan
there's
African
no.
plan.
The problem. A lot of people don't look at the group dynamics. People don't look at the bigger picture or the bigger enemy. It's like
Oh
delay
yeah, I'm glad you're
gratification.
Dave. I'm glad you called in. I'm gonna ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
On that, on Facebook that group Fries FM, that's a Liberian group.
Yeah, I heard about it. I heard
Okay.
about it.
Anyway, somebody posted a meme talking about should we make legalize a Fula group as a tribe in Liberia? This is the mentality we're talking about. That people are like, yeah, they're in Liberia, but they're not one of the 16 tribes like the Bassa. They're still talking like that in this day and age.
And you shouldn't be talking like that. No, I know.
No,
You
it's
know
like,
what I know? No, 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 no,
he's
no.
asking me.
Kyla. No, Kyla. You know what I noticed from Liberia? I noticed that the older people are not as tribal as the younger people. The younger people are more
Yeah, because they're on
tribal than the
social
older people.
networks where they're tribing up on
Yeah.
social media.
So the younger, I noticed like growing up, I never heard about my mom's or my mom's friends from Liberia talk about tribes or different things, or even my grandmother. I always hear like the younger group, they talk more about tribes than anything. I don't know, maybe it was the
Yeah.
war, I don't know, but they're
No,
more
it's
tribal
social
than
media.
anything. Yeah, the younger
It's
group,
social media. It's like a set, It's like having.
yeah. The older people not like that. Like the older
Oh,
people,
I
they
know
don't
that. I
even
know
like.
that.
Yeah, the older people that not like that. But the younger people, they're more tribal than the older people. That's what I
Yeah,
know.
and they don't have a race conscious, you know.
Yeah.
That's
The older
dangerous.
people are more race conscious. Like you said,
Yeah, yeah, I know. The older
the
people
older
in
people are
Liberia are
more
like
race
me.
conscious. Yeah, but
The older
I
people I
don't.
meet in Liberia are like me, man. They're like race conscious, black power. Like my boy Nez, one night he lived in Detroit. One night he was in the Nation of Islam at one time, you know, and stuff
So
like that. So yeah, the older people, you know.
I noticed that about Liberia. Like, those guys from the Tubman days, those guys
Oh
from
yeah, they know
Charleston,
all that stuff like that. They know about.
they don't even talk about tribe. Some people hide their tribe. They don't want nobody to know.
Yeah,
So
it's just
they less
sad
tribal.
situation.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think the social media, I don't
The
I don't
social media.
yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Do you ever see that one chick, my your big auntie on TikTok? She's a pain. She's a Liberian indigenous lady. She's so full of hate and
Who
everything like that. Says, sister, you know, maybe I should take you Liberian. I'll take you out to dinner or something, man. You,
who you talking about?
her name is my big auntie
My big aunt? No, I don't
on
think
TikTok. She's on TikTok. My big aunt.
oh,
She's a
I'm not
Liberian.
on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok.
Wait, get on TikTok, man. It's fun, man. You
I'm
know.
not, I don't know. I'll try. I'll see what about TikTok, but I'm not on TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account at all.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
only
yeah,
on.
yeah. I said I'm sorry I got it, man, but now I got it. I'm hooked.
No, I mean, like, I don't. Yo, the leg right. Like, you got to ask yourself, Colin, who gonna do the hard work? Like you said, the trial and tribulation, all of those things is hard work. Nobody want to do the hard work. Look at
Nobody
Liberia.
wants to sacrifice.
Look at Liberia right now.
Yeah, nobody wants to sacrifice.
Nobody want to do no hard work
Breaks
over
out. You
there.
see the legislature, them fighting in the legislature. It looks like something out of Planet of the Apes and whatnot, you know?
That's.
That
But
dude,
Kyla,
Yepka, whatever his name is, Yepka, whatever his name is.
if you got ex rebels in the government, that's what you gonna expect. That's what
That's
they
what I'm saying. You
used
got
to.
rebels up there talking about that dude, what's his name? Yepa, whatever his name is.
Yak
Talking
yak
about,
yak 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 yak.
saying the president's gonna feel his cutlass. It means his
Oh
machete.
yeah, his
How you gonna
machete, his
put the
machete.
president like that? And you a congressman. I'm like, yo, this is what wants to govern me.
His Culax. He gonna chop him up with chop him up.
Yeah, I
Oh
mean, he's talking about you gonna cut the president up, man. What the fuck, yo?
man.
Come on, yo. Yo, what the fuck, man? I had to
Like you
reevaluate.
said,
I
no
looked at
graduate,
it, and also
like
Sierra Leone's the same damn thing. It's all the same thing. It's all these countries are the same.
like you said, Kyla, no graduation. It's a different time and place for everything. At that point in time in your life, you shouldn't be talking about chopping people up. You should be talking about legislation. You should be talking about putting in rules and regulation, law and order
Oh,
to
because
get things. You know
that's
what I mean?
delayed
You
gratification.
should
They want it
graduate
now.
from that. You understand me?
So
But
I asked a Liberian, what are you talking about? He just got in power. Buckeye just got in power 6 months ago. It's gonna take you like that. Well, he ain't doing this. He ain't doing this. He ain't doing that. He ain't doing this. When dude, delay your gratification. You know, that shows you a sign of someone who's civilized and who's a savage. You know, a savage can't do that. He wants it now. He wants to eat now. You know,
you can't,
so it's like
you know,
it's gonna be tough.
up and down, trials and tribulations. That's what you go through in life. Everybody, even your normal life, your regular life, you go through your ups and downs. So that's
The
just it.
trials and tribulations. You gotta go through something. You gotta be put to the test, you know.
Yeah,
You gotta be put to the test, you know. And so, like I said,
that's that, You said the fool out trial,
yeah,
It should be
dude say, should we make the Fool
I
Light
know
tribe
that's
a
crazy.
legal tribe? Does he know?
But they already, for me, they already did. They already a part
They're
of it.
already there. The Fool is. They said people hate the Fool because they're so good at business, right? And I have a couple of Fool friends over there.
No. I don't have a problem with the full out people.
Yeah, they doing good business, man.
If the full out people leave right now, it's gonna be a dip in the economy.
Yeah, the bottom.
Don't let them
If they Fool people leave there, the Lebanese will
leave.
take over.
Well, yeah, they're gonna take over. Yeah. So but I got no problem with full out people.
I got no problem with it either. My boy Musa, that stuff like the Liberian chain I got it from him. Every time I got it. When we went there this time, right? You should see his father when I brought a busload of people to his shop. He was like, I was like, you should see his my boy Musa, he's on Michelin Street, on the corner of Michelin Street.
Yeah.
His face was like, I said, yeah, I'm bringing you some business, man.
Yeah.
He hadn't seen me here. He says, you always pop up every year, man. I said, yeah, man, always come to see you. We had the tour members there. I brought the tour members there. I said, "Yeah, I go to this guy specifically." And right there in that whole strip is vendors. Everybody was taking. We would put so much money in the local Liberian economy. That's what I want to see. I want to see us more of us going there, putting money in the economy and building with
Yeah,
the
that's a
you
good
know,
look. Going there, renting
showing love.
hotels, go to some of the resorts, go to the
Yeah, we
restaurants.
spent a lot of money in the
Those are
resorts,
good things for the
restaurants.
economy. Buying from the locals. I make sure when I'm out there, I always try to buy from the locals. Try to
We
buy
buy from the
from
local.
local
Yeah, I was
shops.
a side on the side of the road where you got pineapples. Give me two of them
Oh yeah,
pineapples. Give me
pineapples.
an apple.
I kill the pineapples out there when I'm out
Love
there.
the
I'm
pineapple.
always
Liberia got the best pineapples, bro.
yeah, they got the best pineapples. You ain't
Yeah, we
lying
got
about that.
everything is good in Liberia, man. So bottom line is this: it's like delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. I know what we did ain't gonna change everything, but let's say if the tourism thing really takes off, whatnot, can you imagine like groups of people coming over a month, like thousands and thousands of people? What that's gonna do to the Liberian economy and Liberia's profile in the world?
Oh yeah, that's a great thing. That's a
Yeah,
great
that's what we want to do.
opportunity. You gonna put drivers to work. You putting local
Oh
people
yeah,
to
yeah.
work.
You can put drivers, everything. Everybody will benefit, And we're
So
putting black dollars in the black hands, That's what our contribution is,
yeah, so
So we, like I said, that's what I believe in. That's my value system. That's what I believe in. I don't just talk the talk, but I walk the walk too.
so
You know,
Kyla, why? So let me ask you a question, Kyla. So why you don't think Pan Africanism is gonna
because
work
the
right?
people who think like you and me are not in power. We're not the majority, The people who just want it now, who just want to party, people just want like I listen to these guys all the time. They're nice guys, but they don't have a clue. I said, look, this is what you're gonna need. And the bottom line, what I don't ever respect is the fact that
For me, it been a complaint for me since Ma Ellen when Ma Ellen got in power. I knew some
right.
people that work in Ma Ellen government. I used to go. I started going out there again like after the war, like after college and everything. I started going out there back in like 2010.
Mm-hmm.
So 2010, I was telling them like, since the war over, they should just focus on infrastructure. Just try to
Yeah,
just do the infrastructure part, rebuild the infrastructure, get those basic necessities back, get the electrical grid going.
that's the main
Get
thing.
those, get the electrical grid going. Like you gotta make the country attractive. Like running a country is like running a business too, but also, you're trying to attract other business and business partners and trying to do other things. So the main thing they should have focused on was the national infrastructure, getting the
Yeah, they
electrical
didn't.
grid going,
They didn't.
get the water system going back on, get the road network going.
They should
But
get the highway going from.
and you got to think about it. You got to think about it. Like they're not gonna want to spend that kind of money. They think backwards. They think primitive. Like they looking at.
You see the salaries of these Liberian legislators.
You got to think about it. You got to think about it. As a country, they're not gonna want to spend 2 or 3 billion, $4 or $5 billion on projects. They're gonna look at that kind of money and they're gonna want to dip into it and divide it amongst the
That's
people.
where they dip
That's
into the
how they
money and
looking.
whatnot.
You know what I mean? They're not looking at it from a national standpoint. They're looking
But
at it from
this
an
guy
individual.
Buckeye is really going after Wade. That's why Wade came back in the country and basically making threats. He's starting. I just think they just too easy. That's another thing I'm gonna talk about. Everybody wants this nice country of liberty, but when I don't think we're at that level yet. So people get away with stuff under the guise of freedom of speech. And I'm saying
Yeah.
to myself, nah, man, you got to basically, even in America, right? They're basically,
Mhm.
you make the wrong statement or like that, they can arrest you, if you spread
Mhm.
false information or not. These people will be out in the media absolutely lying,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
like
But
lying
that's how the war started too.
over
On the
lies.
media, on the media, lying. You know, that's how those things out propaganda, misinformation, disinformation. That's how it go. And then it calls something get bigger than what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, so you see the salaries of Liberian senators and everything like that, how much money they make
Yeah, you
for
saw
they make
that.
more than U.S. senators and whatnot. That's a shame.
But think about it. Okay, that salary they making, right? They're not gonna look at a network engineer or a civil engineer and want to pay them that same salary.
No, they don't. They want to.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's no different
They're not gonna look at a doctor and want to pay them that same salary. They're gonna want to
That's
collect
one thing I
them.
could never understand about
I don't
Africa, right?
understand that.
The bottom line is this: if you don't invest in education, and not only that, your skilled people that comes there, when I pay them really well. Lee Kuan Yew, he did that. He paid his politicians top salary. Why? Because he wanted to keep them the best minds in the country. You know, a lot of these people in Singapore could easily went to Great Britain. You know, because Singapore was still part of the British Empire. You know, they could have went there, but he said, "Look, I got a team of rivals, even, you know, people who didn't agree with what I said, I'm going to pay them a good salary, right? Why? So they could be here and give their best. You know what I'm saying? African, in the long term, we got to keep good politicians. If we don't do that, man, you know, it's not going to happen. In Liberia, it's like, you know, it's like
right now, I know where Liberia, and they not going, nothing gonna happen in these 6 years, because I know CDC is going to just be causing a lot of problems.
That's all they're doing. They're deliberately causing problems because they just want power. They want power again, and
they had the country for 6 years. Ain't
do nothing. You know, the country back. You know, when I was there, they're like, "Oh man, it suffered." I said, "Y'all weren't saying when Ellen was in power." They say, "Yeah, man, things got hard." I said, "But y'all went out there talking about we got a country giant, and y'all was celebrating, didn't understand the consequence of electing a soccer player who's illiterate, you know, to the highest office, you know, goons."
I knew that was going to fail. It'll be, but come on,
I knew it too. I said,
but I didn't want to talk too much because, you know, I was out there. But
oh yeah, you'll get hurt.
I already knew what it was. Like,
oh, check us
first
out.
of all, he don't have no plan. You don't have a national plan. This is where we
talk and when I was there in 2023 last year, all of a sudden they was like, "Oh yeah, be careful, there's a disturbance." I said, "Some Bloods and Crips?" No, the CDC and the UP boys are going at it. Political parties be roaming the streets, fucking each other up and whatnot. You know, the CDC boys are out. I was like, "That's a political goddamn party." You know, the cops are afraid of them. You know, only people that's not afraid of the CDC goons are the military.
Yeah.
You're the only ones that's not afraid of them. They said, look, and the military told them, said, if you guys don't get it right, we're going to take over. The military said that. You know, I was almost wishing the military did.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why George Wade gave up, because he knew the military was going to come after him if he tried to stay in power.
Yeah, man, come on. You know, all of that. Like, I knew his government was going to fail. First of all, he didn't have no plan.
There was no plan.
Don't have no
Everybody keeps, you know gets me is when you look online, the people
this the situation we going on with Kamala Harris. She don't have no national.
She's another George Ware. It doesn't matter if they have a plan, as long as people like them and they get hyped up by the media. You know, I'm like, and the bottom line, that's why I said I'm really turning against so-called voting and democracy, because the bottom line, we're never going to get any place as long as we got populism and voting.
I remember you were saying we need some kind of cultural revolution, like Mao Zedong or something like that.
Yeah, we definitely need a cultural revolution.
Yes, I remember I recall you saying that, like, "Oh, we need a cultural revolution.
We need a technocracy. We need a technocracy." There's the word is kleptocracy, Chukwe. That's basically a country ruled by evil, wicked, corrupt people. You know, they're the ones in power. Let me find a real term. It's called kleptocracy. Somebody told me that. You know, they said Liberia is a kleptocracy. The very worst people. Kleptocracy. I'm trying to find the real word. Let's see. Okay, no. Kleptocracy. Trying to find this kip. Let's see. Okay, it's called kleptocracy. like a kleptomaniac.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
kleptocracy. Yeah, he did say it right. Kleptocracy. Yeah, he did right. It's right. Yes, that's right. It's called kleptocracy. You know, he was right. And ruled by those who exploit wealth, people of land they govern. Yeah, kleptocracy. You know, people rule by country ruled by thieves. You know.
Oh, yeah, somebody in the chat said they want to talk about Liberian rebels who killed Thomas
Yeah,
Sankara.
I don't know. That's a long stretch. St. James is a from Burkina Feces. No, I'm just kidding. Burkina Faso, man. You know, Thomas Sankara was just killed by race traders in your country. You know, let's just put it like that. You know, let's not spill this and like that. If they were Liberian rebels because they were hungry and they were paid to do it. Like I said, they don't have any. They didn't have any long term plan. Like, yeah, we're gonna do this because blah blah blah. Anytime you see things in Africa, it's just like
But
they count
nobody,
on Africans being hungry. You know. Right.
like we go back to most of the African governments are globalist governments. They're all globalist
Yeah, they're
governments.
all global. You know why? You know why
Them
most Africans are
globalist.
globalists? Because that basically it takes a lot to build a nation.
Yeah,
It takes the
it takes a lot.
responsibility of nation building out of that, and they say, okay, we don't have to provide for our kids. We can send our youth and everything. Like we're not gonna, we're not gonna produce no good jobs, so we just basically send them overseas, and maybe
Yeah,
they can send money back. You know?
yeah, they're all globalist governments. They're
Yeah.
not, if you got to think about it. If you're a senator or a representative and you got to get on a plane to go to another country for healthcare, you're a globalist.
Yeah. Yeah. They have no
Globalist.
shame either.
Like come on, like you could have built all of those facilities in your own country. You
And
understand
that's
me?
what I was
Like
trying
it's
to tell
still
Zango. I was trying to tell Zango.
you
I
can,
said globalism is not good because it's guaranteeing your country is never going to develop.
yeah,
Europeans when Africans say, "Oh, I come to America and I did this or that," so what?
it
America
doesn't mean
benefits from your
anything.
labor,
It doesn't mean anything. It's not, I want to see Africa powerful. I want to see Africa great.
and that's the only way
Uh,
Pan Africans or Black nationals going to work if Africa's strong. And the bottom line is, I always thought, man, it was back decades ago, man. I was really had hopes that Nigeria was going to rise up as this because in 1990, Ebony Magazine did 2 full feature articles on Nigeria. I was like, yeah, man, we're gonna have a black country in power when that. Here we are, 35 years later, whatnot. 34 years later, and look what's going on. Nothing.
nah, it's that. I don't really want to get into it, but man,
It
it
was a
kind
big
of painful
letdown.
to hurt
Nigeria was a big
somebody's
letdown.
feelings, man. But
Yeah, you gotta say it like
Nigeria
it is.
sold out. Nigeria sold out a long time ago, man. I say they
It
sold
wasn't.
out,
It's not
man.
just Tinubu, bro. It's not just Tinubu, but Bangida. Oh, only good like Nigerian leader they had was Abacha. He was a dictator. The West hated him, and every time you hear about Abacha, oh, he was a dictator, he stole money one night. That's because they don't want you following his policies. His policies. He got rid of the IMF, the World Bank. He got rid of structural adjustment programs. He brought Nigerian inflation down from 25% to 8% and everything like that. And because of Abacha, we have Aliko Dangote. He said he started investing in Nigerian commodities and stuff like that. That's how Dangote got his start. So basically, but the international media and their thing, just like people hate Charles Taylor, and Charles Taylor did a lot for Liberia. He gave him a thing. We just go along with the narrative. Oh, he was a dictator. It's like when we like somebody, he's not a dictator. When we don't like somebody, he's a dictator. He's a dictator. But what about such and such? Oh, he's a good guy. Good guy. It's like really, really bad. Why? Because he made you feel good about something. But it's
So
just.
I was like, now when you look at Nigeria, I thought Nigeria was going to be a powerhouse,
I thought so
industrial
too.
powerhouse, to be an industrial powerhouse.
They had They had everything at their disposal to become an industrialized powerhouse.
I thought it was going to become an industrial powerhouse. Just
Nigeria had
manufacturing.
all the means to pick the whole entire continent up. But unfortunately, you got so many Nigerians would rather go around, always beefing with Black Americans. Oh, we doing this, man. Dude, man, you want to impress me, motherfucker? Go to your country and build that shit up, right? And I'll give you all the praise in the world. I'll be like, oh,
that don't make sense. That don't make sense to me, Paula.
yeah,
We outnumbered them over here. That's not a good look.
yeah.
I wouldn't come to Nigeria talking shit about Nigerians.
Yeah, no, I don't get it, man. Just come over here, like,
That's not a smart idea.
yeah,
I would just humble myself. That's another.
yeah,
That's another thing when we talk about delayed gratification. Humbling yourself.
yeah. Humble yourself and
You
just
know,
basically understand, get in your lane.
understanding other people. Understanding other people and stuff. The problem with us, I think, is just we don't like to understand each other.
We
We gotta
don't.
try to
When we
understand
take time to
different.
understand the white man, we understand the white man. We understand his rules and everything. We don't like ourselves. Let's see. Baruzzi says, Colin, do you think the so-called America? One, I don't think there's any such people called American librarians. I'll never believe that. They use
It's a made up term. That's new.
the Western,
That term came out when the internet came out. That's a new
yeah,
term.
American librarian in the international media.
Yeah.
There was nobody in the library that called themselves.
Nobody. My grandmother. If I go to my grandmother right now, she 87 years old. If I say America Liberia, she don't
They don't
know
know
who that
who
is.
you're talking about.
She don't know who you talking
I
about.
learned that from
That's a new
studying
term.
Liberia. Most librarians never heard of the term.
Never heard of that term. That's some term white people now made up, brother.
White people say, "Oh, American librarians." America, what? When you go to Liberia, a black person is a black person. There's like people who speak English and every good English and everything like that, and just basically educated. And there's people who are more traditional and everything. That's the divide right there. So half
Nobody
the
knows.
people you meet are going to have. It could be a bassa. Like you go down to. Have you been to Libasa, that resort?
Yeah, I've been to Labasa, the
I love
Marshall,
that
right?
place, man.
The Marshall,
Me and
yeah.
Isabella, we had the big suite up there with the
Yeah, Labasa with the round pool. Oh
oh
yeah, the
yeah,
river
man.
pool. Oh
We
yeah.
had a ball, man. Food there was good and everything. I played the video. Food there was good, everything like that. Anyway, what was I say? The kids that worked there, right? They were just modern kids, black kids, right? They were mostly Bassa kids, but they basically, you can't tell a Bassa person from an African American or American, like, you can't tell the difference,
Nobody gets into that.
Nobody gives a damn about
That's a new term.
all the stuff like that, all that stupid stuff. We're not white, we're not white people. We're all black, so it doesn't really matter what tribe you are and all stuff like that. It only matters when you're online, and people can sharpen their differences, But in real life, when you see somebody, do you care about that dude's Jamaican or whatever like that? No.
That's all internet stuff to me.
That's all internet stuff. Don't get all messed up over the internet, folks. It's all fake. In real life, black people you're just black people, That's what it is, Real life, black people are just black people. That's what I stand on. That's why I don't make a big deal about where you come from and all that. I just go by what your heart is, where your heart's at, that's what the thing. Because there's a lot of African Americans I don't like, They're just beyond. I'm dead serious, man. It's African Americans, man. You can just keep some of them. You just keep, man. Like this Ricky from the Bag Family. Did you see that thing? Kiki Loves Nigeria.
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
I watched her show from yesterday, man. Oh my God, man. She went in on Ricky. His kids over there are suffering, man. And they want to go back to America.
You talking about the Bag Family, the Gambian the people.
Yeah, the Gambian people. Yeah,
Gambia, right?
that place is a dump, man. I'll say they got the kids working there like slaves. They're working
Why they over there suffering themselves?
Because they had this, instead of having delayed gratification, all these people have heard about the BAIO, the idea of an Afrostin. All these people, every one of them, has heard about us and everything like that, But everybody wants to. I want it now, I said, look, let's have a game plan and find the right country so we can build something like that and we can make it work.
Nope. Like, to me, the Gambia shouldn't even be a country.
Yeah, the Gambia or Burundi, those countries should not exist.
Shouldn't be a Gambia shouldn't be. Why Senegal can't just take it over?
Yeah, but
The people from Gambia, they mainly just Senegal people. That's all.
what gets me, and when you tell the African diaspora they should have a territory, oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, how can you justify basically the Gambia? You know, Gambia is like a strip of land, a little tiny strip of land, and it's recognized as a republic. How does
Yeah,
that
it's
happen?
recognized as a sovereign country. Yeah.
And all that, this is another thing that we never talk about. Countries like the Kurdistan, right? Kurdistan, the Kurds have wanted the land for like what 1,000 years. Ain't nobody trying to see them with the land, you know. Everybody, the Kurds, they ain't going where you see Kurds. I met this one guy one time. I was driving taxi, right, and he was a guy in the military. I was taking the military. He said, I'm a Kurdish." I said, "What do you think about your homeland?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know, whatever, like that, you know." I don't know. He says, "Never gonna happen and whatnot," you know. I say, "Don't you want to? Yeah, that'd be great if we had our own homeland, but I don't think it'll ever happen." I said, "That's sad, man. You guys don't have any fucking country, you know." And there's nobody. I say, yeah. He said a lot. He joined the U.S. military during the Iraq War. You know, we had when the Kurdish people rose up against Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
You know, so I think he joined at that time. He went to the United States line and joined the U.S. You know, but I just like, how do you basically justify people not having a land? The idea of land or territory or province or county, something so like Liberia would be a perfect country. We had like two or three counties to ourselves that we could develop.
Yeah.
You know, develop ourselves and float our own municipal bonds and stuff like that, our own municipalities and everything. That'll be heaven. You know.
Yeah.
I was down in Nag's Head today. I just imagine like on the Outer Banks. I was like, oh my God, man. Imagine this, man. I would think about maybe Sino and Grand Bassa having something like this, a strip going down the coast, you know, and all these shopping centers on each side with houses on the beach and businesses and everything. I was like, God damn, this should be West Africa, you know?
Yeah.
You know, so but I'm only dreaming because we got people that oppress us, you know, like Zango, who don't want to ever see us happy. You
Zango.
know? As Baruti says, Colin, if America had wrong terms, then fine. Just try to adjust the question. You know, look, look in Liberia right now, the so-called American Liberians are not going to be pried out of Liberia. It's not going to happen. They don't give a damn what the so-called indigenous people or whoever thinks. They're there and they're like, yo, this is my country. I don't give a damn, you know? And it's sometimes friction. Sometimes, most time it's not. But ain't nobody walking up and saying, this because they know Liberia needs them, you know. And also Liberia, the so-called American Liberian Congo people are the Liberia's connection to the Black America. So they ain't gonna do nothing to them, and they know it too, you know. And the so-called Congo people, American Liberians, own most of the property in Monrovia, you know, still.
Yo, first of all,
the social status of the indigenous people didn't change one bit. You know, by them taking power. It didn't change one bit. When you go to Liberia, you know, if you're African American or like us, Dave, you feel like you're on top of the world, you know, and it is what it is, you know. You know, the social status didn't change. I treat everybody the same, but you know, but the social status changed. They achieved nothing in that coup in 1980, you know.
That was a waste of time.
It was a waste of time. They achieved nothing. They would have stayed if they would have just basically waited and delayed gratification. They would have the country right now, legitimately. You know what I'm saying? If they would just wait,
legitimately with everything intact,
but they tried to destroy the whole country, everything because you know, like I said, a bunch of savages. They want you know, they can't delay gratification. You know, they want it now. That's a savage. You know, what's up, Zango?
Greetings to you, Kala. Greetings to you, Dave. What's good? How was your trip, Kala? How was your trip yesterday?
Oh man, I had a ball, man. Except for when my brother, his sister-in-law, and husband, that pit bull got a hold of his raccoon and killed it. You know, basically killed it.
Oh man,
So the police had to cut and shoot it. You know, because it was like it was already injured, so they had to put it down. You know, because it's bringing it in for testing for rabies and stuff like that.
Oh,
anyway, but the bottom line, that was the only thing that you know.
But other than that, like everything was great.
Yeah, because I have a soft spot for raccoons. You know that.
Raccoons, man.
You know Rocket from the Avengers.
Oh man, yeah, from Guardians of the
Guardian Galaxy,
Galaxy.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think
right.
and the raccoon, he was just so cute. He was just trying to get away. He like backing up, man. And Caesar just came.
That's how they are. That's how they are, raccoons, man.
He was just backing up. He said, "I don't want nothing,
Um,
man. Dude, I don't want nothing, man. I don't want nothing." I was like, man, that was just so sad, man. Sad.
Kyle, I don't understand why you take an issue to, I mean, some immigrants, particularly Africans, who consider themselves to be globalists. I
I,
mean,
I have a
you
lot of
have
problems with that, man.
you you have to understand that in those countries, not everybody is on the same, like, on the same level. There are some that are like pretty much like in the majority ethnic groups, they have access to economic power, political influence than the other, like, minority groups. So a lot of the times, like the ones that believe that they don't have access to those opportunities in the country's economy, they have every right to go elsewhere. I mean, this shouldn't be hard for you to understand. You know?
Yeah, what I'm saying, Zongo, is this, when people basically, I tell people all the time, okay, I get it. Sometimes you got to go to another country, but like I've been watching this for 30 years, man, because I've
Black
been,
Americans, when they were minorities in America, when they were like persecuted for a long period of time, that some of them say, "Hey, you know what? I can't deal with it," and they moved.
exactly,
Some
is
went
that,
to Liberia. Some went to, I mean, like, look at like W. Du Bois. He went to be with Nkrumah, to be part of his government. So,
well, I
like,
think,
I
hold
mean,
on, I think they had
this
plans.
has always been happening since time immemorial. So I don't see why this should be an issue.
No, I mean, like, I have no problem with people going where they have opportunity and stuff like that. I have no problem with that. But what I'm talking about is the gratification part. Are you doing? What are you doing? This is my personal opinion, right? I would
Mhm.
much rather be in my country where I'm the majority.
Exactly. I mean, the question is, the majority ones, what are they doing back to their homeland? Because they are the ones who have influence, economic influence, political influence. What are they doing?
Well, we have to have that.
That
We have to have an honest conversation. Like
exactly
I
right.
would,
I
I
mean,
would, I would say like this: Ghana, look, I think it's ridiculous how your president of Ghana spends all that money on that freaking jet he has. When Ghana's struggling. And you say like this, all this money is being wasted, blah 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 blah. Since enough, since it ain't going no place and whatnot. Hey, I got to go to America. That then you're justified. Then you're justified. If people in power and there's a political system and the way that things work in Africa, right? The corrupt people stay in power because of what, the kleptocracy. They vote the same people in and everything, and there's really no and you really have no chance, to tell you the truth. Democracy does not work in Africa. That's what I believe. And all it does is give people
I
short term.
mean, I think democracy. I mean, theoretically, I think it's a good system,
Why?
but theoretically, I think it's a good system, but how to implement it into practical reality, it comes with a lot of, like, impediments, right? One of, like, the key impediments is, in order to make sure democracy is implemented effectively, you should be able to have enough or sufficient capital to be able to fund this, system. It requires a lot of money. That's why you hearing, like, Ghanaians are complaining, like, oh, the country does not have money, but yet the president has money
You take all these lofty trips.
to to fill his private jets to go to different places. Well, that's part of the democratic system, right? If you're a president, you are invited by foreign governments.
Yeah, well,
You can't
bottom
just
line,
you can't just go, like, you can't just sit in
like
the
delayed
private.
gratification, right? Remember when African countries went over there for a free meal a couple of years ago? They spent their country's budget to get there, and they always have this thing where one country invite all the heads of state to one particular European country or Japan, whatever like that. And then President was it Ruto said, "We're going to stop doing that." Remember, I don't know if it stopped or
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
We're
yeah.
going to stop coming to Europe when you call us and whatnot.
Mhm.
Why? Because they wanted money and free food. They didn't have to delay gratification. No, look,
Yeah.
man. Only one that President what's it, Magufuli, that used to be president of Tanzania. He
Tanzania.
he was the one that basically skipped all these things, saying it's a waste of time and money. You know,
Yeah, man, it's a waste of time. I mean, look at the political campaigns. It requires a lot of money to be able to, like you said, like the system requires like people's engagement, and you have to spend money to ensure like people participate in the system. I mean, during like election period, most political parties spend so it, humongous amount of money just to make sure they come into power, right? I mean, but where is the money actually coming from? It does not come from the government. It comes from people's private pocket, right? So, like generally, like when they come into power, like this money, how do they get the money back? Because it's not just like free money, even though like the Constitution kind of limit them to donate it to political campaign with the intention of getting some kickback, right? But I mean, like how we are as humankind. I mean, there's always going to be a way to circumvent the constitutions, the laws, just to make sure like what they actually invested, they have to get their money back. So I mean, the system has some kind of like loopholes, some challenges, and to be able to work effectively, it needs like a very good functioning like private sector to be able to like work
me
effectively. It
personally,
requires a lot of capital.
tell people all the time, right? People always ask me, "Oh, so who are you voting for?" I said, "Maybe I don't really care about who's going to win this election, right? I'm delaying gratification,
No.
delaying gratification. Why? Because, I let's say if I vote for Trump, I don't know, maybe I might vote for Trump, or I might stay home. But you guys, I said, but it's no big deal to me. I'll see how I feel on election day. If I don't feel like driving all the way down there,
Hmm.
down the road to the election house. It's a school. It's an elementary school down the road from me, right? Anyway, I'm like this. If I don't, whatever like that, why? Because I have a long term plan thing. People go into the voting booth like, oh, yeah, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. You got people actually, black people actually thinking at one time, right, that they vote for somebody, the reparations check is gonna be in the mail. You got people to really believe that. The black people in America, I think Africans are bad, right? But African Americans just as bad. You got people actually thinking that they're going to form a political thing, and the check's going to be in the mail of reparations, whatever, like that. No kind of delayed gratification, right? When you basically talk about voting, it's usually for something long term. The Asians, you know how much money the Asians got through Kamala Harris on that $26 billion, what I heard. I don't know if it's true. That's what Kwame Brown said. $26 billion, and all these people at West Coast, California, and everything. All these Asian businesses you see, all that money didn't come from them. They're not hardworking people as they portray themselves. They're
Hmm.
getting money from the government, to fund their banks and their businesses and stuff like that. That's how they got a leg up.
Hmm.
They got a leg up through being politically connected, politically smart.
Yeah.
They put their cast their votes right, and stuff like that. It probably took a decade or so, but they're like, this is what our end game is. This is what we want. Black people don't have
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
and so they
There's,
basically, you just tell them what they're gonna do now, and they'll vote for you now. Like something's gonna materialize through the political process overnight.
yeah.
Black people, when Obama won, I was watching black people. That's why I realized how black people are politically ignorant.
Hey, Carlo, do you watch his speech during like the convention in Chicago? I mean, he was very like as usual,
Oh no,
very
I can't. I didn't listen.
a very good orator. Like a lot of people
He's
just
a good orator, but the bottom line, Obama's a
See,
liar.
that's typical Obama, though, Zango. That's typical Obama.
He's like, yo,
a
Obama's a
lot of people say they were gonna vote for him just for like just delivering a speech. I'm like,
yeah,
wow.
Bottom line is,
That's
like I said, I was
typical
captivated
Obama.
by him too.
Everybody was
Uh,
captivated. I was captivated myself. I'm like, hell no, man.
I was captivated. I believe in the hope and change and all that
yeah,
stuff like that.
he got all of us. He
He got
got
all
all
of
of
them,
us.
man. Ain't no shame in my game. He got me,
Yeah.
man. So the bottom line is, no more. No more. I see brothers are mad on TikTok. Brothers are
Yeah, but I
furious.
think the Democratic Party is is um it's a globalist like party. I mean,
No, they don't care about borders. Like
yeah,
like I said, what they want. Like I told my brother yesterday, right? And I didn't want to ruin our trip and whatnot, right? I said, if Kamala wins, right, she's gonna give those social, because this is what we did. We did with Social Security, Medicare, and 20 million people gonna get Social Security, Medicare. He goes, how's that gonna happen? You got to pay into the system. I said, you don't get it, do you? They don't care about that no more. Paying into the system. That's the old way of doing things. You pay into the system, whatever that. Now what they're finding out is, a friend of mine just told me today, a white friend of mine. He said, look, he works for Red Bull. He said a lot of these people now, they used to be a decade ago, they used to be the whole hardworking Mexican or
Yeah,
something.
but kind of like most of like the migrant, even like they give them like social security, they are not even allowed to work legally. So
Oh, no,
they
what I'm saying is,
wait. Well, let me finish. Like if no, I've seen like I know a couple of like few people that are like migrant that I communicated with them, and like on the social security card, like it says you are not allowed to work legally unless you get approval of the the USCIS, right? Which is like the United like the US like citizenship and immigration like agency. So like they need approval. So if they cannot work legally, it means they wouldn't be able to contribute into like the social security system. So like they are not pretty much like taking money from the Americans. If they work illegally, they are not contributing legally. So I mean that's on them actually.
no, check us out. The problem is this: when you get on Social Security, it's because you work 10 quarters, right? And you earn Social as an entitlement.
But that's because that is if you're getting the chance to work legally. If you
No,
are
it
working,
doesn't matter. The way
wait,
the
wait, wait, no, wait, 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 Carla,
the way
wait,
system
wait, wait.
was set up, like if you don't pay it, I have clients of mine, right?
No, if you don't pay, you don't earn nothing.
No, check it out. I have clients of mine that are 65, 66. They can't get Medicare because they didn't work enough quarters in Social Security.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I think we're
So
speaking
how
the
is it
same
that
thing.
those people that I know that can't get Medicare, good health care, Medicare, because they didn't work enough quarters, but yet we're going to basically start illegal aliens off with Social Security, and then once you're on Social Security, after 2 years, you earn Medicare. You
No,
know?
no, no, no. I think you're missing one point. Like, cause like I mean, you got conflicting Social Security and Medicare. Like, so completely different systems actually,
No, they're
programs
not.
actually.
No, they're not. Social Security
No,
and Medicare tethered together.
I mean, but it's a different, like it's a complete different program actually.
No, no, no. Social Security is how Medicare is funded.
I get it, but you pay Social Security tax separately and you pay Medicare tax separately too. So it's a
No, yeah, I
different
know that.
program.
What I'm saying is, once you have Social Security, right, you earn quarters. When you turn 65, right, you're given a chance to have Part A Medicare and Part
Yeah,
B.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, yeah.
Part A is a hospital coverage. Part B
Yeah,
is
but
medical
anyway,
coverage.
okay. I think we all like. I think clearly we all know like the basics, right? The fundamentals. We all know. You and I know. And I'm saying, in order to be able to contribute to pay your social security tax,
But yeah, it's gonna take a 15 years for you to pay until where you qualify for
th-
Social Security. You know.
that's what I'm saying. So
So
if they are
so
not work,
how is hold on,
wait, Carla,
trying to give
Carla,
illegal aliens Social Security now so it could pay for their Medicare. You think that's fair?
Carla. I think you make one mistake. If they have the social security number, like you can have the social security number, but you have to work and pay into that system. Actually,
No, you don't have a. They have a work ID number. They don't have a Social Security number.
I say if you have the social security, I mean the social security is a number, right? If
Yeah,
you
Social
have it,
Security number.
exactly right.
You have a Social
Yeah,
Security ID
yeah,
that followed you for the
exactly
rest
right,
of
right.
your life.
So
And when hold
if
on,
you,
what happens is
Carla, man, you very hard to understand. Like, I mean, we both educated, right? This is a simple thing, right? You have the number, you have to work and contribute into the system.
right.
Right, exactly, right. So like those migrants, they have the number, but they are not allowed to work legally. So they are not paying to
Doesn't
the
matter,
system.
man. That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
Yes,
wait, wait,
legally.
wait.
Yeah,
If they are
legally.
not if they are not paying to the
Whose
system,
fault is that?
wait, listen. If they are not paying to the system, it means they are not getting nothing from the system. That's what
Well, bottom line,
it means to me.
hold on. Here's what they are getting from the system. Let me say what they're getting from the system, right? And nothing against violence. I'm sure they're beautiful people, right? Beautiful, they're human beings, right? They're my fellow human beings. But at the same time, right? Like a friend of mine told me, they're learning how to game the system too. Just like black
No, no.
people, hold on, just like hold on, in the 1940s and 50s, welfare started out as a charity thing. Black people got
No,
help.
no,
Poor
no,
black
no,
people. But then there's some black people who learned how to game the system, right? That's
no,
what's
no, no,
happening
no,
now.
no,
With a lot of
no,
these
no, no.
migrants are learning
Kala,
how to
Kala,
game the system.
Kala, Kala, Kala.
See,
On,
I know
on,
you want to migrate. You're a globalist, Zango, and you want
Kala, no, listen, listen, listen. On
to,
like, come like you have social security card.
yeah.
Everybody have like it says.
But I don't collect Social Security until I'm
Well, but
65.
wait, but I mean the card actually. That's what I mean. I mean the card,
Yeah,
the social
I have
security
Social
card. Yeah.
Security. Yeah.
But on the card, it does say you're allowed to work, right? On the social security
No,
card.
no, it has nothing to do with that. Is you still have to have work is regulated by states. Some states is 16 is a work. It's under 16, you gotta have a work permit. In New York, you gotta have a work permit if you're under 16 and you're working. It had nothing to do with the federal government. But when you
Ah,
are working, right, the Social Security deducts pay as a payroll tax payroll into
I
your
think you're
account.
mistaking one thing. Let me explain. I think you're mistaking one thing because you're in America, you don't understand, right? Because even like international students, for instance, right? Like most international students, like they come when they work, they pay social security tax. So they have
How's that?
wait wait no
If they
because
don't have
that's
a Social Security number, how you gonna pay a
no
Social Security?
most international students they get like social security. They give them because like they
How
work.
would they get? How would they give a certain? Yeah, I'd like to find out about this.
Wait
Have that
because some
investigated.
wait
Investigated. Mongo,
because
you a scam whatnot, man. You have me put in jail, man.
All globalist talking points, dog. They're
Gala,
all
listen.
globalist talking
Oh
points.
man, Dave,
Forget
shut up,
all
man.
the
Dave.
institutions. Forget the border. Forget
Wait,
everything. Just all in.
guys,
Let them all in. Let them all pour up here, man. Zango.
because so
Let's have a
international
Zango
students,
fest.
like international students, they work as teaching assistant and some work as assistant
So what,
professors.
man? So what? They're making
So,
good money. They're not
so
paying
they're
attention.
making money. They gotta pay social security, man. You
They
gotta
ain't
pay.
paying no
That's
Social
what I'm.
Security,
Oh
please.
man, okay.
And
So
then
that,
they
man,
also now just because you pay the Social Security,
enough,
let's say if they
man.
did, right? You got to be here a long time for you to be able to collect Social Security when you turn
But
65.
I mean, I'm trying to make I'm trying to draw a correlation with the like the illegal
Oh,
migrant
so in other
situation.
words,
Like,
basically, you think a legal alien is going to come here, work for 2 years, and then
no,
automatically collect Social
because them
Security? No, don't
for them on like on their social security card, it says they are not allowed to work unless they get approval from the immigration people, right? So
you got to give me some. You got to give me some info. Source up, Zango. You got to give me some.
so in other words, the way they work, they are not working legally, so they don't get to pay into the social security system. Because once okay, let's say I have a social security card. I'm a legal migrant. I was given like a social security card, right? It says on it, I'm not allowed to work unless I get approved by the
They
immigration
ain't give me
office, right?
Social Security.
Wait. And I come to you like you're my employer, right? And you requested for my social security, and I gave it to you, and you see, oh no, Swash is like Zango isn't allowed to work legally in the country. You're not going to give him the job. So mostly, the way they work is that they take other people's card who are allowed to work legally to work and get paid. So they are paying to another person's social security, not
They're
their social
committing a
security.
crime. They're committing fraud. So we should reward
Yeah.
them for committing a crime.
Oh, of course, man. Obviously, yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so Bob, let's get rid of all the laws altogether, Zongo. Let's get everything all together. Take all the laws. Say, you know something, man. Laws suck, man. Is that those little irritants that's in the way,
Hmm.
of us having a globalist paradise.
Yeah.
Saying
I
so.
mean, like, well, I mean, like the bottom line is like they are not gonna get the benefit of the social security program unless they become a permanent resident. That's how it works, man. Like, because you wouldn't be allowed to work unless maybe you get the approval to work legally. Once you get approval, then you can go and find legal work and they will pay into your social security system by the employer. That's how it works. You know
And
that, and I know that.
most of them know how to game the system. They not, but they taking more. Again, like I said, I was down at the food bank working Wednesday in North Carolina and whatnot. I had no idea there was so many migrants here, and they walking out with gourmet food and whatnot. I mean, the food bank, we give away gourmet food, man, gourmet stuff. So these people like, man, America is great. I'm sure it is, man. But hey, more power to them on that. They're human beings, whatever like that. We're a dumb country to let people in here and everything like that. Let's let them eat. Let them eat. I don't care.
So I wanted to ask you, like, do you think, like, I mean, like most like black Americans, like they you know advocating for at least like reparation, and one key uh thing that I constantly hear is like how if everybody get like a reparation check, they're gonna take it. But do you think it's feasible for a reparation check to be given to like
I'll
people,
humor
black
you. I'll
Americans?
humor you, right? First of all, reparations is never gonna happen.
Yeah,
If it's
because like it's completely preposterous to get a reparation. The
you
money
know,
has to
look,
for me. I think the money has to be funded into institutions, Black American institutions, where everybody
like I said, delay.
current gener-
Uh,
current generation, future
hold up,
generation can
hold up.
benefit from those institutions.
Zango, do you see the title of the show? Delayed gratification or not?
Exactly right.
Negroes, when they get a reparation check, you think they're thinking about, yo, now it's time to take your reparation. I want my money, you know? Yo, Negroes are gonna want
Because
the
if they get the check right now, the money's going to help
how
in.
much money that gonna go towards education of future black people? Nothing.
No, no, no. It's going to go back to the white man because like they own most corporations. The money's going to.
Negroes, man, will all that money go to KFC. You know,
Just like that Dave Chappelle skit.
yeah, that's right. He had it right about that. Malt liquor stocks will go through the roof and whatnot. Rims, malt liquor and whatnot. Negro, like I said, I got a
Yeah,
PhD in
like
Cadillacs,
yeah,
Cadillacs.
yeah.
whatnot, you know.
They don't really understand how economy works because if you get the money's going to end up in
Yeah,
the
bottom
ones
line,
the one who are providing with those products that you're consuming, pretty much, right?
the bottom line, Negroes, man. The bottom line ain't no
But
reparation.
Kala, I wouldn't be surprised if corporations start lobbying for
Yeah, that might
reparations.
just happen. That might just happen. That'll be the biggest payday in history if Negroes, because there ain't no businesses set up really. All the money they'll do is go right back into the white community.
Yeah, exactly. The white
Walmart
corporations.
will benefit, be smiling.
Oh, like Walmart would benefit the most.
Taco Bell be
Amazon,
smiling. KFC be
Amazon,
smiling.
Amazon,
Oh yeah, oh Amazon will go off the chain, man. Everybody ordering all kind of weird shit. So the bottom line is Negroes.
Nike will make a lot of money from that.
Yeah, yeah, I know the American Negro. I don't know a whole lot in life, man, but I know the American.
BMW, Mercedes, they gonna make
Yep.
money. All this money. Yeah, everybody gonna
fake it to make it, right? Oh man,
Yep.
that's really crazy. I mean, that's like one thing about like what I hear on this like about this like reparation thing on this YouTube platform that I mostly do not agree with most Black Americans. They want the money to be given to them in the form of check, which is not really fair. Because if the money is given to you, it has to benefit you, the future generation, and the later future generation. You get what I'm saying? Like
Now there's a whole
that
thing. This is
that's
why
very selfish for you to even get the money and just spend it.
black people ain't thinking about the. Remember, James Chappelle said that one skit he did. He goes. Now I'm gonna spend my money on the community. Psych. That psych. Bottom line, ain't nobody doing that, man. The bottom line is this: Negroes will be Negroes. And now I would say like this: if there was a serious reparations movement, it would be if you get a reparations check, let's say $150,000, would you give up your U.S. citizenship? Umar Johnson did a video the other day said Negroes wouldn't do that because they can't stay away from their snow bunnies and all the comfort, right? They wouldn't go to Ghana with $150,000. They know they would be broke in 1 year, and they're stuck with our citizenship, and everything like that. So if it means giving up your citizenship, black people want what they cake and eat too. You want your reparations, which is saying I'm not American. This country never did nothing for me. Blah blah blah. Okay, give us a citizenship. When after slavery, we didn't want reparations, right? Which would have been work back then. We wanted land. We had leaders that said that. We want land. We want this. We want territory. We want everything like that. But black people wanted didn't have a delayed gratification. They just wanted citizenship and be treated good by white people. Like we didn't say long term, right? That's why I said I wrote my book. This was a long term plan, Journey to the Promised
All right,
Land.
what is your book really about, Kyle? Like
All
this
right,
book
it's
that you're like,
1878. It's historical,
I mean, like in summary, like what is like the
Okay, okay.
what were you like? What were you looking?
Let me read the book.
What were you
Let me
looking to
let
convey
me,
to
let
like
me
to the
Zango,
reader?
give me a second, bro. Yeah. The Liberian Exodus of 1878. This is a historical fiction. It was based on a true story. The Liberian Exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina was one of the biggest events in African American history. It certainly rivaled the emancipation proclamation and the end of slavery in the 19th century. And as a grand event and most talked about until the coming of Marcus Garvey some 40 years later. I hope to write more stories and fiction, everything. Okay, let's see. Um, Basically, let me see. I'm gonna see if I read it forward. I thought I had more detail forward, but you get the whole idea. As my friend Mel says, my partner in the BAO, he wrote my forward. Right, he wrote my forward for me. He the one that did my cover for me.
Hey, Kyle, share the Amazon link in the chat for your
It's really all you do is put "Journey to the Promised Land,"
no, just wait, I can do that for you. Journey to the Promise, I can do that for you.
"Voyage of the Barker Azor," Dwayne McCullough on Amazon. That's it.
Journey.
But the book is about the Exodus of 1878. The people basically in Charleston, South Carolina, just made a decision that said it's time for us to get out of America. It was at the end of Reconstruction. Like I said, this would be like a good movie because it talks about Reconstruction, Hayes
Hmm.
Tillman Compromise when they withdrew the troops from the South and everything. And black people didn't know what was going to happen. So basically, most black people said, "We got to get the hell out of here," you know. And so the Liberian Exodus Company was formed because it was Liberians in America. They in that same year, 1878, Liberia was in the Philadelphia World Fair, right? And they were showing all the products they have, the manufactured goods they had in 1876. And like black people were like, wow. They said, yeah, this is the only Negro Republic in the world. And they basically was like, wants to black people they said they wanted to recruit black farmers and people, and they were given a given promise of 25 acres of land, you know, as it would, if they're on condition they go. It's called a given promise. That was 25 acres of land upon landing in Liberia. You know, wasn't no lease land or no like this. It was a given promise of land to people who would come over there, and they attracted some of the best people from Black America. Liberia had some of the best people from Black America, you know, and so therefore, like I said, you read the book, you're like it takes you back in history in the 19th century, you know. Yeah, it's on. You can get it on Kindle, you know, but you want to get the book, or you want to hold the book in your hand. You can get the Kindle version, but you want to get the book, you know.
I mean, like the audiobook or something like that.
Audio, I hate audiobooks. No, Kindle's like no, just it's like a
I know,
PDF.
but audiobook is not bad too. Sometimes you could be
No, I don't.
driving, like
I think it's lazy. I like
no,
the
no, no, no. It depends. Like sometimes, like if you are pretty much occupied with other activities,
now what I could do one
you
day
could be
is
listening to things
have
like while driving most of
Kofi
the time.
do what's it called, AI,
Hmm.
artificial intelligence of different
Oh,
scenes.
that can help as well. That's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
smart
So
way.
I can.
That's a,
So if
yeah.
Kofi wants to do that, you know, I told him, yeah, you could do that, because he got the book, he read, he loves it, you know, and everything. He used to draw me a lot of illustrations from the book and whatnot. It was really accurate about what I was visioning, you know, in the book, you know. And so basically, I'm proud of the fact that I was able to write this book, and other people like Mufasa and him were
Hmm.
able to pick it up and say, yeah, man, that one scene you was talking about with John Marshall and everything like that when the settler was getting off on Providence Island, and what you call Kofi drew an image of that, you know. And I said, yeah, the Azor had the Azor ship in the background and whatnot. I said, okay, good. So there's a lot of potential in doing stuff like this. AI. I have two film companies I want to make it a movie, but you know
Yeah.
they want like $50,000.
A lot of these naysayers, like what is this? The other like Pan Africans, they have to write book first before they can come and speak to the people, because people, a lot of the people do not have the dedication of sitting down, reading, acquired knowledge before
Hey,
trying
you think it
to
was
lead other
reading
people.
a book? Yeah, try writing a book. That was tough. It took everything. It took me 2.5 years to complete that book.
I know. It takes a
It was
lot
a
of time
hard
to write a
work.
book.
And so, like I said, I'm somebody that's serious about what I'm talking about. You know, I said, look, this story needs to be told. I said, when I read, this is how it happened, right? I went to Newport News Library one year. It was like 2010, I believe, right? I went to Newport News Library, and I would just want some books on Africa, right? So anyway, I went to this one section. The book, the place was real old when it was like dust in there and everything like that. The books had dust in it. I haven't been checked out in years. Negroes when that, nobody checked the book out in years. So anyway, there's an old saying: if you want to hide from a Negro, something from a Negro, you put it in a book. So
Put
true.
it in the book on the African too, right?
Yeah, yeah, you put it in a
I
book.
think
Yeah.
for the black man, and
Yeah.
I'll add even I think recently I was in Oregon. They call like the Powers like bookstore or something like that. I heard it's one of like the biggest like bookstores in America, and quite surprisingly, Black Americans had more books than Africa, the whole African continent.
Yeah, we have a lot of books. I mean, we have a lot of authors, but then we just don't have a lot of readers. We don't have a lot of readers. We have a lot of
I was
authors.
like, oh hell no, this can't be
Reading
possible.
is not one of our strong points in Africa. Black
I
people.
was like,
You know,
I was like,
Nigeria,
hell no.
Nigeria has no libraries or bookstores, man. It's sad. Liberia, I like to
I
see
was like,
Liberians with
hell
libraries. They're trying to
no,
build
man.
a library in Liberia, and like I said,
How could America do us like that? I went to the African section and like it was just maps of Africa. I'm like,
man,
God
yeah,
damn.
like I said, Zango's like, I feel ashamed. You're very right to feel ashamed,
So
Zango.
I had to go to the Black American section. I'm like, man, they got a lot of books. I'm like, I went to one
Yeah,
shelf,
bro.
another shelf. I'm like, man.
That's
Libraries
what I say,
upon
man. Like
libraries.
I said, oh, this is what I say. I tell these people when we Pan Africans, we have to be on the same level, man. I come from a literate culture, you know. I come from a literate culture. I can't have a bunch of illiterates ruling me, or my people. Can't do that. Just don't happen. I'm a different type of Pan African. I'm just like
That's mainly because America is an English speaking country, right? So if an African from Senegal wrote a book in French, I mean, someone has to translate that into English before it can be, placed in the library shelves in America, pretty much. So, like, there's a slight disadvantage over there, right? And moreover, like, you guys grew up over here in America, English is your native language. So, I mean, there's a high chance that you can write more books in
it's a
English
literate
than the
culture. But the thing
Africans,
is, we
right?
have a Black America have a lot of knowledge. We just don't know how to apply it. We have a lot of knowledge. A lot of people like that. Yeah, he said, and then said, Wally saying, why are you gonna pull up Wally singer out of
No,
your ass?
no, no, no. But one, I said, I mean, this is not like put the feelings aside. Actually, I
Look,
went to like,
this is what I'm talking about. Why
I,
why everything had devolved into Black America versus Nigeria? Every night we can't have a night without this. Wally saying, FBA. You know how many goddamn Black authors we have that are friggin' Pulitzer Prize winners and stuff like that. Wally Soyinka is a Black Englishman. He's a Black Englishman. He's an Englishman with a tan. That's all he is. Wally
yeah,
Soyinka.
and now, like, I mean, put your egos aside, man.
Yeah, put your egos aside. We need more
You
African
go, you
authors.
go to, you go to like Powell's bookstore, Powell. That's one of like the biggest like bookstores in America, right? If you go there, Black Americans have more books than you Africans, man. Just put your egos down, man. Take the L. I mean, I was kind of sad, but I was like, okay, I'll let Black Americans take the
You
wheel,
just had to take the L, right? You just had to take the
Yeah, something like
L.
that.
I was like, nah, hell no, man. I gotta go to the Black American section, man. Like, I still like one shelf, two shelf, three shelf. I'm like, man, come on, this can't be possible. How can Black Americans have more books like than the whole continent of Africa, man? I mean, that's not possible, man.
Hey, Buana, man, don't understand something. Nigeria has 200 million people. Come on. That's more English speaking people than Black America. And who else speaks English? Jamaica, uh, Canada combined. So they should, out of 200 million people.
But one I did say like to be fair to the continent, I say like the Africans that did write book in in French, it wouldn't be translated. So that's really understandable, pretty much, right? Yeah.
He said most Africa writes in French. I don't think so, bro. I think most of them write in English. He goes, Zongo's from the backward north. You ain't from the north, are you, Zongo?
No man, nah. I mean, like at now, like I mean, come on, man. Like
And them is in his feelings tonight, man. You know, jeez,
Yeah.
man. Everybody got
How many books are you writing, man? Like, stop it.
so yeah, but like I said, about my novel, Journey to the Promised Land. Like I said, this it's a really good story about the Exodus of 1878.
So
And
you say you go like, what kind of
it's
books were you reading, man? Like
oh yeah,
the
I was no, I was saying, let me
I,
finish.
I,
Finish what I was saying.
okay, go ahead, Carla.
Well, I'll finish what I was saying. I was in the library, right? And so I came across this book called it was two books, Liberian history, right? And this book was published in 1933, old, right? And this other one called Liberia, America's Africa Friend. That's only on Barnes and Noble. You can't get that on Amazon. It's on Barnes and Noble. And that book was published in 1952 by R.L. Anderson. And I opened the book up, man. It was like dust on it, right? And also, I look at both books. Is the last time they were checked out was like, you know, they had the book card in there. They used to have the book card where you see people checked it out. 1965. It hasn't been checked out since 1960. So sitting on that shelf all that time collecting dust. But I checked the books out, right? And I was like, wow, Liberia's America's Africa Friend, opened my eyes up about Liberia. I was like, wow.
Yeah,
I was like blown away. I was
yeah.
blown away. And that's when I started the project of writing this.
Most Africans, like, I mean, at now is boasting like I mean, the language is like your so-called like tribal languages. Like, you guys didn't have a writing system, did you? You
No,
didn't
there's
have
no writing system really.
the white man came to teach you how to write. So be grateful, Africans. Yeah. So I mean, your most of your knowledge, your writings are preserved pretty much mostly in the English language, right? So yeah, so Black Americans have the win. So just let them take the win and take the L, right? So I mean, this kind of shows how fair I am, right? So I'm not always coming
You're being
bashing Black Americans, right? I'm trying to be as much as possible, moderate as much as possible, right? Yeah.
Yeah, bottom line is, like I said, man, Black America is not perfect. We got a lot of problems and shit. And I don't mind saying it, you know. We got a lot of problems on that. Like I said, man, we have a lot of
And
awful.
Africans, if they want to get to the next level, they got to take pride in reading and writing, because
Yo, why is
I
Zongo?
was
Why is Ant saying we had a writing system since the fourth? What writing system, man?
produced
What
that
are you
writing.
talking about? You know,
From which tribe? And now, from which tribe?
A writing system
Is it?
with no libraries, right, Kyla?
no
You can't,
libraries, no
you
books.
you can't be speaking for the,
A
like you
writing,
can't be,
a writing system with no libraries, right,
Yeah.
Kyla?
What
oh
are
No
man,
libraries.
we were
I mean,
educated
yeah,
on rock. We were educated on
China
rock.
Chibi was in English, right? It was in English, it wasn't in local language. So that's the white man's
He
language,
said the
right?
fourth century. You know what that is, man? That's only like 400 years after the fall of Roman Empire. You know, he said it was right. Oh, come on. You know,
No, see, I mean, I think guys are like misunderstanding like what I'm saying. I mean, there are universities in Ghana actually, right? And there are libraries in Ghana, but who are the ones writing those books? If you
yeah,
go to a psychology
yeah.
school,
You
I
know what
mean,
the one Carlos
you're
had
not reading an African-centered
uh,
psychology book, are you?
the Arab world, Muslim world brought Arabic writing and high literacy to Timbuktu, West Africa, northern Nigeria, and stuff like that. There was people that were well learned in book literacy, you know. But unfortunately, you know, this is what
No,
happened.
the Hausa people were writing like
Yeah, they were writing.
all
They had their own script and everything.
no,
The
but
whole
like they were using because the last time I heard your show like about I think Swahili, the Hausa people, it's like using like the Roman letters, the
right,
Latin letters to write English language. It's the same thing. It was Arabic letters, but it was Hausa. Like you can't like misconstrue both.
right.
It's the same thing.
What they should have did was the problem was in Africa was if you wanted to be literate, you had to learn how to speak in Arabic. You know what the Japanese did? When
No, no,
they Japanese
no,
had
no,
their
no.
own writing system, right?
No, I think you're missing like wait. I'm saying like they use it's like using Arabic, it's like using the Latin letters to write English and most languages. Because back in the days, even Turkish language itself, they were using the Arabic language to write Turkish language.
Yeah,
But they switched when they started like following the Western world. They started using Latin letters to write the Turkish language. Same thing applies to the Hausa language as well. They were using Arabic letters to write their language, It's like Persian language, Arabic letters, right? But it's like
Yeah.
Persian. It's like you can't when you read it. That's not Arabic.
I have no
It's
problem
Persian.
with them using the Arabic language, but the problem I had
I
was
said letters, not the language. Letters.
letters. Okay,
The writing
letters. I have no
system.
problem with
Yeah.
the letters, right? But I was like this. There should have been a mass interpretation in Arabic writing. I mean, excuse me, in writing into local languages. You know,
Yeah, but
that
Kala, if you're gonna be fair, right? The current like the English writing system, the Latin, it didn't origin from English people. If you're
yeah,
gonna be
it was in
fair.
Rome. It was in
Yeah,
Rome.
yeah. So like it's no different from like people borrowing that from other like cultures. There's nothing wrong in that.
Well, we
The
need
thing is like you have to advance it to a different level, right? Because the English have been able to take a writing system from another group and look at what they are now.
yeah.
You know?
What we have don't have in the black race is we need that scholar. We never had that really scholarship. Like I said, the gentry in ancient Greece and everything. You had men like Socrates, Aristotle. They sat around talking and discussing things.
Yeah, I mean like Chuku was speaking about Chinua Achebe, right? And then Chuku like I mean Chinua Achebe like I mean if you want to speak about Chinua Achebe like mostly he was writing literature, right? I mean literature, okay, that's good if you want to learn the language, right?
You
And
know,
understand the culture.
Bawana says Amharic. Can we really consider Ethiopian actually
But
Africa?
but yeah, but the thing is like if you go, man, someone should go to like I mean, if you're a fan of going to libraries, you know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I
Like you
don't
go
think
to side.
Amharic Ethiopia could be used for Africa. We're talking about where we come from, sub-Saharan Africa. You know, we know that Ethiopians, Egyptians, and people like
Yeah,
that.
Adnam want to take pride about who he is and where he comes from. But come on, man, the Englishman taught you how to read and write,
One
man.
said
Keep quiet.
Ethiopia is
Sit your
Africa.
ass
No,
down,
it's
man.
not. Ethiopia say themselves they're not Africans. Why are we always try to claim people? That's another thing. Why are we try to claim people who don't want to be us? Ethiopians will tell you they're Middle Eastern. They say everything. Now, some Ethiopians
No, no, no,
talk
no.
about being
But
black.
Kyle, that's very unfair. I mean, the thing is, like, does the Ethiopian government say they are not Africans? That's, I mean, come on, they
Well,
are
I had a
Africans.
lot of Ethiopian friends when they say when they come to America, they're black. When I, remember that Ethiopian guy that got killed by the
Yeah, but you can't just conflate everybody as like they might be Africans, but they might know like like
like
because generally like when
I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're African. Whatever. It's
yeah,
only African
because
people
like
know.
because it's like saying like generally like Africans they have to just follow one particular culture. It doesn't work like that. You have to also respect their cultures as well, right? I mean, they also have their own cultures that they want to follow. It doesn't mean all African. If they are African, it means they have to follow West African cultures. Because that's not in America. Like if you say like blacks, it's everything about West African. No, it doesn't work like that. They also have their own leaders, their own people that they want to like emulate too. You have
Yeah,
to follow
I
West
say, like I
Africa all
said,
the
my whole
time.
thing in the spirit of being black, Ethiopians identify with being black, right? But for the most part, when scientists come up and whatnot, when they start talking about the achievement, like that one church in Ethiopia, you think they're gonna
Yeah,
give black people credit for that thing? No, you know, it's a, they'll say, yeah, they'll make it seem like okay, any genius in Ethiopia was created by whites or Persians, whoever like that side of them, and they'll say when they'll talk about slavery, oppression, ignorance, and primitive in that area, like homos, whatever they call, that's the
yeah,
truly being
yeah.
black.
Africans are not ready to hard like to hold that conversation about their writing system. Who taught them? In most cases, it's actually even the Christians that help them how to do the writing. Most cases.
The vice strip is Arabic, in Liberia is Arabic. That's Arabic writing. I've seen it. It's Arabic writing. The vice script. That's Arabic. The Muslims. The Muslims introduced that. There are Muslims there.
Yeah,
So we can't say like this. So just say, look, okay, some of us got literacy, but wasn't that widespread.
yeah, yeah. So like,
Well,
I mean, a lot of people are against religion, but religion. I mean, some religion being Christianity or Islam brought some sort of like literacy to some of these cultures. Not
yeah,
not 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 only to African
it is what
ethnic
it
groups,
is.
but yeah, but
It is,
other cultures across the world as well. Yeah,
it is what it is. Without Christianity and Islam, a lot of cultures in the world would have stayed illiterate.
yeah,
That's the truth.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like God collar.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't can't see anything else, man. Look, you
I
know,
mean, I mean,
we had
we can also argue
English,
for
English years
we can
ago.
also argue
English
for
Afro.
colonization, right? Colonization also had some positive side, which is the white man bringing the French or English language to you.
Well,
Uh,
that's a bigger discussion we got to have, right? So, because
yeah,
some people are like, you know, it's
I've
just
heard,
sad because we're
I've
like,
heard that discussion before.
you know, black people are like, man, the colonizers were like that. But you know something, you know, you see that railway you got, you enjoy that railway, right? Yeah. That's why the white man sitting there like this. When you see a Negro jumping up and down talking about, man, Mr. White Man, you colonized me. He goes, he
yeah,
shows him a picture. You know what it was before we got there? He shows him a picture of people starving, you know, and like that, taking a canoe across, getting eaten by crocodiles. Now,
yeah, yeah,
now we see that bridge we put there. Well, we
yeah.
have to do that. We
Because
did
like,
that.
I mean, like the easy way to understand that is the ones who were educated by the white man, they ended up becoming the political elites in those countries. I mean,
Yeah,
it's no
unfortunately.
rocket science. It's no rocket science.
It was unfortunately. You could read and write. You're a dominator of people who's illiterate. That's how you think the so-called American librarians, so-called America took over because they could read and write, you know.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
lot of,
yeah,
and then what you call Bwana is saying the Vi strip is indigenous. No, it's not. You know, no, it's not. The Vi people are Muslims. You know, they're Muslims. You know, they descended from the Mali Empire. You know, that's not indigenous to Africa. You know, they don't understand what indigenous mean. Indigenous means that it comes from your indigenous culture. A lot of stuff in West Africa are Christian and Islam influenced. You know,
Yeah,
next you're
true.
gonna
That's
tell
true.
me Hausa language is and script is indigenous. No, or the what's it called? The Sokoto, the
Alpha.
Caliphate there. You gonna tell
Yeah,
me that's indigenous African culture? No, it's not. Everybody knows, you know, the Fulani jihadists and whatnot. I'm sure they're indigenous. No, they're not. They're jihadists.
yeah,
You know,
but Makala, same thing applies to other cultures as well. I mean, generally, when it's
I'm just trying to correct Bwana, man,
yeah,
because
okay,
he's trying to say the vice script is indigenous. No, the answer is such a right. It was introduced to them during the time of the Mali Empire. The Fulanis basically, for the most part, people always say the Fulanis are actually from Yemen. You know, originated in Yemen. You know, in the Middle East. You know, they're a mixture of black and Yemenis and everything. There's a mixture.
yeah,
Well, West African people are a mixture of different things that came across there, and there's a lot of Berbers. You know, people don't
I
say some
mean,
of the Berbers, you know, are mixed into West Africa. You know, the Tuareg are actually part Berber and part African. You know, and so therefore people are like, oh man, the Tuareg. So it's a question of what did we actually build ourselves? You know, the
yeah,
Ghana Empire was started by Berbers, Almoverids, and all these other people, and indigenous Africans. You know, and then, you know, so what did we actually build? You know, when did it start? You know, we have to ask these questions, you know, be honest with us,
yeah.
you
Be
know,
honest, you know.
be
Have
honest.
like a very like
I've been
a
lied
fair
to so much that
a fair
oh,
discussion.
built civilization. We did all
I bet it.
numbers not adding up, man. You know, yo, look
Not
at
adding
us
up,
in
Collar. It's
America,
not
man.
adding up.
They were just mad, or they were just minding the water was Mansa Musa. I'm like, man, where was it? Where was his civilization? Maybe.
Something is not quite adding up, man. You know, we had a
Uh,
great civilization. When how the hell we end up in the bottom of a slave ship? You know, how the hell that happened, you know? Like, yeah, you got to take an L on this, Zango. You know,
yeah.
I see
Africans,
a
we
Ghanaian
are.
dude
We,
advertising for a slave castle. Come here for your
oh,
vacation.
for
He's
real?
like,
I hate
hey,
that. I hate
you know,
that.
I'm like, yo,
I'm
why the
like,
heck? I'm looking at this like,
I'm
dude,
like,
man, why am I there?
really?
You go to see
How
a slave
how
castle.
how can you promote the slave dungeon as a tourist site for the Ghanaian country? Like, it's just completely ridiculous, you know.
Something wrong, man. Like I said, me and
Sometimes
Babani disagree about that, man. I said,
I think the country. I mean, for Black Americans, you can but you can't just promote that to
you got
most.
white people out there dancing at the slave. You seen that twerking? His white guy had these black women out there twerking, dancing, and they basically
Yeah,
having.
Makala. I mean, it is a historical event that took place in the past, right? So we can't just ignore that, right? I
Oh yeah,
mean,
I know that, but the bottom line,
regardless, well,
why would
like
that be?
whether it was bitter or
I'm saying
sweet, you
why
can't
why
just
would that be
ignore
a
that.
feature on a? You know what else to do with
I
vacation?
don't know
Is
why they
most of
can't burn that castle down, man. They need to
Oh
demolish that.
man,
they need to
you want to
demolish
wipe?
that man,
Fuck
Zango,
that,
yo.
man.
You
Fuck
know
You
what?
that
don't
We
want to
should go
wipe
to a
that.
man.
museum.
You don't want to
Yeah,
wipe down history, man.
and this is where women were
That,
raped. This, yo,
that's
this,
where
you know,
that's where the African American history started. I mean, you can't just
no,
wipe
we
it
didn't
down.
start. Damn
No,
it!
No,
Yo,
no,
Zango, man,
no,
you're a racist, man.
no, no,
You're a
no,
racist,
no,
man. You
no.
know, I knew you were gonna come back with something, man. You know,
This guy.
that was hilarious, man. You know, our history started on a slave dungeon. Come on,
It
Zango.
started at the castle. The
Yeah, we
door
started
to
at slave
return.
castle. Okay,
No,
thanks,
no,
Zango.
no, no,
Yo,
no.
we gotta go there. You know. Yo, Aunt Nam said only Ghana will use trauma to make money.
Yeah,
Yo, the bottom
yeah,
line,
yeah,
I'm glad
yeah.
somebody
The
else sees
misery merchants.
me.
The misery merchants, Kala.
Misery merchant,
Misery
you know?
merchants selling us
That's a
misery.
bag of misery for you. Come on over here, why not? You know, this is what y'all ask you to get whipped. This is what y'all rape. Like this, like come on over, man. Let's have a thing. Let's do a reenactment. And Black Belt say, yeah, you know, tie me down. Yeah, say you in the, yo, Negroes are the freaking eighth wonder of the world, man. You know,
I
ain't no.
mean, if the guy was promoting that for you, Kyle, as a Black American, then probably he must be working over there, and he
No, he
knows where
works
you
over
come
there
from.
with a Ghanaian, right? It's
Yeah,
like
because I mean, he makes money, he makes his living,
I don't
as a
care
like
about him making a living.
as a tall guy,
His
I
living,
mean,
man. He's a tour guy. He's like,
it's
yo,
part of like it's part of
come
the African American history.
visit the
When Obama listen, when
like,
Obama came
wow,
to
man, I
Ghana,
gotta do that.
when Obama came to Ghana, they went there. Even when
Obama's a
Malia Trump
clown.
went to Ghana,
Obama's a
she,
clown, man. You know,
Malia Trump actually
it was a
went there.
complete waste of time, man. What did he get out of that? You know?
Malia Trump went there. Even
Yeah,
what
yeah,
is
the
it?
baby of Malia Trump. She should that young child should have been traumatized like that. You know, that's
Even
so
like I
sad,
think I
man.
think I think Kamala went there too, right? I think she went there too, Kamala, when she
Oh,
was in Ghana.
Kamala? Where was she
Yeah,
go there? She had no African in her.
I mean, she was the president, vice president of America. Like, what do you mean?
Who cares? Who cares? I was like, yo, get the hell
Is
out.
Malia Trump African herself? She
Malia
went.
Trump, Michelle Obama is a black woman.
No, I don't.
Obama's half
I'm not.
black.
I
Malia
still
and Sasha are black African American women. You know,
I still Malia Trump.
Kamala has no black African American ancestry whatsoever.
No, I mean the wife of Trump. I mean, are you listening to what I'm saying?
What?
She went there too.
Oh,
The wife.
Melania.
Yeah.
Who cares, man? You know, all these people are freaking irrelevant, Zango.
I'm just saying it's part of the African American history. Most American presidents, when they come,
And
they
see,
have to
everybody
pay.
wants to always project this on us like it's part of your culture, Carl. You can't burn that. How are we talking
Oh
about?
my
That's
god.
what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah,
That's why I said. That's why I said we need an African stand, right? Where we stand. Because these
yeah.
Negroes out here like Zango and Buana, man, they want us kicked down and like this Mike and whatnot. You guys love oppressing us, man. You know, y'all ain't got no
Hold on,
land and
Princess.
whatnot, so we could be whatever they say we are. You know, you guys all you
yeah,
do is oppress us. You know,
That's the only way I
yeah,
want to
yeah,
go to
yeah.
Ghana, to burn the castle down. That's the only way I want to go to Ghana.
Those guys.
yeah, burn
Yeah,
us
burn it
down,
down.
man. You know,
Yeah,
If I come to the airport, give me a
man.
gallon.
Man.
I'm happy.
I mean,
Give me a gallon of gasoline. I'm
I would say, because like I would say, a lot of the historians
you be
argue.
painting the place, and whatnot, decorating it. I was like, what the
A
hell?
lot of the
yeah,
histor- a
well,
lot of
upkeep is
the
doing the upkeep and sweeping it, cleaning it.
a lot of the historians
Y'all
argue
got
like
to be
about like
insane, man.
80% of the castle's dungeons was built within the coastal territories of Ghana, which clearly indicates that, I mean, most of those tribes in those coastal regions probably could have been coons, because they work hand in hand with those slave masters.
All I know is, man,
Yeah, they
basically,
were coons.
you're going over
Those
there.
Africans were coons.
There's trauma, right?
Don't they got a castle in Nigeria too?
I said like
They got
80% of like.
Calabar. They got
Yeah.
Yeah, they
places.
have a lot of. They have one, I think in Benin too, right?
They got
Another
one in
in,
Lagos.
in
Lagos
Senegal. In Senegal.
ruins. There's in ruins like slave castles and
Yeah,
Lagos, Nigeria, and also Calabar. You know, and
And,
Calabar.
cause they have like Elmina Castle, they have like the Cape Coast Castle, they have a lot, like they have forts in the coastal territories of Ghana. And a lot of it was actually in those particular region.
If you don't
It,
understand something, a lot of times,
it sends a message that
people, a
it
lot of
sends a message that those tribe in those coastal areas had an agreement with those Europeans at that
and
particular
check this
time.
out. You know what's unique about all that is this: none of the cannons face towards the inside. That means the indigenous people of the area were no threat to them, right? And not only that, do you know that they used to rob slaves from around the coast, and Ghana was also like a holding area. So
Hmm.
when ships come by and pick them up, let's say you can't transport overseas just yet, another ship will come by and transfer overseas, and everything. So they collect this. So a lot of times they didn't come from the interior of Ghana; they came from other parts of West Africa. People don't realize that part. And not everybody went on a slave ship came from Ghana.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. Right.
from
Yeah. Not
Nigeria
all
to
of them.
the slave coast.
Yeah.
So people don't realize that part of the history. It's just a really ugly history. We need to turn the page in history. You know,
Yeah,
uh,
we don't have to like dwell on it all the time.
that's why I
I
say
see
I
like
love Liberia. That's our triumph. I said that when I'm in Liberia. This is where we triumphed. Where we got back. We got a
I
little
mean
bit.
you triumph by oppressing other Africans.
No, we weren't oppressing nobody. We just trying to triumph by living, surviving. We weren't. There's no history. Read my book. There's no history of us oppressing Native Liberians. It's a lie. Just that we were more educated, so naturally we dominated them. Of
But
course.
that's how it's going to create some envy.
Yeah, but so it does. That's not our problem,
Yeah,
man.
but the way to do is
Oh,
wait. The way to do is to
look at it. Look,
you
we
educate them to take
hold up. We
positions
hold
over
up.
there
We
too.
Ah,
Zongo,
bro, Zango,
We
Zango, chill
educated
on
them.
that, bro.
We educated them. We built schools for them. We built hospitals for them. We built factories
You
for them.
don't become leaders if you believe they are, indigenous to that land. You educate them and you let them hold position
No, no,
in their
no. You can't
ancestral
get
land. That's
that.
how it works.
You know why? You know why I can't get that? Because the reason why Liberia kept its independence, right? Because the indigenous people did not have no power. They had
And that's why
we protected them by taking those sort of rights away from them. You know,
Nakala. I
'Cause how,
think
how you
what
think
you
Ghana? How you think Ghana? Because it got colonized. Some white man come in with some deed. You sign it. And next thing you know, the troops are going. You sign this deed document.
yeah. I mean
They're all
treaty.
that,
They signed a lot of treaties. Yeah.
you
I
know.
mean, even in Nkrumah, when Nkrumah was arguing for independence, he was saying like this, like treaties that most tribes signed with the Europeans was a short-term treaty, and now they want those treaties to be terminated, so they can have authority to their own region. And
But
I would say at that particular time, most Africans wasn't thinking at the
well, that's why I said
at at a
they,
national level. You know,
hold up. They
the
would think
idea of a
the white man
country was
shows up with
alien to
some
them.
fish. White man shows up with some fish, a couple toys, and some guns, whatever like that,
No,
and
alcohol.
alcohol or whatever like that. And they're like, hey, whatever
Some
you need,
clothes,
you
man.
can have it. And that's how my black ass ended up here in
Man,
America.
I've been to like the Nigerian, like the castles in Nigeria, man. Like if they told you like what they got, man, stop it, man.
Now, Buanaman says, who sold part of Liberia? Like Firestone, one Firestone don't own land in Liberia. They lease land in Liberia. No white person or corporation can own land in Liberia. That's the law. Only black people, black African, black people can actually own property in Liberia.
That's a racist, like this is racist law.
So we don't care. We don't care. The whole so in other words, you people gonna hunt you down because of your race. Then when you defend yourself because of your race,
But
just
kind of, I mean, even slavery wasn't abolished in America. Like people argue like slavery wasn't abolished. They say like slavery was only limited to people who don't commit crimes. If you commit crime,
no, no,
then
no. That's not safe. Chattel slavery is something different. I was never gonna let criminals off the hook by comparing them to our ancestors. If you rob and knock over an old lady, which we call it, over the head and whatnot, you deserve hard labor for the rest of your life. That you ain't a slave. You're a fool. They'll say the American Liberians let fire so free. You
so
look.
like
I'm gonna have to do a show about Liberia because these people are so uneducated.
Liberia.
It's so freaking Dave here is Liberian too. They have nothing about fire. You go to Firestone and whatnot. Firestone did a good job. They built the Farmington River Dam that gave the first electricity in Liberia and everything. They put a lot of people to work, man. That was a reality. Reality was U.S. capital was not coming to any part of Africa. The fact that they could even get somebody investment like Firestone and like the Bong mines was amazing.
Yeah.
The thing is, they would from the '90s on should have been American manufacturing tech companies coming in. But what happened in 1980? You had a coup, and American business, look, even to this day, American businessmen they say, look, yeah, and they look at Liberia like with so much potential, but they look at these chimpanzees running the government, man. They're like, you know.
That's the main reason I told a lot of people that too over
So
there.
Kyle. So the question that I have for you now, I think I didn't join early. So like, what are some like the things that Black Americans are doing now that is impeding their progress in the future? Like, which
Well,
kind of
well,
like
well, well, there's no black. I'm an individual. We're all individuals. We're not what you call. We're not a collective. Anybody tells you a collective, they're lying to you. We're not a collective. That's why I say I hate when people tell
I'm
we got
trying.
this. What the
No,
fuck?
I'm trying to understand like the delayed gratification topic. Like I mean,
Well, the bottom line is, like I said, people ask me about the Afrostin, right? I told you
is it tailored towards Black Americans or Africans?
what. It's
The top,
no. You always think
this
I'm
topic.
picking on Africans. It's all black people. Delayed
Also Africans.
gratification. Hold up. The delayed gratification is the reason why we never went for building our own nation in Africa, because we chose to stay in America and deal with the white man's racism because it was easy. And the bottom line is, we should have got the hell out of here.
Some did actually, Carlos. Some
But
did. Some did.
not enough. The majority of us should have got the hell out of here. And if you want to come back, that's fine, but do it from a position of strength and power. I don't accept the idea we're so racist, we're oppressed. Well, you're always going to be racist, oppressed, as long as somebody is feeding you, somebody's a majority over you. I don't buy. This is what I'm saying. I don't care who's watching, listening, this one. I don't buy another race of people ruling over another race of people. I don't believe it. I don't care how good they're going to. Even though Black America think they got it good in America, just a mere fact, the principle thing is white people rule over us. They got this country's theirs. I was at this place called Marina. It was a marina, right? I was like the only black person in there. I was like, God, that felt so fucking uncomfortable. Out in near Croatan, I was on way back from the Outlet Banks. It was like a marina. And the way they live, and when I was like the only black person there, I was like, what the fuck, man? I was out of place. And I said to myself, I should not have to feel like that, even when I'm in the Outer Banks and whatnot. I should not have to feel like, just to go someplace nice when I got to be around another race of people. I don't accept that, So in my mind, I'm thinking, I'll enjoy this here and everything like that. But in my mind, I'm thinking, we need a nation of our own. And I'm gonna keep saying that to the day I die, And the bottom line is that one day it's
And you have it already, man. It's Africa. You have a lot of
no,
countries.
that's not our nation. I talk about a nation. We're a nation a nation is founded by
Black,
us.
black, yeah. Cause I mean, you guys going back to because black.
You Ghanaians over there talk about come over here, and robbing us blind and whatnot, and you get Ricky from the Bag family and whatnot. That's not what I'm talking about, Zango.
But Kala. I mean, when I came to the U.S., I had a lot of Black Americans saying that, "Oh, y'all Africans never invited back to the homeland and this
Those
and
are
that."
Negroes. Those are Negroes, man. And the bottom line,
And and Ghanaians extended their hands, and now you guys are complaining that they are scamming you. Like, come on, man, you guys got to pick a stand, though.
I'm like this.
Where do you stand?
Most black people in America don't even know we built a country at one time, and we actually did it
At
ourselves.
least Ghanaians extended a good gesture,
Like
inviting you guys back to the homeland.
Black people, you need black people.
Created a whole diaspora.
But the bottom line is this: for yourself, Ghanaians are not trying to give up nothing, no power, no nothing.
Of course, man. I mean, they don't want to give up power.
They're not trying to give you power, right? You stay out of Ghanaian for
they
long.
They don't want to. They don't want to give no minority power, man. I mean, most African countries.
So we're basically being dominated. We have no voice. I might stay here. So the only thing you could do is I just think maybe it could be the fact that it's too late for us to build a nation. We might just have to just say, look, it is what it is. But or you could basically tell Africans.
I think you can do the same thing if you replicate.
Hold on, Africans will see the benefits of an African. If they thought long term. because
Kala,
most
and
Africans don't want to delay gratification. They don't
yeah,
see the
and
long
Kala,
thing of like which one when they built Dubai. Now, if the people, the emirs, emirates of the Dubai, basically said, so why are we gonna build some island out of the palm of what's it gonna do with that? What are we gonna see now? It took them 20 years. Now look what they got. They delay gratification. See how it works? The African mind does not think like that. How to delay gratification. You say you put an idea, we need a state, a city state, a new state where the black minds around the world could come there and build and everything like that. The African doesn't see that. He only thinks about what's in front of him right there, how he can eat today, like Ant-Man. You know, yeah, Ant-Man made right. Black people love the immediate comfort of the white man. He's not going to basically build a nation for himself. The sad part. That's the thing. He don't want to delay. He want to delay his gratification. He wants his gratification now. He wants to eat
no.
now. He's
Yeah.
trying to hit
Yeah,
the
but
club.
I think Black America is going back. It's not going to work because I mean it's still like tribalism over there.
Yeah. So the bottom line is the black.
I mean,
black
the average person is not tribal. I'm saying like when it comes to political power, like those like dominant
Oh
groups
yeah,
being
bro. Yeah,
big.
but who your tribe is, who gets elected. That means who eats. You know,
Hey, that's
who
what it
eats,
means in
who
Africa.
starves. In Africa, I know
Yeah,
that. But motherfucker,
those who
in
get like
Liberia, man,
government
Liberia,
contract and stuff like
you
that.
got a political position in Liberia. You like God. That means you got a steady paycheck. You know, Dave knows what I'm talking about. You
Yeah,
know, you in Liberia, you got a government job or government official. You are God because you got a consistent paycheck.
yeah, Black Americans. Yeah, Africa wouldn't be like suitable place for you. I mean, maybe like an African stand where like everybody's equal regardless of who you are, right? The same American ideal will be implemented over there. I mean,
Yeah, we would have to. We
uh,
would have to do have our own constitution and stuff like that. And
them are
but
solely based on merit, not just your tribal
I
affiliation
don't
or where
believe
you.
in tribe. But when the bottom line is, and we've proven the fact that because in Liberia, the people that came from America, like you said in my novel, right? They didn't discriminate against the people that came from Barbados. The people that came from Barbados actually started running the country. The Barclays and the Padmores and
Mhm.
the Howards. They were from Barbados, and they became leaders of the country. And eventually, the native people. So it wasn't like anybody was being discriminated against or whatever like that. That's our culture. If you could do the job, like in Black America,
But
right? Barbara in Jamaica. We didn't care.
Carla, what do you think about Black Americans, like the so-called Americans now, who are against migrant coming to the country because they feel? I mean, some of them probably might be jealous of like the migrants because the migrants are probably getting more successful based on uh
I don't know
their,
about
their,
successful, but I'm saying like this. This
have
is
okay have okay let me restructure having some sort of success based on their ability to be able to do something to get some work done compared to like the citizens, so
well
generally
like this.
generally
Let me
generally there's going to be a natural tendency to hate on someone coming from another
well,
place.
like I said, that's all over the world.
Yeah,
Anytime,
it's everywhere. It could be you going to Ghana, and then
yeah,
you
well,
have
that's
a
what I'm
certain
saying.
skill.
Yeah,
If you make a lot of money, people they're gonna hate on you. Like you have the skills
xenophobia
you
is
have.
a global thing. People fear what they don't know and stuff like that. But in America, one thing people will do is like, there's nobody taking the migrants aren't taking directly money. It's the principle of the thing. The principle of the thing says, look, if I go 10 miles over speed limit, guess what? I'm getting pulled over. I'm getting a ticket. I can't talk my way out of a ticket. The law is the law.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And black people in America are over policed. Every time we look around, there's one brother that was basically a police officer talking about, I'm paid to harass black people. That's what this guy, black cop was saying. Phil Scott was playing his video. He said, I'm paid to harass black people. I'm paid to
That's
basically
normal.
like,
It's normal.
like that, right? And so by use of law to make black people's life hell, right?
I
The
mean,
same
Mufasa said like he doesn't like if you are not really hearing about immigrant success, then what are you actually hating on then?
No, I didn't get to that, right? I'm gonna get to that. Now, at the same time, when you see somebody who came across the border illegally, like these Venezuelans that took over apartment complex, right? These people shooting up police and stuff like this, and raping people and everything. and the government seem like they're doing with kitty gloves dealing with these people, and they're breaking the law by being here and coming. And then so the government comes down on us every little thing like this. Of course, there's gonna be resentment, you know. And so, of course, there's gonna be resentment. Why are these guys giving so much special treatment and everything like that? But we get arrested and we're getting harassed by the police 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And these people are not, come over here and they're protected. You can't arrest them. Law enforcement can't arrest them. You can't hold them in custody. They're trying to. The president running for office, come on ahead, wants to abolish ICE. A lot of black people said we should abolish the patrol car, in our neighborhoods and whatnot, but that ain't happening. But they're really considering abolishing ICE because they make immigrants feel uncomfortable. So you understand how that causes resentment, you know?
Yeah, I mean, with us, I mean, they have to deal with the corporations, not the migrants, you know. So I mean, you have to deal with your own people who are Americans, but they're on the other side, the employers. You know, they think a little. Employers are always going to think different than an employee, even though they're all American citizens.
Yeah, I don't want them bringing migrants here illegally. Yeah. Ben Uko the other night, man, just went off on migrants. I don't give a damn, Colin. He was like, I don't give a damn, Colin. They came over here, and he said a talking point that the border security
Oh,
guys.
but Ugo, like the Canadian guy.
Yeah, I don't know if he's Canadian or not, but he said basically, what he said was, he goes, if you got a DUI and whatnot, they're gonna, because I was saying, I was being kind of soft. I was like, yeah, I just can't see when I see those images of them taking arresting the parents and the kids are crying because they're taking their parents away. He said, if you
Uh-huh.
was go there on DUI, they arrest your ass and take you away and everything. Yeah, you're right about that. So he goes, I don't want to hear nothing about no illegal. You broke the law by coming here. And that's how black people feel. How these people break the law by fucking coming here, but yet we gotta obey the same laws. We get locked up for every littlest thing, you know.
Yeah, man. So like the issue has to be dealt at the legislative like level. You know, not even
Yeah, it's a joke, man. It's the bottom line the bottom line. It's
not
bigger
executive,
than
like because the
the,
executive, like I mean, the most they
the
can do,
globalist people.
it's probably implement executive.
The
The most they can
globalist,
do is to implement
the globalist.
executive orders, right?
Yeah,
Now, if you have a case, you have to do the legislators have to help you to to curtail this issue, not even like the executive branch of government.
yeah. What you call it? What I'm saying is, there's a bigger forces out there that want cheap labor, migrant labor. Why? Because instant gratification, delayed gratification. Even corporate, not just black people, corporations now. And when businesses start thinking like that, oh, let's bring in illegal. They don't think about the long term effects. It's whatever it is. Let's make a quick buck now, raise our stock up, sell stock off, whatever like that, make that money and get out. Get in, get out. Ain't nobody thinking about no long term thing. We don't have businesses anymore that have a long year, 30-year plan, whatever like that, to expand and advance and everything, and move people up and everything, pay them pensions, salaries, and everything. It's all about right now, right here, right there. Next thing you know, one minute you're working, have a good job and everything. Next minute, plants shutting down. You and your wife and family are homeless. They got you got to move to another state, whatever like that. This is what we're dealing with. So of course,
Yeah,
people
but
will be resentful of migrants. It's not the migrants; it's the corporations that's doing all this. The
yeah,
migrants.
but Kala, I mean, the migrants are doing huge work. You know, there's a lot of
Migrants
works. There's a lot of works that Americans are not doing that migrants are
no,
doing.
the
Like,
migrants, the American companies don't want to pay American labor.
yeah, it's partly so, but there's other works that most migrants are doing that Americans
Like
uh
what?
do not really. I mean, people like agricultural sector,
Yeah,
for
I
instance,
still
like.
see Americans doing agriculture and stuff
But
like
I'm
that.
saying at a larger scale to be able to feed the demand of Americans.
I'm here on the East Coast of the United States, right? I still see majority of the farmers are white or black. Yeah, are there Mexicans out here doing stuff like that? Yes.
I
When
mean, Carla, man. When it comes to like this, people like plucking like I mean, apples or
yo, you
oranges
know
that
something?
you
There's
consume.
people. Yeah, I did that. Yo, I did that when I was 10 years old. And
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, how many of them are doing? I mean, at the end of the day, the way to be. Wait, Carla.
Yeah,
At the
but
end of the day,
bottom line, they don't want to tell you.
the way to be able to analyze this issue is to do some kind of like research to be able to determine that, right?
All right, okay. Let's say Buonaman said like this. I want to show what you show about the orange. Black people used to dominate the orange picking industry in Florida. So let me no, I'm not gonna do it as a career, but I will tell you this. If I was out there, I did all kinds of summer jobs, man. I did
Yeah,
every.
but Mufasa, I think you are conflating things. Like, I mean, you are against illegal migration, then you don't correlate that to brain drain, because the people who are coming here illegally, they are not coming with some kind of professional background or something like that.
Man, these people
The
ain't no
wa-
damn professionals. Zongo, stop it, man.
no, I'm saying like if they are coming illegally, they are not professionals. That's what I'm saying. The
Yeah,
ones coming
well,
illegally are the ones who are professionals.
I
So
mean, I
like
have no problem. Look, I have no problem them making money doing
the ones the ones
I
who are
have no
actually
problem with that.
draining
I
their
have no
countries
problem.
are the ones coming to these countries legally.
I think Americans are spoiled because like I said, we don't want to. We want better pay. Uh, 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 and and stuff like that. And the bottom line, we don't want to go back with our ancestors. Our ancestors, man, they lived 10 to 1 house and whatnot. You know.
I mean, Kyla, man, there's like let me tell you, see, even when I was in college, right? I took a class, I took a course, right? And one of like my TAs was a Chinese assistant professor, right? And the reason why he wanted to stay in America, he explained to us, was where he came from in China is very competitive. His region was very competitive. The possibility of him being able to do what he's doing over here, it's not even possible over there. So why stay over there when he can benefit, get get a good job, high pay, and live in America?
Yeah, you go through this.
Because others are already doing it in his home country. There's no need.
Yeah, which we go. Yeah, like I said, it's a tough thing to a thing, but like I said, doesn't this country need them or something like that?
No, there's dozens of them. Like, it's very competitive already. They can get no jobs. Like, they have already qualified people who can get those jobs. You know, so they have to go
I was in
elsewhere.
this part. I was in this part of Florida one time. Okay, Florida. Let me see this. I was in this part of Florida one time. Near Dundee. In Central Florida.
Hmm.
But like I said, this shows you the history of Black people used to dominate the agricultural scene in America.
Growing up, only thing I knew about Ocoee was that we didn't go there. Nobody said why. And
A lot of people have
I
to go
just
through this
assumed growing up
the
it was just a
racism
town
and the shit like
for
that.
white people.
Unbelievable. Unforgivable.
A lot of the specifics and the events of the Ocoee massacre we don't
The
know.
Ocoee massacre. Yeah, my book
horrible event.
of the Black
African Americans were slaughtered, were driven out of Ocoee for decades.
There were Black people massacred just for doing well in farming orange. All they did, only crime they did was work hard. Now these people come and say, "Oh, you don't want to work hard. You don't work hard."
Ocoee was a rural community that would have been pretty familiar to people living in Central Florida at the time, in the late 19th and early 20th.
Kind of let's listen though. If you're
And it was, a community lined with orange groves and agricultural productions, and it was near Orlando, which was a transportation hub. The railroad came through Orlando. Farmers in Ocoee could go to Orlando and send their goods to market. And so it had a very desirable place, just geography, because it was so close to a railroad hub.
Citrus was the king. And July Perry, being that he was a labor broker for both Black and white, he ruled. Some people said that he was not They said that he was meaner than a junkyard dog. So he probably had to be tough, being that things were the way they were, and to accomplish what he was accomplishing there on the shores of Lake Apopka. Everything was hustling and bustling here, and it was all about success, black or white, success.
They're living in an era of Jim Crow, of segregation, of enforced segregation. They're living in an era when these men in Ocoee, and by 1920, the women too, were full citizens of the United States, had the right to vote. But since the last decade of the 19th century, there have been active efforts to suppress the vote by violence and intimidation. It's suppressed by law.
So there was a great deal of anxiety on the part of white supremacists in Florida to curb the number of African Americans who were going to vote in the 1920 election. So much so that in Orlando, in Lake City, and Jacksonville, days before the November election in 1920, the Ku Klux Klan marched through the downtown in those places, specifically to intimidate African Americans from going out and casting a vote in that 1920 election.
Judge John Chaney, who was going to run for the Senate seat, courted the black vote. He helped July Perry and Mose Norman become registered voters. They paid their poll tax, because back then you had to pay your poll tax.
July Perry and Mose Norman, who were better economically situated in Ocoee, push people to register to vote. And if they don't have the money for the poll tax, they will give them the money for the poll tax to register and vote.
Mose Norman, went to the polls in Ocoee to vote. A scuffle starts and he leaves. And I guess he go by and tell July Perry, I'm out of here, because by now he's been attacked. And so the Ku Klux Klan, it was said, went to the home of July Perry. From there, all hell broke loose. He tells his family to flee. Who kills who? Nobody knows. 2 whites end up dead in July Perry's backyard.
News of this gets out and a white mob comes to July Perry's house armed. And of course, this leads to the Ocoee massacre.
You have 30 to 60 people that we think died there. It's painful. It's horribly painful to think about being in a situation where people are shooting at you and have set your house on fire, and you're trying to escape in the dark of the night.
Alan Frank's uncle was July Perry. Alan Franks was a refugee or survivor of the Ocoee massacre. He knew the perimeters of the Lake Apopka. And Alan, who had to carry his sibling who had a physical illness through the swamps, I just can't even imagine the pain, the fear of trying to get to a safe place. And July Perry, taken from Ocoee, some say he was near death before he left Ocoee, that he had been wounded, and allegedly tied behind a vehicle and drug into Orlando. He was locked in the jail, wounded near death. The vigilante group came to the jail and took him away. And they hung him in the vicinity of where Judge Chaney would see his body. And as a reminder to Judge Chaney, this is what happens when you register people to vote.
It was reported very broadly, in fact. The Florida newspapers were reporting it the next day, and then national newspapers took it up. In that wide reporting, it is reported from a white perspective, and a white perspective that sees the horror in the 2 white men who died. There are reports, that the town was burned, but the implication often is that that's the fault of blacks, that the town burns down.
The African American accounts of Ocoee lived with the people who experienced them initially. The ones who fled, they went to places like Apopka, went to places north or other parts of the South, and they shared those stories with their descendants who passed those stories on. And this is not unusual with racial terror in these ways. What African Americans did in 1920 and soon after was just seed the story that could be germinated later, which future historians were able to do.
McCoy suffered greatly after 1920. Who's going to work over there? Not Black people from those who knew. So for a long time, the economy suffered, all because of people wanting to vote. I grew up in Apopka during the 50s. We would not go through.
Yeah, enough of that. But you get the picture. It was a massacre. Basically, orange Black people were succeeding, in that area, and they wanted to vote. And the white people said no. And you said, Michael, well, I said, I can see why. I don't really hate white people, like that. I just want to tell the truth. I don't want nobody telling me anything. Like me personally, I would not sit there and spare no white person's feelings, And then, people like Mike, my good buddy Mike, wants to spare their feelings. I don't give a damn about their feelings, what they think, whatever like that. I don't live for them. That's why I can't stand people like Kundus Owens and Jason Shitlock and other clowns that go around buck dancing for white people. Like white people are perfect. They're not perfect people.
Carla, aren't you part of like the integration of a greater America? I mean,
what do you mean integration? What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, didn't Black people fought for
I have look. No, we were fortunate to be citizens, and since we're here in this country, like we say, like I said, we were forced to deal with the hand we were dealt with. We're in America. We can't do nothing about it, right? We're stuck here and everything. This is the country we're born in, stuck here. So we want the best for our people that while we're here. It had nothing to do with white people. Black people could avoid white people, we would. That's not realistic. We have to know we have to deal with these people and everything like that. They're the ones that basically think they can have the perfect life without Black people around. They really believe that.
No, I'm saying like you have an issue with like what's her name? Candace Owens, I mean, in the past, Black people fought to be like to go to restaurants, to white restaurants, to
Well,
to buy, to be part of like white neighborhoods.
I don't think
You don't
I don't
have
think
it now.
Black people were fighting. Look, let me tell
To
you
be able
something.
to date white women, and have kids
Well,
with
no,
them
I
and
don't think.
stuff like that.
Hold up. There's people, like I said, the people conflate the civil rights movement. There were people in the civil rights movement who had money and influence, right? They believe part of the civil rights was Black men being able to marry who they want to marry, and stuff like that, right? And then we basically Black nationalists or everybody who didn't really espouse to that, right? We abandoned the racial teachings of Elijah Muhammad, stay with your own, do for self, everything, to a broader message, because we really thought we were actually the civil rights movement and the Black Power was on its last legs. We was about to die until they reached out to white people and found allyship in the white Communist Party and all stuff like that. You had Black Panther members sleeping with white chicks and all this kind of stuff like this. So the message changed from Black power to all power to the people and diversity and all this kind of.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's after the fact, Kala. Well, first, this is the thing. So this is why that's that kind of thing Dynas does, where he keeps giving this spiel. Well, look, you people wanted to integrate. This is what you wanted. That's totally a misinterpretation of what our ancestors did. And
Yeah, they wanted to. It is what a decent life.
yeah, but right, exactly. But like that's a disrespectful narrative, right? Because this is you have to think of it this way. You could do all that tough talk about, well, we just do it by ourselves. We don't need nobody, whatever, right? But at the end of the day, you're living in a country where you're working toward the country, you're paying taxes like everybody else, but all the wealth is being concentrated with
Exactly.
white
All the
people.
business loans, everything like that is going
All
to
the
one
money
group
for
of
the
people.
schools, all the money for the everything, all the guns, everything. They're getting everything. Like for instance, think about Harvard as a campus, right? Think about how many presidents been to Ivy League universities about these rooms that we're not even in. These powerful decisions are happening in
Yeah,
totally white rooms.
the institutions like the Hoover Institute and all these other places like that, where
But,
these
but, but see, but there was a
public
time.
policies being formed.
Yeah, there was a time we're not in that room. Period. We still don't have the power in those rooms. But there was a time we're not in Harvard. Period. We're not in any of these rooms at all. And there's things happening like these people will be, for instance, they'll be at Microsoft, right? And they won't even think anything of the fact that there's no black people here,
Right.
right?
That's
If
that's
we're
how they
not
are. Really,
there,
Zango, that's how they
how are
are.
we making money?
They don't
Right.
they don't give a damn about black people. You know, what give a damn where we live. We know we have to live with these people because we're a minority group.
So when we talk about integration, bro, it's not about like nobody. We never wanted to be like them. Think about it. We do our own thing. They act like us. You see what I'm saying? I watch TV. I don't watch TV. I start watching TV. I'm like, damn, white people using all our slang like on the news now. They talking like us. They
Nah,
always want to
man.
be like us.
Listen, you guys,
Zango,
man.
Zango, do you understand that if the civil rights movement never happened, right, and these laws haven't been passed,
Who's that? Who's
this
that?
is Big Black. This is Big
Oh,
Black.
big black. Go ahead.
You know how many people would have been hung in 2024 if these laws had been passed.
Yeah,
The-
bro. You have
it
actual
was pretty much
sundown towns. Do you
right.
know about sundown towns?
Yeah,
Zango?
yeah. Oh yeah.
I felt like that today, man. I thought I was in a
Yes, I,
sundown town.
yeah, I know. I've heard of that before.
So
Okay.
They
we
still got
if
sundown towns.
right. So if
Yeah, but you're not probably gonna get lynched though.
you're not probably going, but that like black lynching
I've,
was like damn near
I've,
normalized and
I've been
before
to those areas before when I came to this place. You know.
right. But I'm saying it wasn't nothing to lynch a black person. You know what I'm saying? Before these the civil rights movement and everything, it was pretty much normalized. So we black people they fought for the right to just be citizens in the United States.
Be
Pretty
human.
much.
Be human.
Right. They're trying to spin the narrative and make it seem like we was like dick riding white people or something.
No.
What are we supposed to do? We in a country, we in a wealthy country, we're contributing to the wealth, and then it keeps getting taken from us, and then
And now that
like
they at the
animals.
time they in the 60s, they were setting us to die for them in Vietnam. That's balls. Who said that? Rod Sterling from the Twilight Zone. He said, "Look, you cannot have a country that discriminates against a man because of his skin color." And like this, he said that Malcolm X said the same thing. I don't know if they read each other or what. He said a country that discriminates against somebody because of his race is not a just country. And America had to show itself to be a just country by at least on paper passing laws. And we were really just a pain in the neck for them. Our position here in America is an embarrassment to them, because they don't know what to do. Because they said if we integrate with them, forced integration too much, white people are going to rebel and uprise. If we
I think they got the formula now though. Like if you look in California, like they're doing this kind of gender war thing. Everyone's hating each other. Everybody's dating out. Then they're gonna bring the Africans to kind of wash the rest of it out, and then make sure they think like Zango, where they're just happy to be here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then,
Come on, Mufasa. Why you gotta do like that? Come on.
That's how you come off though. You know what I'm saying? So it does seem you come off like that, man. But you got to talk to a lot of the older cats, man. And they tell you like, let's say if a movie was playing in a certain neighborhood, and they said they when they came in that movie
Man,
theater,
I know,
they had to
I've
rush.
been
They
to
had
like
to
a
go to the top. They had to go to the top to watch a movie.
I know, man. I know.
Like these were unwritten laws that they had to abide by, and if they if they like sat in the middle or sat in the front, they were acting too uppity. This is codes that they had to abide by that wasn't even written down. You know what I mean?
I know. Actually, I know. I mean, I've been to like the Washington State Museum, like in Tacoma. I mean, the black person he wasn't allowed to work like for like Boeing. I mean, the black person, like, I mean, that was very shocking, So I know a little of the history. I'm not,
Yeah, but
delusional.
But see, the thing about the history, though, see what they tell you the history, and you learn about it from a standpoint of, oh man, this is sad, this is crazy how it used to be, right? But you don't learn the economic implication and how
the impact it has on shit
right.
today.
That's really what matters. People are like, oh yeah, y'all just wanted to live next to white people. It's like, no, bro. There was economic implications to them sitting over there with 80% of the wealth, or really 99%
Like
of the wealth, and leaving us scraps.
Mufasa. You ever studied the Walden family of Walmart? They started in 1968, and they got rich off black labor and the black markets, consumer dollar.
Yeah, I mean, how many
Walmart.
of them? Come on,
Now they're
most of these
billionaires.
people got rich off
Rich in the
cotton.
world.
Even if you go before that, they all getting rich off of cotton. They got rich off our backs. That's how America got rich, and they didn't cut us in on any of it. And then they're mad that we're angry, and then sabotaged our communities for decades and decades
They
and
burned
decades.
our communities down, man. We were competing with them on their own terms. We were beating them at their own game, and they turned, and the government turned a blind eye while they ransacked places like Wilmington, Dormant, North Carolina, Forsyth County, Georgia, Tulsa, Oklahoma. These are all
From
black
Texas,
cities.
Ocoee, Florida.
Ocoee, Florida, all stuff like this. Massacred black people and took over their stuff, and like no justice, no nothing. So if we're a little bitter, Zango, you got to understand where we're coming from. That's why I said people talk about just move on. No, it don't work like that. Like I said, we do. I think we do.
And Kyla,
No, I wasn't trying to bring this topic today, though. I kind of was speaking about the lady on the Republican, the spokesperson. I mean, no, the Republican Party. Like, she's part of like the Republican party. What's her name? Like the black girl.
Candace Owens.
And so
And I'm saying, hey, man, that's what you guys fought for, to be part of Greater America. She's part of like the Republican Party. It's part of Greater America. Like,
from my point,
why would you label her as a coon?
Zango, let me say this. Let me say this, and I know.
You don't know why she's a coon, Zango?
I mean, how can America? How can you move on as black or white Americans?
Never be held,
and you wouldn't label another person as a coon for joining a different political party?
The whole thing is what she's trying to do is this, right? There's a good number of pressure on white people. White people want this all to go away, absent any justice. They want this all to go away, brush it under the rug, and be cool. They want us to be smiling.
Exactly, but that's what the ancestors fought for. They want everything to go away.
No, they did not. Our ancestors were not like that. Ancestors like that. You still talk to old black people.
What is the point of fighting for integration then?
They were not fighting for integration. I don't know. Mufasa, I'm missing something here.
No,
I don't remember anybody saying we'll fight for integration. Look,
the bottom line is
black people are like this. If that's a public school and the teachers are there and everything like that.
I was in Chicago, and a lot of people say, "Oh, there's still segregation." Segregation.
Well, the bottom line is, you cannot force. It's called de facto segregated de jure. De jure means done by design. De facto means that's just a fact of the matter is. If you live in a neighborhood, there's majority black and everything. What they try to do is take de facto segregation and bust people just to see racial balance. That's not that's not feasible. And black people, we didn't ever say we want.
What was segregation?
See, here's the thing, Zango.
Let me ask you a question: was segregation a good thing or a bad thing? It was a
Zango.
And now you have the opposite of segregation.
I believe it's separate development, not segregation. Segregation means white people still control everything.
That they still control everything, and then a lot of things you still have to go in town and deal with. You know what I'm saying? With the white man,
post office. They were not going to give us our own sheriff's department and stuff like that. So this is hypocritical. They say, "Oh, it's integration and everything." They still.
But Mufasa, you can actually. The case of California, right? I know, a lot of Latin people have spoken about that. The current population of California, I think, 40% of the present Californian population. American citizen given bond by foreign nationals, right? So but the thing is, if you want to go back 200, 400 years ago,
we talk about 400 years ago.
I'm just saying, history clearly shows that many people came into America, right? So generally, over the years, the population or the racial makeup of America is going to change by time to time. People come and go.
Still 70% of the population. I don't know how.
But most of them still come though. A lot of them still come from Europe though.
Hold on, it doesn't matter. A lot of these people are white allied, white adjacent. You know,
Yeah.
so it doesn't. White people are not going to lose this racial because it's too much to gain by going along with white people's bullshit. You know, so the
Yeah,
Hispanics
they'll
will side with
classify
I
a
mean,
lot
the
of
so what? I mean, the
these
Africans,
Hispanics will be
Africans also become
classified as white.
Americanized too. Africans become
yeah,
Americanized
Africans
too.
look ridiculous being white adjacent. Trust me, you guys
Oh,
look
really?
like fools.
Nah, man. They become Americanized too, man.
No, there's no American. It's either white or black. You
Man,
know.
I see African when I see Africans in America, man. I classify them as African Americans too, man. Like their
No,
mindset
no, no,
is
they're
it's
African
not from the
immigrants.
continent, man. I'm being
No,
honest with you
hold on.
guys. Man.
African Americans have codes. We have things like I could go down with Big Black one night and he'll know what I'm talking about. I know what he's talking about. Boom, boom, boom. There's got to be that, you know. I can't
Mhm.
be like. Let me perfect example of what I'm talking about. Right. I was in a place today, a nice place one day, but the whole time I'm thinking, you know, what I thought about. I thought about my friend Mike Olawale. Right. 'Cause I'm sitting there. I'm the only black person in there. I'm like, fuck, man, the Marina and everything like that. I'm like, damn, I feel so funny. Food was good, but I feel so uncomfortable. I'm the only black person sitting there, and I was with some white friends of mine, you know, and I was visiting out there in North Carolina. And anyway, I was like saying to myself, damn, I want to see a black person walk in, man. God, man, I look at everything I walk. I said, oh man, I thought it was a black my brother. No, just a white guy with a hat on, you know. I was like, damn. And so I was like, this. Now you as an African, you probably wouldn't even seen nothing. You probably would completely comfortable, not even seen anything wrong with.
Anything wrong with that? That's it's so.
So
I
we
feel
What
like
you
I
black
feel,
in
mean? What you
America, I
mean?
understand. I want to be able to talk to somebody and they
Mhm.
understand where I'm coming from. You
Yeah,
Exactly.
know,
what you mean? Like,
yeah,
I mean, we all know that,
especially
man. We
too,
live in
Kyla.
America. We all know that. What you mean? Like, we all know that,
Especially too,
actually.
Kyla. Especially too, Kyla. If
Y'all,
something happened, it's in
and
case if
y'all
somebody
something
first.
pissed
happened.
off,
And
man.
yeah, something happened.
Remember
You
that?
know,
Remember that last year that incident that happened on the river thing? I thought about that. Remember that with the
yeah,
chairs, the white chairs? I thought about that. You
The
know.
first
yeah. It's in
generation
case
was
of
the first generation. They be worried about getting deported. They be like, I don't want none part of that stuff.
No,
I
no
don't
part
want,
of Zango would be
you know what I'm
like,
saying?
no, y'all be cool.
Yeah.
Y'all be cool. Man. Zango like, get your
I mean,
ass. Zango got thrown in the water.
first generation have no problem about getting deported because they are born in the country.
You
No, I'm
still
Yeah,
get
talking.
deported.
I want to go. I want to go back to Candace Owens. So when you watch Candace Owens, you think that black people are just mad at her because she changed parties? Is that what you get from what
I
you
mean,
see?
Kyla labeled her as a coon. I'm like, I mean, why would
Oh,
you
you know
label her?
why
Have
Xavier?
you have you
Say like
listened?
this.
No,
You know
no, no, no,
why?
no, 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 no. Don't tell them why. What have you listened to what she said?
Yeah, I
What
mean,
she talks about?
most of the time I agree with her. Actually, I mean,
Well,
she
let me ask
advocate
you a question. Let
That's
me ask you
that's
a
the
question.
problem right there.
she advocate for self responsibility. You know.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
but you know, hold on. Okay, Zongo, check us out. All right. We all advocate for self. When she gets in front
Right,
of white people, right? What she does is basically ignores the fact that most white people are not responsible to their damn self.
right.
You know, they're the biggest complainers. They're the biggest drug addicts. They're
Yeah,
big.
but she's not targeting white America. She's targeting black Americans.
No,
That's
no,
the
That's
but
the
problem.
problem.
that's
Why she ain't talking about white America?
and she's talking about us to white people. You know, that's what we're talking.
No, no, she's talking about you two Americans in general,
No, she's
pretty
talking about
much.
us to white people for money and
Oh,
praise.
That's
not really,
So
not
you
really.
know.
Zongo, you
Yeah,
I
can't see that
I'm
this lady
asking, and
just a good
and I'm
girl.
and I'm
Zango,
asking, and I'm
Zango.
watching
You
you
would you
too.
would you think the shootings the shootings that the white people do when they go into the superstores, I mean supermarkets and their public places and do the shootings? Do you think she'll ever get on her platform and talk about that and talk about the racism in white people?
And what about
Why
all
not?
the
Why
white
not?
people that's dying
She
of
can talk
I
about
mean,
that.
it's a problem, isn't it, Zongo?
I mean,
I
I
mean,
think
I mean,
wait, I mean, she's been to universities whereby, she debated even liberal white Americans in
But she
universities
don't
too. Like,
talk
what are
about
you talking?
conservative white America, racist conservatives, right?
right?
Well,
She won't talk about that, right?
but that's a political party. I mean,
No,
what's the point of doing that?
No, I'm objective. You know, I'm objective. I'm like,
No, she's up. What, Kala? She's a part. I mean, I would say like she's part of a political party, and she has a goal. A goal is to convince people to be part of the Republican Party. To convince a lot of black people as much as possible. So why would you speak about issues that would deter black Americans from that party? Like, what are you
What
talking
what
about?
what what percentage of her audience do you think is black? If you had to guess.
I mean, I would say I was just 70% of black people.
No, hell no. It's
Nah,
Zongo and a whole
Most
bunch of white
bro.
people around.
You got a
most
Zongo.
lot of learning to
most
do, man.
Yeah, people
most
for
black Americans watch
white
her.
people.
Most black Americans watch her. I mean, because
No, no,
Hell,
no.
most
She
hell
said the
no.
white
Just
people. She
go
said the
just go to
white
her
people.
comments.
most black Americans watch her.
No, no,
Go
hell
just go
no,
look at the
man.
comments, Zango. Like this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Now, remember somebody was questioning Kala when he said there's codes. Any black American could listen to her for 5 minutes and know everything that's going on. Zongo's way in left field because you don't understand what's going
But
on
first of
around.
all, I'm out of the picture. You can't use me.
Exactly.
Wait, wait,
Yeah.
wait, wait,
I mean, he's
wait,
right.
wait,
He's
wait,
right,
wait,
Zongo.
wait,
You
wait,
just
wait,
you just
wait.
don't want to accept it.
I'm out of the picture. I mean, if my kid was born over here, then you can use my kid to make that comparison. I mean,
No, but your kid,
No.
depending on who you put your kid around now.
oh yeah,
Right.
man.
If you marry an African American, your kid is gonna know what's going on as long as you let them
Oh
have.
man, that's not true. That's not true.
I
No, I mean
mean,
as long
That's
as
not
they're
true.
around some African Americans, they'll know.
That's
right.
that. That's not true. You know. No, I mean,
It's a good chance if they
not all
they grew
African
around.
Americans are.
It's
Wait, not all African Americans are
and they'll be
politically.
telling us like, man, my
Wait, wait,
father's a
wait.
coon. I don't know how to talk to him.
Not all of them are politically inclined, just like you guys are. I mean, come on, I've interacted with a couple of you. Not
No,
all of them are
they're not,
politically
but they
inclined.
know what a coon is when they see it, though.
Oh, really?
They know
What,
that.
what I don't like about Candace Owens is she was sitting in a room with white people, and then she was talking about the Black American, like the dark side of Black America, like the bad things that's going on in Black America. I see the same thing is not going on with white Americans, and
You
then
see, even Mike can
uh,
see it.
yeah. So where I just hate when she does that is, if you're going to sit in a room with white people and you want to talk about that problem, you have to talk about it as a problem of America, not a specific group. No, like you're talking about like dysfunction in the Black community. I see that same dysfunction also happen in the white community or other community. So if you're going to sit in a room with white people or mixed room or whatever, you're supposed to address the problem as an American problem, not a Black problem. But however, if she's in a room with Black people, kind of like how we're here, and then she's talking like that to Black people directly, no white people involved, then I would say everything you're saying makes sense. That's
I
just
put it
my
like
own issue
this.
with her.
Here's the
Well, I
she
mean,
knows what she
well,
knows. Let me say this. She
But it's
knows who to
almost like
pick up,
she's being a
pick a
puppet
fight.
of white people. That's what I
Yeah,
feel like.
because
no,
think
no,
about
no,
it.
no,
Think
no,
about it
no.
like
She's
this.
not
When
a
she got to
puppet,
talking
actually.
about the Jewish
Why?
people,
Why would you consider
that's
her
what.
like a
Well,
puppet?
hold on. When she got to talk about the Jewish people, they kicked her off those shows, and she had to rely on
And
YouTube
well, I
money.
would Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, why would you? Why would you label her as a
She talk
puppet
about
though? Like
anybody.
Well,
that's
it
not
be Black
fair.
and let me goddamn
That she's a
come on.
big. She's a puppet. That's what
No, she.
they bring her.
No,
They bring her there.
you're
They bring her there. Go.
be
They bring
Black.
her
You do
there.
too much talking, man. That's your problem. God damn. And then you like
Damn,
moving the when we're talking on one thing, you start talking about something else. Come on, calm down.
God damn, Mike. I mean, you trying to get to the black side, but go ahead, man. But you been cooning for a minute. I'm gonna let you talk.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm on your side. What I'm saying why she's a puppet is almost like she see what the white people want to say. I mean, she's right there with them, right? And they're all quiet, and she's the only one talking. It's almost like what
She,
they want to say that is scared to say. She's not saying it for them.
Yeah, but
That's
why
what I
label
read
that?
in the room.
Why
Hold on,
label
calm
that?
down.
I said
That's
why
No,
what
no,
I
label.
read in the
Wait,
room.
let
wait.
him respond,
I,
Mike. Let him
I
respond.
said
Go ahead.
why label it a white thing though? Because I've seen her at universities debating with liberal white Americans. Because for me personally, I see her as a Republican. Actually, she's just trying to defend the political party of
but
Republican.
a lot
I
of
And
get it.
that's why I have a
I
problem.
get it. If it is dominated by white, okay, white Republic, okay, I get it. I mean, the same thing applies to the
Well, if you
Democratic
want to
Party
talk as
too.
a Republican,
Oh, dude.
then you don't make it a community, a one side community. You're attacking the community. That's not what parties do. A party. If you're speaking as a party person, then you talk about policy. Like, okay, you don't like for example, when they talking about when Republicans are talking about same sex, all those kind of things, they don't make it. They don't start saying the black same sex. You just say same sex in general, right? You don't say the same sex in the black community. They make it about black community. Then you're no longer doing party politics. You're doing race politics. You get what I'm saying? So
I mean,
she's
because
speaking about people's problem in the room with white people. You don't do that. Like, oh, it's like you're talking to white people about your own people's problem. Like, what the hell is their business? The problem of Black American community is the Black Americans' business. You go sit with Black Americans and talk about Black Americans' problem. You don't sit down with white people and be doing that. Like when I see the white people, I never open my mind and start talking about Black Americans' problem. I don't do that. That's disrespectful. If I want to talk about Black Americans' problem, I sit with my Black American friends and we talk about it. You know, what's white people's business with Black Americans' problem?
Well,
I'm
I
not saying
mean,
it's not their business, but what's your
I
business
can
sitting with them
appreciate
and talking?
that's being on.
If you want to talk about problem, you talk about American problem. You don't make it a black thing. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, she's not very disgusting when I see her with a room full of white people. When you're talking about black and single motherhood, I say white people don't have single motherhood.
there's a lot
I
of
mean,
black
come on
people
now.
I would
She
think.
always sounds ridiculous when she does that. But however, when she's on stage with Black Americans and she's talking, that's when I'm on her back. Like, okay, you with your people now. What the heck? Not 100%, but I just want to
Never
see
go
who's making sense, who's not making sense.
circles.
Yeah, but I think she's been to like HBCU
No,
University
no,
and
she's
debated
been
a
on
lot of
that
like,
thing they had a couple of years ago.
yeah, she's been on a lot of
What's that Diddy's channel?
campuses, to
What's
debate a
Diddy's?
lot of like
What
liberals.
was
Revolt,
everybody?
revolt,
Mufasa. Correct.
revolt.
What's the Puff Daddy's channel? Revolt TV.
Yeah,
Yeah.
revolt. Yeah,
Remember that she was on that and whatnot, and she stood her ground, and I gave her respect for that because she went to a black audience. First time I've seen her in a black audience.
yeah. So she's
No,
been there
but
before.
Kala,
And
Kala,
So you
Kala,
can't just say like she's
you
just
get
mostly on
no,
white.
no, it doesn't work
boy, but
this
she spent 99% of her time on
with
white
white
males too,
people.
not
Yeah,
just white
especially the white
people,
male.
white
That's
males.
true. She will sit down with a bunch of white boys and she'll be talking shit about.
He that chocolate
Yeah,
fatty.
okay. I mean, I've seen her like on college. I mean, the college campus she went to, maybe mostly predominantly white universities and the
No,
convers. I mean,
no,
because
but
I mean,
Zongo is why she's there.
American politics. Sometimes she
She's
speak
there.
about
She's right
race,
there.
black people, right? It's part of the conversation all the time. Like you
No,
got
I
like,
get it, but you don't understand. She's their champion, right? So she's going around saying what they want to say, but they can't say it
Yeah,
because of
she airing
racism.
out dirty laundry.
That's what she's doing. That's why I say she's being a puppet. You know, it's like those white boys. We all quiet.
It's a grift.
You
It's a
can see
grift.
their faces out. That's what they all said behind the scene. So now they're all in front of camera. Now Candy's the only one out saying it in public. Now
No, listen, this
she's
is
trying to give us the right to say it because our skin is black. However, we know that's what you and those white guys said in the room, and they all scared. You all loud out in the public. Now you're the only one saying what you guys discussed in the room. That's what I read in the whole thing. Like, okay, why they all not saying it in public? It's obvious that's the same thing in their mind because they're cheering for you. So if you're gonna cheer, why don't you all say it yourself? Why you're using her to say it? And I
Right.
kind of noticed this thing. Kind of, I would say one thing I noticed in the African American community always annoy me. Like whenever a black girl is with a white guy, all of a sudden now she got problems with black people. I'm like, yo, if you want to date a white guy, it's fine. But you don't now become an enemy of your people just because
I know when Nick
you,
like, man, ain't shit.
Hate that,
I
Mike. I
hate that
hate
shit.
that.
yeah, the
Hate
passport
that.
bros, man. The
Hold on, no,
passport
here's
bros.
the thing. Black girl go shrimp and pasta. When you hear shrimp and pasta, that means a white guy going to give him shrimp and pasta for
pasta and
something like
lobster, Kala.
pasta or lobster, something like that. You
it's
know,
almost like she went to date the white guy out of hatred.
Yeah, yeah.
you got a
Let me
purpose.
Because
get to the point
I've
though.
seen African women that date white men. But when
You
they see
got the
African guys, they start looking
SYS.
at us with anger and start talking shit, you know.
You got the
Like I know a lot of
SYSU
Nigerian
guys
girls with
going
white
at
guys.
it.
When they see me, they don't look at me with
That's
disgust.
another
They're
thing.
like,
Delayed gratification, short term.
Yeah.
You know, they don't think about a planning. That's like race mixing is
But
short
I
term.
mean, that's what she's doing. She's just regurgitating the same thing that you're saying. Like, I mean, how is it bad when it comes to like
You still don't get
advancing
it, Zongo. You
political
gotta,
problem? I mean, she's a politician at the end of the day,
Zongo. Let me
right?
ask you this. Let me
She's
ask
a
you this,
grifter. She's a grifter, Zongo.
Zongo.
Okay. I mean,
Like
what are
Mike,
politicians then? Aren't
but
they
listen,
like
listen,
grifters?
Mike.
Like,
Listen. When Mike explained it, like he explained it kind of perfectly, right? That she is a puppeteer because she says
I get
what
where
well,
he's
hold
coming
on.
from.
What the racist white boys wanted to say. Now, when the racist white boy said, come here, Candace. Now I want you to talk about these Jews." And when she went out there and started talking about the Jews, what happened? What happened, Zongo?
Yeah, they
I
shut
don't know.
her
I don't
down.
know. No, I don't know about
They
that.
told her the Jews, nah, you can't do that. We know you do this. We'll let you do with this with the black people, but with the Jews, nah. You know, now she's now from like public news broadcast, she's banned. She's just relegated to YouTube now.
Now check out. Read this
What did she
comment.
say? What did she? Oh, so she said something about the Jews. I mean,
Yeah,
she means
Zango, now why you playing the road, Zango?
wait.
Zango,
It means
you
her
know her
argument.
whole life.
Wait,
You
wait,
know her whole
wait, wait.
life, and now you don't know what. No,
I don't
she
know
said
about that
something bad
shit.
about the Jews.
I watched a couple of videos of her in the past, but mostly was like when she was in the
you was
universities and
sucking up that anti-black American stuff.
oh no, not really, not really.
Come
Man, in
on,
the
Zaga.
university, she's been in the coach room debating with people. I mean, at like hearings and all
I
debating.
would listen to her, right? If she basically
She
brought in some
she knows
white
how to
people from
debate. I
rural
mean, what is
areas,
wrong?
white people
You
from the
know?
rural areas that's on crystal meth. You got welfare. The highest welfare county is a rural white county in Kentucky. 90% of people on welfare and then 90% are Republican, right? How
Zo-
come you don't do a town hall down there and
I
tell
mean,
people
I've seen,
don't misunderstand. No one is saying she's not intelligent. She's well educated and everything, but she's playing game though. I mean, she said things. But you come on, you smart enough to know
yeah,
that.
about Mike.
And
She's a
she's playing
politician,
partisan.
man.
She's playing
I
politics.
mean, yeah, she's
Hold on.
playing politics.
When you wanna address problems and you being political about it, then you're not really dealing with the problem. You're playing
Yeah,
politics.
exactly, man. That's all. I mean,
That's
that's
what
what I'm
she's
saying,
playing
right?
politics, and
She's
that's
a
not you playing
politician.
politics with your own with the people's with people's lives. Like she's playing politics with people's condition. Kind of like yeah, you don't do that, man. If you want to talk about your people, you should be talking about it in the sense of solving the problem, not in the sense of playing scoring political points.
scrolls and like
Yeah, like you trying to score political point for the white guys. Like, oh, the blacks are good, or you white are the good ones.
But how do
Let,
you?
No,
let, let me
How?
explain. Let me explain it.
I'm not saying
Basically, this is
100%
what
of
it
the
is.
time because sometimes,
What?
of course, she's in the room with black people, so that in that
Yeah.
situation. But
No,
most of
but this
the
the
time
thing.
with white guys, and like I could read it, man. Like, what are you doing here?
No, this is the deal. Like Carla said a second ago, white people have guilt over slavery. They know that America was put on by exploiting black people, and we're still here, and they're still racist, and they never tried to fix it. So they want to pretend that it doesn't exist. How do you pretend it doesn't exist? You find black people who will tickle your ear and tell you that it doesn't exist, and be a spokesperson for you. Another way you avoid it is by saying, "Oh my God, look at these immigrants! Oh man, they're doing so great." Why are they saying that? They don't like you. What they're trying to do is say they're trying to forgive or they're trying to sweep under the rug the racism that they did to us by pretending that they're not doing it and immigrants are just doing so great. So it must not be us. It wasn't the racism. It's the fact that you black people just ain't nothing. These are things that they're trying to
these are
do,
things that
right?
Candace Owens says all the time.
Candace Owens, all
I
this.
agree
These are
with you, but
games
at the
that
same
white
time, I
people
don't.
play. Huh?
I agree with you. At the same time, I don't. I
Which
would
part do you
I
don't
would
agree with?
yeah, I would say I agree that yeah, they do want to sweep like racism on this kind of thing under the cover, like it doesn't they want to ignore it. I agree, but the part where you're saying they're telling you that oh look you're the problem. What people with that part what they say is a lot of black people today you can agree even kind of like can deny it. They don't want to do the right thing or they will make bad choices and then when they start
But
ripping the
that's but
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. When they're ripping the
every
concept,
other group of people,
no, I said some people. I didn't say all of you. I said some people. You agree that some youth
I agree.
today,
Yeah, I agree
there are
100%.
young people today. Somebody born in the year 2000, drop out of high school, didn't make good choices, and then when he's in a top position, you say it's because of racism that he didn't get there. So sometimes they be like, no, he's not. Other people are look. Some black people do that. We have to agree.
No, I know,
They
but
do
don't
that.
you agree
They
with
made bad
Kala?
decisions. That's why they didn't. They find
You
themselves in
don't,
a bad
but
This
position.
is one thing I want to clear
But they
up.
will tell you
everybody.
that the reason they're in
One thing
that
I want
position
to
is
clear
for
up.
racism.
It's not always about opportunity. It's like right away, if you talk about racism, right? Right away, people like Charlie Kirk and can say, "Well, you don't bring it." I love having this debate because I'm very successful in my business, right? And I could talk about racism, right? It's not about opportunity and whatnot. It's a principle of the thing, you know. It's like I said, when I went to a place today, I did not feel comfortable. You know, I did not feel comfortable. And why is that happening? Why can't I walk into? If you tell me this is my society and everything, and people still treat me like I'm an outcast, I'm an outsider, and whatnot. Who is this black guy here? You know,
We get there. We get when if white people deny their age,
but Candace
we
Owens,
get there. But what some white people say sometimes is that
hold up, but
we,
Candace Owens will spend like, well, you have just as much opportunity as somebody else. I ain't said we didn't even mention opportunity. We're saying, yeah, look, when I walk in the store, I get followed around by.
But there are some black people that say there's no opportunity.
Yeah, no, well, there's some.
No, we,
Like,
we do have less opportunity
Listen, man,
now.
I saw, oh no, I saw Brandon on one, this kid debating on his channel, that was defending young thugs, kids, and all these things going on in Atlanta. It was like he was telling Brandon that, oh well, if the white people would have given us opportunity, we won't be doing those gang stuff. Brandon was like, nah, you got opportunity. It's your choice. You can't say the reason you chose those wrong parties because there's no
Yeah,
opportunity.
the
You
freedom
can't
of
say
choice.
that.
The freedom of choice has consequences. You know.
Yeah, some people make bad choices, like they get into this criminal life and they'll say because there's no opportunity. Are you kidding me?
Freedom of choice.
Nobody's defending bad choices, but it's the
Yeah, but
you know
that's
what?
what white people trying to do with the immigrant. Like, look, no, you can't tell us there's no opportunity. Look, the immigrant taking advantage of the opportunity. You're not.
right. And also,
And that's legitimate.
They need to say is, and so you know what they ought to do. The elder Kevin, why does Kevin Owens know the top 20 black businesses in America? I play that, people like, wow, I didn't know we had that, right? Why is it that she always pivots to like the negative of
The
black?
negative, yeah. That's that in front of white people. I don't like.
Look at she don't bother learning about black success in America. Say you can play on racism. Look at this brother right here. Boom, boom, boom. Look at this right here. I met this player here. She goes around with the narrative that
Even the Democrat blacks, they do the same thing too sometimes. They would just get up there and say, "Oh, I'm like they talk.
These are
They be saying you guys are seeing you're begging, and every one of you is begging. And I do talk about your
no.
as well.
Here's the thing. We talk about the probability, right? Now it's a known fact that crack was introduced into the black community. You know what I'm saying? By the government, right?
It was introduced to America, man.
Well, me, I didn't sell it. I said, you know, look,
exactly. It was introduced to everybody.
Listen. I didn't listen. What I'm saying is the probability. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I didn't buy anything. I didn't sell anything, right? But what's the probability if something gets introduced to the community? The bad part. Hold on. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. It's a probability that the bad part of Black American society will grab hold to it. There's a probability thing going on here.
The whole thing
is they're not punishing the bad.
Make it seem like the whole community was doing all that, and then you got some black liberals who said, "Yeah, we were selling." No, man, I wasn't selling crack. My father wasn't selling crack. You know, they just say, "Yeah, some black people got caught up in that." Right? I want to talk to for years. My father wanted to get a minority business loan, start his business. You know, and there was always this red tape. We always go to these things. We used to always go to these things, right? Where people promise us, yeah, we need black business loans. And some politicians say, yeah, we need black money. And the money just never came through. You know? I mean, how many people went to Scores? Have you ever went to Scores, Mufasa?
No, I don't know what that is.
Small Business Administration Help Center?
Nope.
Okay, they got one in every state, right? And the bottom line is this, you know, it's so frustrating because you got black people. I remember back in the 90s when I was a young person in business, right? I used to be with these older black people who were just older than me at the time when it's like, yeah, you know, they go to this thing and have a white guy show up doing a seminar, everybody taking notes and whatnot. It's about, yeah, this is how you can get your grant for your business. This is how you can do this, whatnot. You know, we've been all through that, right? And guess what? Nothing ever comes through for some strange reason, right? And the bottom line is when people start talking to us, start talking about it, they say, want our vote, right? What about all the millions of black people say, look, I got ideas. I could do this. I could do that. When I could put people to work, I could do this. And it goes on deaf ears and it goes this.
You might
so the question I want to ask is and what is the point of the...
Give me a second, man. You might address
I was saying my thing is all they want to do is focus. Like we don't have black people. Like they're not serious about engaging the black community. They just want to make us look bad, you know, because there are so many black men and women out there that are ready to really do the work in the community and everything. All they need is some help and some assistance and whatnot. And that takes the government, you know, and policy because the laws are already in the book. But just the bottom line is they don't know how to, when it comes down to actually giving black people shit, you know, it just never materializes, you know. I don't know what they give it to the states. States supposed to give out funds. Some people get some money to buy a couple of properties, whatever like that, here and there, whatnot. But for the most part, when it comes down to the black community, when they micromanage every nickel and dime we get, they ain't serious about us building our communities. And they say, well, why are your communities?
No. Because I watched even a documentary about Milton Friedman, about like even like in the past, like when like the project in Chicago was kind of like broken down. The whole contract was given to like some black community leaders
Where
in
was this?
Chicago. I think when like at the time, like when like the housing like the project was kind of like
What project? What project?
They got
the
some
one
more
in like
projects.
Chicago, the one in Chicago.
It's like a
What,
mini. It's many projects in Chicago. You just can't say a project in
Oh
Chicago.
man, be black, you know the one I'm
There's
talking
many
about.
projects. You don't know what you're talking about.
Zongo,
I
come
know, oh man, but you know
You
the
might
type
be
of
talking about
Yeah,
project
yeah.
that I'm
Cabrini
talking.
Green, maybe.
No, don't
Cabrini
Yeah.
give him no
Green.
help. No, don't give him no help. You just
He
gonna
said,
get Mike.
I'm confused.
You gotta watch Mike over here,
Not
man.
only a building
Yeah. But wait. But I mean, I think the point that I'm trying to say is like, sound like this government contract was given to Black American community leaders, and they ended like most of them were corrupt. Eventually, they ended up
Oh yeah,
stealing,
a
stealing a
couple
lot
of
of the
layers
money.
up on top are always
Yeah.
going to benefit the
They were
people.
making they were making millions of dollars. Like they get like
Oh yeah, look,
millions of
there
dollars
always
from the
be
funding
black
from
people
the government.
that's connected, that's good, that's corrupt and connected, that's in power. Or you saw that Newark, New Jersey, and you wonder why these cities like Gary and there running to the ground. Yeah, we always had that. But when there's an honest attempt for black people to do right and everything like that, the government don't come in and say, yeah, okay, well, let's engage this community and everything. Candace Owens could have did that. We're the black business people in the community that want to stay here and build and everything. Let's see how we can reach out to them. Let's see if we
But
can
kind of,
plug them
I don't
in.
think relying on the government. It's
No,
not
it
really
could be
gonna work,
private
man.
sector. The private sector.
Yeah.
There's,
I know, but it's
you
how
know how
come
the Small Business Administration works, right? They give money to private sector, right? It's guaranteed by the federal government, and the Small Business Administration doles it out to projects they know that's going to be profitable and stuff like that.
Carla, even till today.
And it's relying on the government,
Wait. Listen,
Zongo.
he
wait,
doesn't
It's public
understand how
assistance to the rich with
he
these
doesn't
tax.
understand how many
wait.
white people rely on
No,
the government, how the government puts them in
I
where they
know,
fit.
man. Because I mean the
Then why are
same.
you
But
saying
why
anything
would you
like
say
that?
that though? Why would you say that?
But hold on, when we say that we need some help and everything, because like that, suddenly we're beggars and we're just we
That's
want
not what I
we
mean.
want
That's not what I
handouts.
mean.
Well,
See,
Carla, when you guys are saying you need help, you guys don't specify what help you need. Like, for
no,
example,
if you was around enough black people, we
the
talk.
Democrat didn't do this, didn't do that. I always wonder, did you ask them what is specifically what?
Yeah, how many black people you hung around with? Mike. If you was around us more, you would
Am
know.
I, I'm around you, big black every day, man. What the heck? Me,
Whole
you
thing is,
I
You
was
got
talking
around me.
today.
I don't know you from a can of paint, Mike.
yo, Mike,
Big
think
black don't know the difference between
about
Ghanaians and
it.
Nigerians.
The Democratic Party, right? They only come around during election time, right? And the bottom line is this: we have never connected our vote with what we're trying to do on the ground. We say, like, okay, we're voting for this guy. If he gets in office, is he going to free up some of that funds to build this? We don't even ask.
What do you want to build? Build what? Build
But
what?
Carla, see, let me give it.
Build what? You just say build. You guys don't specify exactly what you want. When you want build, what do you
Yeah.
want to build?
Oh,
See, see.
we want to
Well,
have it
build
so
a
that
skyscraper.
we're
What?
employing our people. We want to employ our people. We also let me give you
You
another
want to
example.
employ your people? How can you
Well,
just
what
employ your
exactly?
people
So
without paying a trumpet?
let me give you an example. Even like one of like the works that I worked before, right? I mean, the state was giving money to a particular county, right? And I mean, they came to like they asked like, do we know any like organization within the county that can be able to take that money and be able to like to pretty much like implement
And we have organizations.
like the kind of goal that they want. But in order to be able to get access to that money, it was a lot of money actually, more than millions of dollars. And the state has to give it to somebody. If they don't give it, the money is going to disappear in the budget. That's how it kind of works,
Yeah,
right?
so they have money set aside for stuff like
Yeah.
that.
But the thing is, in order to be qualified for that particular money, right? You should be able to know how to follow the government procedures and how to like gain money from like and how to like your accounting on a governmental basis, right? I mean,
So
there
what
are
was
like
the qualifications of that money, Zongo? Because you
I
just
mean,
said something general.
What's the money for, by the way?
Then you need a
it was
business plan.
no, it was specifically in an air quality related like project. It has to be something in an air quality
That's
related
too
project.
general.
Air
You got to get
quality
more
project.
specific than that because I think you be making up
Yeah,
a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
What was the
no,
money for specific for? I mean,
no,
just
no,
I mean, you had
I'm not actually. It was like
Zongo just making up crap, man. Come on.
yeah,
no, I'm
John
not.
will be making up
Guys,
stuff, man.
no. I'm being honest with you though. I'm being
Okay,
honest
but I'm
with you.
saying, what was the money for though?
It
I
was
mean, you
an
should
air
just say for.
quality. It was air quality related something. Something about air quality.
Oh, that's too.
So why
That's
is it for the community then?
No,
yeah.
I'm not saying for the community. I'm saying sometimes there are money available for people within the county, and you have to be connected with those
To
like
do what? To do what?
Right.
I say you have to be connected with a government agency in order to be able to get
John
access
gonna
to
be
this money.
lying,
Well, what
man.
is the money for? What is
Bro,
to? How do you get? What they gonna give you money for
It
free?
does spend a lot of money on private
I
sector.
know no, you have to have something to
That's why.
offer
That's why
to the
Zucco has
community.
all these examples.
He's
Like, no,
making
I remember
crap
when
up.
I was working. I remember when I was doing this. I mean, you a jack of all trades, ain't you, Zucco?
What you say?
I mean, you always have examples. You you worked here, and I remember this, I remember
Yeah,
that.
I know, man.
You,
Colombia
you, a,
he told us that
you a
like
jack of all
20
trades,
different places he worked.
right?
No, but
I
guys,
remember I used to work in Michigan. Next day, I remember I used to work in
guys, 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 guys,
Right, you
guys.
do
next
that
day.
a
I
lot,
remember I used
Zucco.
Guys. I think
You got this written down on some notebook or something,
wait,
you
Zucco?
don't be black. We paying attention, man.
guys. I think the point I'm trying to convey over here is that the ultimate point I'm trying to convey over here is that sometimes you have to be connected to the system in order to
To
be
get
able
what?
to have access to that money because the money is always available sometimes.
Access to the money for what?
I mean, it depends on
Uh,
the particular like industry. Like,
yeah,
Access to
it
the money
depends.
for what? For free?
Zucco is a good liar, man. Zucco,
What you
what was
mean?
the
Like,
money for, man? What was the money for, Mike?
There's no
Zucco?
access
I
to
mean,
no free money, man. So go stop talking about.
Right.
wait. No, I'm not talking about free money. You have to like,
Is it loan
Carlo
or
was
what?
saying that.
What, what
Wait,
was it
listen,
for?
listen.
I
I'm
do know.
referencing.
I do know that.
I'm referencing Carlos' point.
Let me give you an example. COVID, when COVID happened, right? You could have made a lot of money if you were basically selling those masks. That was a because government had all kinds of money to pay you, right, to buy the mask, right? Let's say you want to buy it from the manufacturer, they'll give you like that. If you could prove you could distribute them, enough people and sell them, it would give you the
Yeah,
money and stuff like that. There's all kinds of stuff like that.
there's a lot of government contracts. There's also
Government contracts, stuff like
So
that. Yeah, out there,
Exactly. But to
Yeah,
get
it
a
is.
government contract, you have
I
to have
just
a
filmed
business.
Usually people who get
I
those
just
are
filmed
really people connected.
Well, that's the. I mean, like, why are you guys arguing then?
So
That's
it's
the
not
same
free
point I'm
money,
trying
No,
it's
to
a
say. Sometimes,
contract. They give you contract. You saying there's money
No, I know,
available. It's
but
Contract,
not
yeah,
money,
right.
it's
the
a contract. It's
majority of those
available.
contracts, though, Mike, that's the point.
I'm not giving a insinuation that was free money. I'm saying you have
You
to have
say
something
money,
to
they
contribute.
have money, access money. No, you don't access money. You access
No,
contract.
no. Wait,
You
wait, wait,
access
wait, wait.
contract.
you
That's what you
put a
should have
bid
said.
in, and stuff like that. Say
Now,
I
I mean, it was the point I'm trying to say is that it was money available. I mean, by a
It's,
particular agency,
it's,
right?
somebody has to
it's
put a bid
always
in for that.
Wait. They wanted let me just give you an example. They wanted a money to they wanted to give money to a particular county, and the person who's going to be qualified to get access to that money, you have to have some sort of service to offer to that particular project that they wanted to do. So someone has to be connected in that particular like agency in order to be able to have that kind of access to that money. That was the point I'm saying. Like sometimes the black communities have
nah,
some kind of
Learn that.
No,
connection. Wait,
Zango.
listen.
You sound like you
they have
lying.
so many rules. Something called conflict of interest. You
Check,
can't
Yeah,
check
just say
it out.
because you know
I mean,
someone,
man,
they will give
you're not educate. Like, wait, you're not
Zango.
educate.
You know how big a county is. A county is filled of black communities, white communities, Mexican communities. What are you talking about?
I tell
You
you,
talking
those
about,
See,
the
see.
Mexicans know how to get
Listen,
that money to
I think
foreigners
you're missing the
know
point.
how to get that money to their
If
people.
the
listen,
point is stop lying. Oh, go ahead.
no, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
lying. The point I was trying to convey is sometimes you have to connect it to the system in order to be able to get access to that money, especially
Yeah.
if you have something to offer as well. That's the point
no.
I'm trying.
If you actually, there's a law. There's a conflict of interest law. If you're connected to the system, then if you access their money, you can go to jail, dude.
Oh, it
No,
depends.
the
If you're a
point he
This
was
public
is
When I
not
get,
making.
Ghana, man. It's Ghana
eh,
and Nigeria, third world countries. They can be doing all that
I'm
connections.
not. When I say,
No.
I said,
He
wait.
was
When I
trying to say that there was some corrupt people who were. So there was African Americans who had the opportunity to get investment, and there were some corrupt people embezzling money. So he was
no,
trying to
no,
blame all of them.
that's not the point I'm saying. The point I'm trying to say is that like
that's usually what
the
happens.
information,
Point.
like the information was brought to all of us, right? So let's say if I was connected, if I knew an African American community that can offer access to that service, I can just call them and say, hey, there's this money. Do you know how to do this contract or something? Go and tell them you can be able to provide the services to them, and they'll give you they will give you that funding. Pretty much, that's the
Let me
point I'm
give
trying
you
to say.
let me give you an example. A friend of mine, right, older friend of mine, years ago, right, and this guy owned his own limousine business, or a black guy owned a limousine business, and he got a contract at the airport, Newport News, to wash planes. That's and they'll say he said, and then he said, I just got another contract with the they like the job I did, I detailed and whatnot, right? He said some Saudi Arabia, so Dubai was landing their planes there too. I got picked up contract to do all his planes, whatnot. I said, why? And the contract was worth like almost $1 million. I was like, wow, man. He cleaned one plane, right? Just somebody asked him for a job, right? He did such a good job, him and his crew, right, on the plane at the it was a Dubai whoever prince and the ever prince. He got a contract to do all their planes that come into there and wash them and detail them and shine them and everything like that. I was like, damn. So the bottom line, you got to go for it sometimes. There's opportunity. Also, now
It is available,
yeah,
I mean, I mean, it's not like free. I mean, you have to have
now that
some
No,
sort of
but that
service
was
that you have
never
to
the
offer.
that was
there's always people that's plugged in, right? That know when stuff's available. There's a lot of things. Like, let me give you an example. The mayor of Virginia Beach, right? He met me a couple of years ago, right? And I just moved to Chesapeake. I said, well, Mr. Dyer, there's Bobby Dyer. He's cool as hell. Bobby D, we call him Bobby D. He said, well, you guys got to come down to my office, man. I want to get more black people in the business, right? Virginia Beach, we got a budget of like how many $1 billion on that? And we got very little minorities in there, man. You got to come down, man. We got to get this popping, man. We got like this. It was right after the first Pharrell concert, he was like, yeah, we got to do, he goes, man, there's a lot of money for y'all to make in the city, man. I want to see most of y'all with vendor. Like I got the book and the website, right? Where you could be a vendor and put in for bids with the city, for different things like being like a procurement, buy stuff and the city buys from you and stuff like that. There's all kinds of opportunities like that, but we have nobody organized to say, this is what we want. They say, well, is that everything we want? It's economic. That's the basis of a community, is your economic opportunity, your social and your economic opportunity. And then you could talk about politics, because politics is going to protect your economic interests and expand it. Right now, we go into politics with nothing. We're not organized. We don't have grant writers. We don't have contractors with the government. We're not doing no business with the government and stuff like this, We have this
Yeah,
stupid
man.
idea.
I mean,
Yeah, see,
like I
that's
was
what
saying,
you're talking about, kind of like you're talking about grant writers, right? That's
Yeah.
what kind of explains Zango. The people that go after those type of contracts are the grant writers of a town. You know what I mean?
man, are you teaching me a big black? Are you spilling that to me, man? Like, come on, man, stop it, man.
So
Like,
my point I'm trying to make is,
I mean, I get it, like, man. I mean, you don't know much about me, man. You don't.
check this
You
out.
want to speak out to the
Let's not
audience,
get
man.
personal. Let's not get personal here.
I know, like,
Everybody's cool.
even better than you do,
What I'm trying to
actually.
make is the fact that we're not in our community, right? The people that do this, so there's a lot of black people out there that want to learn this stuff, want to do this stuff, but the whole thing is they make it seem like black people, there's not this. I remember a couple of years ago, I did this event out in Portsmouth, city event, senior Olympics event out in Portsmouth, right? And I met this sister, man, a fine looking brown skin sister, right? She goes, I got the idea. She told me her business plan. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. It's just something in nursing. I'm gonna be doing this, do this. And then she goes, I'm just waiting on this grant to come through, and I'm gonna have a business doing this when I'm gonna get paid. This, I said, go for sister, go for it,
Yeah.
and everything.
And that's the issue with a lot of people on this platform. Sometimes you might try to cite an example about real life situation, and people want to argue with you.
I made
All
sure.
right,
And
that
just
is that a
imagine,
shot?
and,
Is that a shot, Zango?
and
Is that a
just
shot?
imagine, wait,
No.
and just imagine if actually I knew someone in the black community, I could have just informed them about this particular thing that I was sharing that with you. But some people want to argue like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking. I'm like, really, like you? Because I
No,
don't want to tell
I
you.
mean,
I don't want to
Zango
give
is
like
called.
But wait, Kabi, I don't want to give too much details on the internet because I don't want to give like specifics. Like if I give too much details, people will know like where I am. I don't want to give those. I'm going to give some kind of
Well, maybe
clouded
there's
information.
maybe there's I don't know. Maybe there's when you're talking about things like that, you talk about connections that need to be made beforehand. You know, with different town officials or what have you.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The point I'm trying to say. I think like I was saying if black people were like connected, like what
You
I
know,
mean
the
connected.
only thing Zango is the black people who are connected are only about themselves. You know,
Like
trust.
for instance, for me, like I was there, but I didn't know anybody from that county, right? I mean, just imagine if I go out from that community and I knew someone, I was part of like different black institution, I could have just passed those information to those people. Hey,
Yeah,
do you
that
know
tells you
anybody
well,
from
that
that
tells you
county?
a lot about the state of Black
That's the
America.
point I'm
Right?
saying. That's the
If
point I'm
they,
trying
But
to say.
these
let
people
me
Connecting us
sit
and
up
like
there and argue about us about voting for Kamala, right? And they don't come up with like, oh, we got these billions of dollars worth of contracts we like to get y'all involved with. None of that. That's not on the table. But they want our vote. You know, so like I said, the whole conversation is going to
because
change.
they literally told everybody, and I was the only person of color over there in that particular meeting. You know,
right,
I was
but I'm saying when we talk about connections, right? These connections should be happening beforehand. So again, when you're in a situation where you're the only black person in the room, right? You can say, "Man, I know such and such at
yeah, I didn't know, I didn't know,
at
I was
village
not.
of a village of such and such." You see what I'm saying? And I can
Well, and mine
call
was it was specifically for a particular county within the state, so it has to
No,
be
but
someone.
this
It has
this
to be a business within that county, and they should be able to offer that stuff. And therefore,
right, but
how
I'm just
yeah, but Zongo, the original point that Kala was making was that they don't invest into our community, and then you kind of went into these different things, but they're putting peanuts into our community, and then a few people might embezzle, or a few people might get a couple things, but they're not really truly investing into our communities. That was really the issue. That's the point.
They don't take Black America seriously. You know, that's a problem. You know, there's like I said, I've talked to Mayor
so
Bobby.
Mufasa, right? So it depends on like so when you say like they are not really invested into the community, like what exactly is it referring to? Like
Well,
you have to give some
they're
kind of
not invested
you
as
know,
much as they criticize the Black community.
you know what I'm saying?
You would think they would have business and everything like that. Then you're in a position to criticize us.
Because yesterday like we even were making like yesterday like I think that the last stream you had you were saying like if like a lot of the conversation was not centered on certain industry, if we expanded our horizons, then maybe black people might be able to get access to other like opportunities in other fields as well, right? Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to say. You know,
Yeah, that's all. It's all about connections. Like I said, I don't know everything. We were the type of community where if we were really free, we have Black people in all more. We have Black people in everything you see, but not as much as we do. We don't have those people. And there's certain industries in America you still don't see many Black people. You know,
yeah, yeah.
and stuff like that, where decisions are made and stuff like that. You know, the major stuff.
Cause
that's
like,
that's
cause
why
like,
I just
cause
that's
came
why
like,
you
from
have that's why you
a
have
conference
things like
dealing with go
right,
ahead.
like
say
that's
it
why you
again.
have things like black expos and things like that to have connections. You know what I mean? You have some
Yeah,
black
cause like,
expos.
I haven't seen a Black expo in years,
cause
man.
like that particular
No,
county,
Chicago.
there was a lot of black people over there actually. That particular county actually. I wish I knew. I mean,
I,
cause
I, I
Yeah,
just filmed
you got people. You got
a
the people, the
conference.
ADOS FBA people going around talking about black self help and black expo. That ain't doing nothing. Yvette Carnell, why
yeah, but
everybody broke ass? You know.
Hmm.
They got a good point on that, man, because they'll get a bunch of
No, but
people in the
she's
room and
saying
tell us
don't
some
do it.
bullshit.
She's hostile. She's hostile towards black people who try to do economic development.
No,
You
no,
know.
she's talking about these earn your leisure guys that they want to. They're basically a new form of a church, and they get a bunch of people and they
I
say,
ain't talking about that.
"What you
No,
got to
no,
do
I'm
is
not
you got
talking
to
about
have a
that.
mindset. You got to
I
have the
don't
right
agree, don't agree with that
mindset."
either. But the bottom line is, like I said, if Ed Cardell's smart, there are plenty of billions of dollars worth of money in government contracts, being a government thing. I'm trying to get Bomani into that, but we got to find ourselves a good grant writer. The government in America, also the overseas private investment corporation, it's called something else now. It costs $5,000 to join. That's a good thing. Like, with that, you could apply for loans if you want to do business on the continent of Africa or wherever around the world, and they back you up, with millions and millions of dollars, But the
Oh,
bottom line is
what
we
you
don't
waiting?
have
What you wait?
people.
What are you waiting on? Colin?
What?
What are you waiting for? Are you on there?
Oh man, yeah, I don't have an extra $5,000 to be a part of the program. Yeah, it costs $500 because you know who's in that taking advantage of stuff in Africa? The Chinese, Koreans, Lebanese in America, and the white people.
And
They
these are the
go,
kind of the kind of conversation that needs to be held. Then
yeah, that's why I have these shows, man. I
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
be a bunch of dummies talking. You know, the bottom
Yeah,
line.
but
We
see,
need
but
some
once
It's
honest
once
like
you
people.
start saying you need
because
$5,000,
generally
people ain't got it.
because generally like there's always something that the government want to solve within a particular
Like a
industry.
GOA, you have a
Yeah,
GOA, African Growth and Opportunities Act, right?
like
The black
even
people
like
take advantage of that.
yeah, like even like when I was in the university, I mean, some of these professors they do get like government funding to pursue a particular project that the government of America want them to kind of like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
conduct a
Give 'em
research
a
in.
grant.
And
Yeah, a
I
study,
mean,
do a
most of
study.
these professors, like, I mean, they are actually people that help them to draft the grants, and then they apply and they get it. And they get huge sums of money. Actually, so there are actually programs available. It's just like,
But
are we having a
we don't have serious people.
how
That's
how much? Yeah, how many of our
you
people
don't know.
are
You
really
got. That's why I
connected?
say I take anything these black politicians say with a grain of salt because they're not serious. They're not serious. We got so much wealth. You got the richest country in the world right here. You tell me we can't pull a few $1 trillion out of the American economy a year? Come on, that's ridiculous. We just don't have the means or the people that want to do it. All people want to do is sit back on the internet, complain. That's what people see all the time. We're just on the line complaining, and we do complain a lot more than we take care of business.
Mm.
Yeah, it's truth to that.
We don't take
Yes.
care of business. Like I said, we need a team of grant writers. I would love to have the BAO create a team of a group in the BAO of grant writers. Right? I would love for somebody to have a group. Right? I've been looking for grant writers for years. Can't find them.
Yeah, but mostly the money is
You
not
tell
going
me
to
I
be.
gotta get some white people to join the BAO.
You should have some kind of like. Do you have any service that you want to offer though, like Kala?
No, I'm saying you do it for your community. And sometimes you get a grant. Sometimes you write the grant, they get it money. You pay them on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, but the grant is not for free. Like, it's generally give you the
Oh, you
grant. Like,
you get the money. Hold on, you get the money.
let's say you have a project going
You
on
got,
and you don't have access to the money, and you want money from government to help you pursue your
well,
project,
the
right?
government usually comes up with you got to come up with something.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But generally, no, but
But
there's a due process that you have to follow.
oh yeah, but that's what the grant writers are for. They show you
That,
everything
no,
you
no,
need to do.
that is after you get a grant. Like, there's a due process that you have to
Well, yeah,
follow
no, that's why
to
you have things
document
like
how you
the
spend the
score.
money.
I asked you about the score. Score,
Yeah.
you join Score, they tell you what to do. Score is a small business administration for small business. So I was part of that for years. I was in my 20s. I almost had me a nice loan too, man. But it just so frustrating, man. I just gave up. But I ended up having my own businesses. I had two businesses by the time I was 28. I had a restaurant inside of a nightclub and I had a car wash. I was 28 years old.
That's good.
Yeah, man, I'm no freaking joke, man. I've always basically had my own vending company. I had one Turkish guy, friend of mine, Ahan, right, and Human, right. They own this gas. He was buying up gas stations, right, and he bought this one gas station that had an arcade game room in there, right. He said I could have them, in Franklin, And
Wow.
so I had a whole bunch of arcade games, like from the '80s, like Galaga, Pac-Man, and that. So I took those and put them in this laser tag place, laser tag
Yeah.
skate park. When I put them in there, when it was like around 20 machines, so I was in my 20s. I was doing things, always been like, a business person and stuff,
And just
Kind of,
going there, just collecting the money every month or
money,
something like that.
yeah.
So,
I
kind of.
had
That's
candy
when,
vending machines. I had
yeah,
all that,
kind of.
man.
That's when you put were black, but now you are now Indians. So,
No, he
Oh
was Turk.
man,
He's a Turk.
oh
Ola,
man,
man. You gotta watch Ola, man. Ola
man.
put this in the chat.
Look,
All I wanted to
they
build
were
a
my boy.
conversation now.
Actually they were Turks. They were cool as hell, man. My boy, Yacht, Amir, man. He loves his friends. They like black girls, man. They back in the days. It was cool. A Yacht, man. That was a funniest dude on the fucking play. He just looked funny. His parents were millionaires. From Turkey. We worked together and whatnot. We were both vendors.
Carla, why black people don't own no gas station anymore?
What?
That's the problem. Why black people don't know the gas station
I mean,
anymore?
so Mufasa, like, so are you saying that sometimes in order to get to the goal, right? You can't go through other means in order to get to the goal. Like, I'm trying to understand.
I'll
Like,
tell anybody. I'll tell anybody if you got to link up with somebody, black, white, purple, Martian, do it. Don't sit around here waiting on Negroes. To
yeah,
organize.
man. Like,
I
you
made
have
my
to.
biggest mistake, man. When I was young, right? I had two businesses going on. I had some white guys that wanted to invest in me and start my own candy wholesaling business, right? But no, I was reading the Black Power Manual. We got to do all black. I look at it now. I was a fucking fool, man. You know?
Exactly right. So, like, I mean, I think sometimes, I mean, hey, for me, I don't mind, man. I think black
I know
should
you don't
be
mind.
black Americans should be part of, like, all political parties. So far as at the end of the day, you're gonna get the results for the black community. That's what really matters. You know.
I
No,
made
no, but
things
the,
for
the
myself.
issue, the only issue, the issue we're saying is that there's issues in our community, and they keep pathologizing it like it's something wrong with us and all this stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And then
saying.
they take it
They're never
totally,
gonna
and then
even
they
fix
take it, and then they take it
Zango.
totally out of context. Like the black community started in 1985, and they don't want to count anything before that.
That's what I'm saying. They forget about slavery, Jim Crow, all the shit like this. How did we got here? Like Giuliani, they failed. Oh, we failed because just a generation before that, you burned down all our cities in the South and forced us to come up north and live in slums and shit like that. What do you think?
Yeah,
Ka-
you don't really want to
Kala,
do stuff
Kala,
like that.
Kala,
Though. But do you know even in Washington State they actually teach you about all those stuff? Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you work for the
Yeah, but
state,
fuck teaching us, man. Give us the goddamn money back.
Give
yeah,
us
man.
a
Like
clue.
we
Give
don't
us
fucking
a
That's
want
like
to
what I'm
talk
saying.
about it.
Like, I mean, so all those stuff. Like, I
hold
mean,
up, build a micro Afristan in America, right? We're gonna
yeah,
build
but first,
we're gonna
they're not
build
gonna
these
give you free
prototype
money. Do
black
you have
communities
something you
in
want to
America.
offer? Do you have a
Kala,
It's
business?
not free money if it's owed to us. It's not free
Kala,
money.
Oh, you mean reparation money?
Mufasa, you
Yeah.
always
Oh,
talk about
invest in us.
Nah, man.
hold
Reparation
on, hold on,
money.
hold on. Hold on,
Reparation
Mufasa,
money
you always
shouldn't be
talk about
given
free
to you guys,
money,
man. It has to
right?
go through institutions for Black
Mufasa, you talk
Americans.
about
I
free
don't believe
money.
in that. The check.
Okay,
I don't believe in that.
Mufasa,
No, I'm saying like Floyd Kinsey started this thing called Soul City. Yeah, I remember you guys want me to play a video game. You got
no, hold on.
Nah, man.
yeah.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
No
Okay.
videos, man.
Black people like all kind of other culture, people kind of food. They like tacos, they like
Man,
burritos,
come on,
like
man.
Chinese food.
Get over, man.
Why
Stop it.
black people don't sell it, put it their made food, like soul food they have, just like the Latinos are doing on the truck, started selling these foods everywhere. That's okay, check my food, eat my food. But now what happened is that black people have lost their mind. Some of them now become Indians, some of them now become all kind of race nobody really
Nah,
understand
probably
anymore.
they
You know?
still sell food, man. They
ain't,
still sell food.
Hey,
ain't
get
ain't
him out of
nobody
here,
saying
man.
that
Get him
Indians
out of
do
here.
it.
It's crazy, man.
That's
It's
because we
crazy.
fucking with you, man.
I was like, yeah, I want to try. I went to like a soul food over here. Like, man, I kind of like. Yeah, I liked it. I loved it. It was
How
expensive
many
though, but I
stars? How
do
many
love it.
stars? Are they selling like the
I mean,
Latino
and
stores?
surprisingly, most customers were actually white people. Actually, if you ask, there were more
We have a
white
nice
people.
soul food restaurant in Virginia Beach called Black Eyed Peas. That's like the best restaurant, man. Food's so freaking
Yeah,
good. You know?
You know, black people have to learn how to
mostly
live
white.
like 5 people in the room and buy houses like the Latinos are doing, Stop. Let's not be calling themselves fake names anymore. Go straight.
Yeah,
Spread
that's
yourself
gonna
out like
be the death of Black America. If you
No, but
basically don't have an
people done that.
identity, you ain't gonna survive.
It's been
Because if we
plenty of
want
people living
reparations, but
five
I'm a
to a room.
Native American, Kakwa,
yeah,
Aboriginal, touch
you
speaking,
know. They want to
Negro.
attach themselves to society people that don't even know what to do with them. So the
So,
truth of
like,
the matter is
does
they
Mufasa want reparation money to be given to them in the form of check, or
you
he
don't
wants
know
the
when you start
money?
waiting
I'm
for this
okay
thing
with
to
that.
even work.
I'm okay with that.
No, no, I disagree with you on that. I think the money
Yeah.
has to go to.
You ain't
Oh,
African American.
I'm like this
It
personally.
has to go to.
One out there, I don't think.
And if I was working for an American government, I'm gonna probably sabotage that actually in the form of check.
The
I want
bottom
the
line
money
is
to go to
reparations is never gonna
institutions.
happen in our lifetime, man. So if
It
you
goes to
Yeah.
be aware of that.
institutions.
I
That
don't
will,
agree with. I see. I don't like when people say that, Carla, because
No, I'm dead
you could have said
serious,
that
man.
about
I'm like
slavery.
this. You know why? Because it has to be delayed gratification. You got to start putting in work in now. Maybe 100 years from now, Mufasa's like, I want my check now.
No, well, it's not even about wanting to check now. You said delayed gratification. That means
Yeah,
you got to start working.
yo, for
You got to work for it
you
now.
organize for reparations. I'm all for it. But the bottom line, you won't see. You
No,
won't
you're
see
not
it.
all
Your
for it,
great
Colin, when
grandkids
you're
will see
saying
it.
it's never gonna happen. Like, bro,
It'll never happen for you.
if I organize
Never
some
happen for
slaves,
you. I'm saying it's never gonna happen for you and me.
but no, but I'm saying if I go to organize some slaves to do a slave rebellion, and then Kala come in the room, you know it's never gonna happen. Like, what's the purpose of doing that?
That's wrong.
What's the point of doing
Wrong,
that?
man. Now you calling me a coon.
Wait a minute, you can't draw that correlation, man.
Calling me a coon. God damn, man.
He may say that you gonna
I'm
tell
just saying, like, let them, if they gonna do they.
I'm a yard negro now. Damn.
But Mufasa, you really think we're gonna get reparations in our lifetime, bro?
That ain't never happened.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna limit it.
I mean, come on, just look at it, man.
I would bet against it, but I'm not gonna limit it.
I look at it from a legal standpoint. You really think we're gonna, legally?
It could happen, bro. It could happen.
I mean, listen,
I could think of a lot of things I would rather work towards, but I'm not. But
am I getting a check?
Let's work for it, but I know
I'm not gonna run in.
We're not gonna see it, man. They slapping us all in our face, man. They've been moving. The liberals have said, you made all our cities sanctuary cities. Venezuela's all up in the ghetto. Come on, man. They ain't respecting us.
Man, if Black Americans get reparation, man, I'm gonna apply for reparations too, man.
I know you is.
Sure you
But you know what? You know what? See, here's the thing, Zango. This is what we're saying. Hold on.
I'd rather you get it though, Zango. I'd rather you get it.
But see, y'all. But see what y'all. But see,
I don't want the check to be given though. Like, I want it to go into Black American institutions where.
Well, you can put it in the BAL. You can put yours in the BAL.
Oh yeah. Or maybe the BOA, right? I mean, at least they want to put it. And whereby,
how about that?
where current generations and future generations could benefit from something tangible, not just money that.
Yeah, the BAL.
No, I mean, listen. Some people.
See, Zango, y'all don't play it cool though, Zango. Here's the thing about a lot of continental Africans in the Caribbean. Some of y'all come over here and try to talk against it. Won't you just be quiet, play it cool, and then when the checks come out, then you go grab your check and go back to your question. Some of y'all game goofy, man.
Ain't getting that reparation.
All you gotta do is nod your head. Yes, nod your head.
I would just change my name to Jackson.
Y'all want to bunk all the time, man. That's what it got.
Hey, come on here, yeah, white people, yeah, they need to
go change their name to Jackson.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my name to Jackson to get my reparation check.
Big Black, your millionaires to be paying reparation.
Hey, Colin, we all get that check. So I'm from Mississippi.
Change their name to Jackson. Funny. Zango Jackson.
I'm gonna
I had a dream about Zango was using the name in the third person. Zango will do the right thing. You know how Zango. They always say with Africans, they always have them talking in the third person like they're idiots.
Zango get reparations check.
I had a dream that Zango was telling me he's African. Zango African American, cause
You're right. I always be informed third person, because
that's what people like FB is very scared of. That if this reparation is being paid, some African will pop their head out and start collecting it for the war.
Get it, send it back home.
Whole thing. Teresa's like this. I want reparations, right? But he's like, it can't be for nobody else. It can't be for nobody else. Dude, man.
But you know some Nigerians gonna get away with that. If they full of they all the way in Nigeria full of old white men for money. You know there's something gonna get away with it.
Nigerians gonna get some of the reparations. You gonna see some Nigerians with some reparations.
Yo, the scamming reparations.
Yeah, they be on the computer all the way in Nigeria full of old white men. Like this.
Speaking of which, brothers, check us out. What do you guys think about Akon? The Senegal government gave him a certain amount of time to either produce that Akon city or lose the land.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Because he
That's
has
what I'm
enough on
saying.
the land after taking people's money, the 8 coin and all stuff like this.
No,
Absolutely.
I thought he had like $1 billion credit from China
Yo,
to
please. You know,
that
Kala,
project.
Akon is playing game with that land. Let me tell you the truth.
Give
Akon
it
want to
up. Give
retain
it
that.
right.
Akon want to retain that land.
Thank you,
Akon
Mike.
want to
Thank
retain
you,
that
Mike.
land.
that's not
Thank
Mike.
you, Mike.
That's Chidola.
Kala,
Yeah,
is it
so
like is there recent like information that you're getting? Because like
Yeah, what you got on the device channel, the advice channel. Let me see if I can find it.
oh
yeah,
wow.
these new guys, they don't want to play game
I
with
think the
Akon like that.
problem with Acorn was
Akon's a crook. Akon's a crook.
he
That's
should
why.
have waited. He should have
It was a
waited.
con of a city. It was an Akon city. A con.
Yeah, he should have waited to. I mean, cause like I mean, the project haven't even started yet, and you start advertising about it, man. Oh man, it's just something, you know.
It's
Akon didn't have
what
money.
this does
Akon
is
just wanted to play
He
games,
shouldn't have did. He should have went to you, Kyla. He
He
shouldn't
should
have
have.
did
He
it.
should have.
Should
He
have
should
came
have
about you
waited.
he
first,
know
Kyla.
they stole the idea for Akon City as from the African state. That's where they
He
got
said
it
he should
from.
have come to you
No, no,
first.
no. He stole. No,
Give
he
it
stole the
you.
idea from Dubai. Actually, I mean,
No,
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 no, no, no.
it's true. It was college, the BAIO, who
no,
started
no,
this idea of
Kala,
African.
Kala,
Yo,
Kala.
Kyla, he should have hired you. He should have
He got an
hired you,
idea.
had
He
you
got an
running the
idea from
show
Dubai.
behind the
He got an
scenes.
idea from Dubai.
Yeah, the bottom line, why did he target African Americans for the city? That was come from us. And we were
I mean,
talking about the same time. And
He should
also,
have
African
hired
Americans. I
check this
mean,
out.
including
My
African.
partner Rosenthal met with Dr. Arikana in Zimbabwe after basically it didn't work out in Angola at the time. And then all of a sudden, Dr. Arikana said, "Yeah, did you start
No
calling?"
matter how hard you work,
I told her, I said,
the
"No, it's not
unexpected can still happen. Luckily, you have reliable fiber internet with automatic cellular backup to keep you online.
All right, can you guys see this? Hold up, let's see.
But apparently, according to maybe the SEC,
to
Go
him
Black
if
talking
it
about
remains undeveloped. Will be forced to forfeit $6 billion city if he does not begin to build the city. According to reports, the R&B singer Akon has received a final formal notice from the Senegalese government urging him to begin construction on his Akon City project. The planned city would feature condominiums, office, parks, university, and ocean resorts, and a 5,000-bed hospital. The city was intended to attract tourists and investors. The general manager of SAPCO Senegal stated that Akon owns losing 90% of the land granted to him if it remains undeveloped. And allegedly, Akon missed a few of his payments, hence why he is getting this final notice. So if they're giving him a final notice, that means there were other notices that were given to him in regards to payment and starting building. If he doesn't start building, like, he's wasting the land. He was given that land. Like, imagine what kind of privilege this was, you know? And he promised a lot and he hasn't delivered. He hasn't done much with that land. Even though he committed and promised so much, he didn't. And on top of that, he's missing payments. It's sad. It's sad, really, because, you know, a lot of people believed in Akon and the city, and they were hyping this up. They were happy that someone that looks like us is doing this, but he's letting a lot of people down. So he's expected to go to Senegal to have a conversation with the authorities to, I guess, assure them and tell them that it is going to begin. But as of now, he's been given the warning, and let's not forget, there were a lot of accusations against him when it comes to scamming and not being able to deliver what he has promised.
Akon, with all that he has done, supposedly, when it came to lighting up Africa and having a crypto city that's supposed to be in Senegal, and he has this A-coin, you know, like a Bitcoin, that him and his team went out to do a project to be able to help and assist small entrepreneur businesses in Africa. And we're requesting people to come on board this journey in doing this project to help Africa. Now, myself and many people joined on board because why not help people who really don't have much, but yet you want to see them flourish just like you might see yourself or others. In this whole confusion, I don't want to say scam, but I'm going to say that they have not fulfilled their promise in what they would provide to the donors, the investors, or the contributors of this whole thing. Now, you know, they got themselves in hot water, apparently, because of the fact that they were made promises that in exchange for people's donations, they would get a TOA, token of appreciation. This would convert over into an A coin as the time goes on. But apparently, according to maybe the SEC, and I will provide this information here shortly of the email that they had sent out, but they were not legitimately able to do such a thing, where they asked those people who got involved with this project that to stay on board with them until they can get things fixed. And if you do not want to go further with this project due to the fact that it was illegitimate promise that they had made that is illegal, that you can go ahead, put your name in a hat and go ahead and get your refund. Well, of course, myself and other people have done such a thing, and they have failed to return people's money, which then will lead me to believe it would be a scam.
So this is not a good look, basically. And we will be keeping up with this story to see if he's actually going to start building and doesn't have to give up this land that he was given and the investment. Like, imagine all the people that would have gotten a job because of this, they're not going to get, because he committed that the local people will be hired in that city. And there was a lot of promises. We've talked about this when it first happened years ago. So yeah, it's sad, however you look at it. Anyways, fam, let us know down below what your thoughts are about Econ City and
Carla,
Econ apparently not delivering what he has promised. I am on Gail Zalalem.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is, like I said,
I think you are. God, I think you are a misery merchant.
How am I a misery merchant, man? You know?
Go, man. Akon's project didn't succeed. You are happy. You know, he's getting positive, man.
Daybreak's new fast-acting drop-in.
I'm not a misery merchant. I just feel like it is.
Akon project didn't succeed. You're happy. He stole the idea from you.
I'm not happy. I'm not very sad for him, you know. But he's
it didn't happen. Idiot, you know? I mean, you know, you don't like good news.
I'm not like this. The bottom line had all the idea of an African. It's all about him.
Why
don't you name? Hold on. It's like me name my thing Khalistan or Khalis City when that and I said, yeah, in the middle of this city of the Afrostin, Khalistan is going to have a big monument of me and whatnot. You know, I'm going to be celebrated every day and whatnot. When you pull out your money, it's going to have my name on a collar coin. And everything, all this vainglorious, you know, egomaniacal bullshit, you know, that's typical of a fucking ghetto rapper in America. You know, every fantasy, I'm gonna build my own Wakanda city. When I'm gonna name it Akon City. Yeah. You know, but
I think a lot of people believe in him. A lot of people believe in him because he was a famous musician.
Like I said, to me, he's just nothing but a thug rapper. You know, from St. Louis, where the hell he's from. When I don't have no respect, and I'm making a point that I don't respect rappers, actors. You ever notice about me? I don't like actors. And I listen to a lot of people, music and whatnot. I love a lot of people's music. I love a lot of people watching them play sports. I love the acting and all of that. But when it comes down to politics and everything, like that, shut your mouth. You know, I don't want to hear what Steve Harvey has to say. I don't want to hear what a comedian like DL.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's what Ice Cube's what is it, 20 his agenda for Black America. That's what he said.
That, even that
he was that wait. He was saying the role of the celebrities is to dumb down Black Americans. Pretty much, you know, if the government, I mean, supposed
the bottom line, they don't pay. Hold on, you think they pay these rappers millions of dollars because they're talented? No, they get tools. Hey, you see that now? They're pulling out the big guns, you know. And they have. I'm surprised they didn't bring up the Harlem Globetrotters at the Democratic convention. You I mean, they just bringing out the big guns. Steve Harvey, Stevie Wonder. Woo, woo. Let me go out there and vote for Kamala now. Stevie Wonder. When they don't get it, do they?
But why do people believe in celebrities? Like, I don't know. Like,
No,
I
no,
mean,
I know white people. It's like if you go against their values and shit like that, they'll turn you out in a friggin' minute. I've seen it happen with Jane Fonda. I've seen it happen with the Dixie Chicks. Remember the Dixie
no,
Chicks?
I don't mean the people who are in business. I mean like the average American. Like, why do
Yeah,
they
the
like?
average American basically took the Dixie. They only call themselves Dixie Chicks, or when they call them the Chicks. When they went against George W. Bush in that Iraq War, and
Remember that time? I
they
remember that
basically
time.
they basically said, "Hey, white America said no chick, no chick." They were calling him a beast. When I said the fact that these young white women were standing up to an older white man, that was unheard of in American history. They said they made sure they destroyed their careers. That's how white people are. You should turn on them. They'll destroy you.
Yeah, but they made you, right. So you are expected to follow like the agreement that's planned, right?
Yeah.
So if
Black
you
people, we don't make these people. We don't make these black celebrities. White people, they doing the bidding of white America
yeah,
and the white
exactly,
world.
right. I show you a video of like Bobby Schmurda, like the way he was.
Robert Smurf's a clown.
Yeah.
These are all clowns. He's all deadly clowns and whatnot. The bottom line is clowns, man. I'm a ringmaster. The three ring circus of
I,
deadly.
I think Mufasa has to come and explain to us what is his issue, what issue he has um with America now. As far as like where he
Well, it's just
resides in
like this.
California.
Everybody here is just trying to make it, Zongo. And like I
I mean,
said,
does he want like is he fighting for himself or he's fighting for Black America?
well,
Because
I
I'm
think
trying to
me
understand.
personally, I think Mufasa wants to see Black America do good and everything like that. But and we're not gonna do good unless we create that.
What kind of good does he want?
Well, I think the main thing is if Black America could be able to pursue their dreams and stuff like that, and not being hemmed up with.
They have the freedom of choice now.
Yeah, no, but
Like,
we're not unified though. We need a black. Well, you understand something, Zongo. All these other communities are united. They got
yeah,
institutions and
but
everything
no,
like that.
that's not
Black
true,
America is
man.
not
That's
like
not that's not true, man. Most of this in America, most of these communities are not united.
well, you tell the Koreans got all kinds of banks and everything. You got the
They are
North
not
Koreans,
united though. Like they are not
they're not
united.
united, but they have an agreement. They have they're on code with each other and everything. We don't have that because why not? Because our
Oh,
code
you mean
is black.
at a political level, economic level, or what? Like,
Political, economic level. Black America's allegiances to being entertained and being every 4 years voting for Democrat. That's all you need to do.
yeah.
Nothing
I
else in
mean,
between.
Mufasa came in saying like,
Vote no matter
most
who.
most people were benefiting from hip hop. I mean, he needs to come here and explain to us how much money is hip hop making for Black Americans, and how many people is hip hop employing most Black Americans and
I'm not
foreigners
pulling
pretty much.
nobody. Some rappers, the people who make
Yeah,
money,
but for the most part, it's just the rappers and just the record companies
and
are the
the
ones
record
making money.
companies and the rappers when I
Yeah,
like 50 Cent went to Shreveport, Louisiana hurricane. Chris said, "You promised us to pay
I'm
jobs."
no ben- I'm no benefit from that. I'm actually paying your people. I mean, I pay
50
Spotify
Cent,
all the
50
time.
Cent went down there, built studios down there. And what are we getting from his studios? Well, more gangster stuff. 50, more.
Gang, gangster movies,
Thank you,
gang.
50. All Black America is. See, we're not free, Zongo. You
Yeah, but
know,
Kyle, man, I don't even watch those movies. Like, I mean,
well,
Power and those kind of.
somebody's
I've never
watching
I've,
them.
I've never watched it
Somebody
before.
watch it. 50 is going to do a studio
But
down there.
Black Americans
And
love it
bottom
though. They
line
do
is,
watch
we're
it.
gonna
They
check
watch
this
it.
out. We're gonna see the worst side of Black America. The worst side. These about he could create jobs. I don't care about his jobs.
Yeah, I just never liked the movie though. I've seen episodes of it. It's too much gangster for me. I'm like, nah, man, I'm
But
never
the
gonna
bottom
watch
line
it.
is the bottom line. I think Black American culture is much more than that, right? That's all they hear is gangster shit, rappers, and people complaining. That's all they hear about Black America. And that's what we were talking about. Candace Owens. You know, you listen to Candace Owens, you listen to rap. You have a warped sense of what Black America is.
I think, Kyle, I think you have to. I think that maybe when it comes to Candace, always some of her talks that
She's just buying it.
wait, some of the talks that I watched was mostly at university campus debating with white liberals, right? And some in the I think hearings challenging like this liberal people. So my understanding,
that's all fine and dandy, but
yeah,
my
my understanding
my
of it is a little
problem I
different.
have with her is when she starts going off on the average Black person, blah 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 blah, and then she's talking about immigrants, blah blah blah. What she's doing is basically giving white people a pass, because there's a lot of white people. I'm gonna tell you right now, if they don't have to hire Black people, right, they'll find some freaking reason. A lot of white people are just uncomfortable around it, right? If they don't have to have us on their jobs or employ us, well, not only keep a lot of Black people employed is the law. You know, so Candace Owen comes around and says basically, you know,
Employment where in the public or the private sector where?
if you don't see any Black person on the job, it ain't because you throw the application in the garbage. It's because they're lazy, you know, and everything. And white people, okay, yeah, you know, it must be right.
But now they have new law, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, that don't mean nothing, you know, because you know what the diversity means. That means, okay, who's the number one target for all this? African American heterosexual males. If they're gonna hire a Black person, let's get a gay guy.
Minorities.
They'll trade to minorities. You know, let's bring a Black immigrant. Let's bring a gay Black male. A gay Black male. That's a new thing now. Gay
No,
Black.
about minorities including white people too, including
Yeah, no,
Russians and all.
white females is a minority.
Yeah.
Jews are a minority, and so basically all they do is have a so-called minority. If a white person is an immigrant, whatnot, he's considered a minority group.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So,
you're right.
the bottom line is they changed it.
Spot on.
Like Ann Coulter even said, you know, any laws should be specific for Black African American male because they're the ones that got to build a community and feed their families. She goes,
But why? I thought you were part of Greater America, though. Like you're part of American. I mean, your asses. That's what your asses is
I'm part
for.
of Black America, whether I like it or not. You know.
You see, most of Black Americans work in the civil servant. I mean, they serve the government.
Yeah, but the bottom line, when we go home to Black families, we socialize around Black people mostly. You know, so the bottom line is, even though we have to work, that's the whole thing about thing. We talk about a dual personality. WB is talking about that. On one hand, we got to put on our white face and that talk proper. Then we get around people, we code switch. You know,
it's everybody. It's everybody though. I mean, everybody
code switch and whatnot. You know, okay, I'm around my own people. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, brothers, I gotta get up in the morning. I'll talk to y'all later. It's been great.
All right, good night, man. Good night.
About that topic, delayed gratification, a foundation for advanced civilization. I'll probably do a part 2 of this one day. You know, all right, y'all take care.